said to him about something that I said or someone from the state said. Um,
Well, are you representing that nobody from the state said anything like that?
I'll tell you exactly what happened. We called Mr. Zach. I called Mr. Richardson. I let him know that Mr. Zachary was under subpoena. And I asked him if he could reach out to Mr. Zachary because he had not appeared and we wanted to set up a date for when he would actually come in. Otherwise, we could put him on call or he would have to be here until it's time to testify if he's not going to appear. Mr. Richardson then called Mr. Zachary. Well, I was on three-way because I never spoke to him. And I think that there was someone else. There was an investigator because we were on speakerphone. And Mr. Richardson said, you have to answer the subpoena. If you don't answer the subpoena, you're going to get arrested. That's Mr. Richardson. That's not the state. And Mr. Zachary said, I don't have a way down there. And I said, we could come and pick you up. Mr. Zachary said, I said, what's your address? Mr. Zachary said, I don't want to give it to you. Mr. Richardson said, you're going to either have to give them your address or you're going to have to answer the subpoena. That was the extent of the conversation that we had with Mr. Zachary, with Mr. Richardson at that time.
All right. Any questions?
No.
Okay. Let's take a break.
Thank you.
Okay, so we took a bathroom break, took it all in, and we're coming back. It's a long bathroom break. Very long bathroom break. Man, oh man, this is a very long bathroom break. Okay, here we go. Yeah, okay.
And I did, what I was trying to say was that we were trying to send an audio file to Mr. Steele, the counsel for the defendants, given this line of questioning, it related to this line of questioning. We didn't ever expect to use this. I just want to apprise the court that it's coming. It's about a 3-minute clip. It's one I referenced earlier with Mr. Zachary's father and Mr. Zachary arguing with an investigator for the state and threatening to reach out to certain lawyers regarding our attempts to secure him to testify. So we're sending that now to everyone. It's not something that we expected.
Talking to the mic, please. Everything.
There's a file coming everybody's way. I'm sitting now, based on the line of questioning that Mr. Steele is getting into.
I apologize. I said I would like to hear the recording. We don't waste time because we're going to hear it later. And I'd like to hear the recording, and if everyone wants to hear it, if it's having a hard time getting through the filters, we can just play it right now if it's a 3-minute recording.
Okay.
Second hearing, but we may be able
This is the current relative. to
Stop again.
the Conversation.
Some grease for this fifth wheel.
Mr. Richardson had with you on the phone with Mr. Zachary about needing to show it.
This conversation happened in the last 2 weeks, like when we were trying to get him. to come
Okay.
here.
And so what would be the point of showing it or have playing it?
For the same purpose that I understood Mr. Steele to be playing or asking this line of questioning.
So it would, confirm that he really doesn't like the state or want to be here?
No, not so much that. I think that the line of questioning that I understood Mr. Steele to be making is insinuated that the state was intimidating is the word he uses, intimidating the witness or harassing him or something like that. And I had asked,
Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, it was more his, excuse me, I didn't mean to say him. Mr. Zachary's perception, the way I understand what went on, and Mr. Maxwell Sharp brought it out too, is my observation. The witness for 3 days was a lot of, I don't remember, even before the question was posed. You know,
It's clear he doesn't, he's being called by the state that he's, the state got permission to treat him as a hostile witness. They didn't ultimately treat him that way, but.
And my point is, why did you act like that? And if he says, just because that's the way I am and I'm flippant or I wasn't feeling well, that'll be it. If he says, because I've been told to come down here in January when there was no trial going on, and trust them, that's his answer. I'm not
I
really,
don't know how he, as a layperson, would know whether or not the subpoena issued a year ago was something that he needed to obey or not. I mean, I think I'd be real surprised if he thought, well, wait, this is jury selection, so this subpoena seems fishy, but who knows?
it's just his state of mind. So I'm not really using it. Yeah, I didn't think it was this big of a deal. I just want to get out. Why did you act that way? And he also said I wouldn't take anything from the state on medication because it may harm me or something. So I was just curious on why you were saying that. It goes through his testimony. That's what I was
And
answering.
I was going to permit that question. Okay. So, I mean, I don't really understand why we would get all the way down the road of this audio file, but it's come through. So if somebody wants to hit the play button. Is this Mr. Zachary saying anything, or is this just his father?
Hey, you got something looking for us, folks? You got some things you looking for us? Who is this? No, you don't have a warrant because the subpoena expired, so you got a warrant something you looking for us, folks? Who is this? You know what you're doing is illegal, right? Who is this? It's Mr. Zachary. I got Coach Darren right here on the phone. Okay, I want to know what's your problem, sir. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Listen to me, Mr. Zachary. Your son asked a question. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. Call whoever you like. Call whoever you like, sir. We'll turn out to be where you want to come to. I asked your son where would he like to meet. He asked me if I was in Augusta. I told him he knew I was in Augusta. So we got one day. So what we meet up for? You tell me where you like to be at, sir. So then what's the issue? Where we meet? Where do we meet up for? Sir, I'm not going to talk to you. I'll talk to your son. I'm not saying anything. Okay. All right. So what would you like to meet, Mr. Zach? You got one person. I have a warrant for your arrest. How you gonna have a warrant for somebody in the hospital? Sir, how you gonna have a warrant for somebody sitting in the hospital? Right. Who can I say? Who is your supervisor? I am the supervisor. Please know who your supervisor is, sir. Are you? Is your son willing to meet military? Are your son police? You know your son. You can't deny. Are your son? You can't deny me. This is Zachary. This is Zachary. You know you can't deny. This is Zachary. Okay. So I just take him violate. So I get violate the law. Violate the law. Okay. So Mr. Zachary is not done. Mr. Zachary, you know you can't get your son. No, I have a law for the friend. I have a law for the friend. His car I put it 1 hour in that car. I put it there out. What call has shit? You lying. That is an absolute falsehood. You said an absolute falsehood. I'm not gonna send you anything. I'm not gonna send you anything.
Right. Your lying ass. Okay, what are we listening to? This is a phone conversation. Sorry, my camera's focusing.
This is a phone conversation between Little D's dad and an investigator at the DA's office. Now, remember, they issued a warrant for Little D's arrest. I think it was, I'll restart this camera in a second, guys, it's bugging me. The arrest warrant was issued on September 9th, right? So that means, hey, we're putting a warrant out for Little D's arrest. And he was in Augusta the whole time, but they were looking for him in Atlanta. So, you know, they're thinking that Little D is evading his arrest when he just wasn't in town. Now, the dad calls the investigator. I don't know how he got his phone number, but he calls them and he's just like, hey, listen, how are you going to arrest somebody that's in the hospital? His dad is actually defending Little D. And he's going back and forth with the investigator. The investigator's just cutting him off. He's like, I have a warrant. I have a warrant. Mr. Zachary's trying to get his attention. But here's the thing. He's on it. He's like, hey, you know, like, y'all are violating my son's rights. How are you going to arrest somebody that's in the hospital? It doesn't make sense, right? So we're listening to that exchange going back and forth. The dad is really advocating for his son right now. This is brought to the attention of Brian Steele, and this phone call was reported, and Miss Love has brought it, you know, to the court's attention. So we're listening to that because she is trying to evade, you know, this whole idea of prosecutorial misconduct that Steele had mentioned. He's just like, hey, you know, let's talk about this portion, because if anything, I want to put Little D's attorney on the stand to talk about the health thing, right? And so Ms. Robb does not want the attorney on the stand. She thinks that this recording is sufficient. So let's go back and listen to it. It's a little hard, but I will pause for at the end of it and at least break down what we heard. Let's go back in.
Yo, I'm not gonna be there, bro. I promise you one thing. We got a attorney. You ain't there, but it's good. You do it. Yeah, it's illegal. Yeah, it's illegal. Good. So you don't come to the hospital. If you don't come to the hospital, I guarantee you. I get a private investigator and a lawyer on you 2 days. Real good. Guarantee you, real good. What is your supervisor? You can please have your supervisor now, sir. Yes, please have your supervisor now. Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to continue to have you talking to me, but you think me. I'm breaking out Canada out. You're breaking out the IRS, or you breaking the law? You're breaking out the IRS. You're breaking the law. Your son, breaking it. Is your son unwilling to be? You breaking the law. Is your son unwilling to be? Is your son unwilling to be? Do you understand? We're turning ourselves in. I'm coming to county jail. And we coming in court. We'll be in court later, or we'll come to the Fulton County Jail. Go to the Fulton County Jail. Do you want to go to? You ain't got to even go that far. Do you want to go to the Richmond County Jail? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No, we're going to the Fulton County Jail. Are we coming to court? Do you want to go to the Richmond County Sheriff's Office? No. You unwilling to do that? Okay. Hey, real good. Real good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What you doing? Thank you. So you know, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my.
I'll object to playing.
That puts absolutely no one in a good light. So,
Oh my God, did you guys hear that? The end of the call ended with the father still trying to stand up for Little D, like, hey, we're trying to work this out. Like, you know, we'll meet you guys at the Fulton County Jail, but we prefer to go to court. But, you know, who's your supervisor? Because my son's rights are being violated. I want to talk to somebody about this. Even if we have a lawyer, we have an attorney, and we have a private investigator. We're going to investigate y'all for even doing this to my son. And the investigator's like, thank you. Okay, you're not going to cooperate? Thank you. All I need to know, thank you. Very unprofessional. Now, Brian's kind of chuckling there, and the judge just mentioned, hey, you know, this doesn't make anybody look good. And then look at Miss Love's face over there. She wants to play this. She wants to play this. And I don't know if it's going to be in front of the jury, so I don't want to misspeak. But at the same time, Brian's like, he's laughing. He's like, this is played. I'm absolutely going to object to it. So let's go back in and see where we land.
I don't know why anybody would want to play that, but sure. Can we get the witness back in there on the jury?
Tell them, bro. Do men talk to men like that? That's probably why little D laughed. You know why. You don't want to talk to my dad. Kind of a little bit together. This is a good point, Anthony.
Okay, you go ahead, Mr. Steele.
When you testified last Friday and Monday and Tuesday, when you were being questioned by Lawyer Love, that's what I'm focused on, okay? Ms. Love, asking you questions? Yes. Some people may have observed that you said a lot I don't recall. Remember that? Yes. Is there a reason that you were saying that when being asked questions by the prosecutor? Because a lot of I don't remember.
Oh, sorry. I was cooking too. Sorry. Friendly reminder. Hit the like button or about short. If y'all could do that, get me to 2,000 within the next
Yeah, there's
few seconds. That would be fantastic.
get your trailer just.
I don't want to lock you up. I value any exercise option. That's what I was saying. And I can exercise that option. Just give me the 2,000. Next 60 seconds. But let's go back in as Brian is approaching the end of his talk.
But probably, okay. You also asked by Lawyer Love whether she can get you any medication. You said you were not feeling well. Yes. And you said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that?
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony? While associated,
Media as well. If you know, you put what? You know what number? What did that?
Something just happened. I'm going to bring it all the way back. Something just happened. Yeah, it's showing that it's now 32 minutes behind. So I'm going to bring us back to the beginning. That means they probably cut something. Am I still on mute? I'm not. It means they probably cut something from this morning's stream. I'm going to bring us back to the beginning. And start.
You said you refused that. You wouldn't take anything from the state. I think you said something like that. Do you remember that? Yes. Why would you say that?
I mean, I felt that moment. She probably gonna kill me.
Okay. I want to go into a couple of areas. There's been a talk about Jeffrey's windshield of his vehicle being shot out with a bullet. late 2014. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember hearing something about it. Yeah.
Say it one more time.
I remember hearing something about it.
Okay. Did that, to your knowledge, did Jeffrey, to your personal knowledge, was he worried about that windshield?
I mean,
I can't.
not that I know of, no.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't know if I did.
Um, do you remember seeing, you personally seeing, or even doing that when people were around Jeffrey or in his home, they would steal from him? Is that true?
Objection, no. Speculation.
How about this? You would steal from him at times.
No.
Kenneth Copeland would steal from him at times.
I don't know.
Do you know whether Mr. Garlington would steal from him?
Objection again for the same reason, no.
Do you remember?
Speculation.
Do you remember telling the police that many people, including the people I just named, would steal from Jeffrey Williams?
I ain't never stolen like nobody.
Let's leave you out. Let's leave you out. You remember telling the police that other people would steal from?
I don't remember, but I probably did say it.
Now, you would discuss with the prosecutor something like a tweet. I believe it was characterized by Miss Love, something to the effect of, we shoot at you and you call the police, you shoot at us and we don't. Something like that. I'm not quoting, but do you remember that question?
I remember the question.
Did you ever see a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
Did they ever show you a tweet like that involving Jeffrey?
No.
With regards to your tweet, and it is state's exhibit number, we could put it up, Your Honor, it's already in evidence. It is state's exhibit number 22nd, 471Y, if you don't mind. There's going to be something displayed. Yes. Not worth it.
See Rico yet, Ralph? Where's he at? Did we go Mike McClellan's?
Perfect.
Bahar is Brian Bahar. Yeah. For those complaining about the volume, I turned it up to the max.
All right, now I'm stopping at the fuel station to get some fuel for the trailer. So I drop it off at the rail yard.
Can you not find it?
We can't. That's what.
Okay. I think it might be 4-7. Yeah, he sent her one and it was accepted.
Oh,
Your Honor, I apologize. It is 471Y. I've given the other part of it, so I apologize. If we could display 471Y.
Okay.
So much. Okay. If you can look at this, I believe you were already asked about this. And I'm going to, you recognize this? It's already been in evidence?
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked questions about this?
Yes.
And it says they can F with us if they want. We're going to bring them homicide at 30 deep _D. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you told the jury, I believe, that this was part of a song. Is that true?
Lil Wayne.
Say it again.
Lil Wayne song.
And do you remember the song Mob by Lil Wayne?
I think it was on Carter 2. It's Carter 1 on.
Okay. We're going to show you, let you listen to something quietly and tell us if this is the song you're referring to, okay? Okay. And Your Honor, this is going to be Mr. Williams, number 260. Can Mr. Kokomo approach her? Can Mr. Kokomo approach you?
Yes.
Good point, you're running ridiculous. Like Lady Love, I think that's, isn't more cream.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. And is that a Lil Wayne song?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Wayne 264 and then specifically once it's automated play for the jury to track it, the time that I'm going to announce.
and state objects to the playing of this song to show that it has this line in it. We're not. Y'all can, that's something else. That's relevant.
Just say that one.
Yeah.
Line. All right.
And this, before you play, just announce the time on the song, if you don't mind. That will be played for the jury. And Mrs. Zachary, just for clarity, this is a Lil Wayne song that you know to be on the Carter 2 or 1, you said, is, and the song is called The Mob, is, Miss Rodriguez, no, you know what number? 14 seconds. 14 seconds. God, it's 14 seconds to 20 seconds. If you can listen and just tell us if this mirrors the State's Exhibit 4711. what you wrote, okay?
Young money, motherfucker, I decide what the fuck what I said they won't. I bring them home beside words to my.
Listen,
You have to make it to this in court.
also asked about terms of, slat. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about it.
And slime?
Yes.
Okay. Is, to your knowledge, and I think they asked you about black, do you know what I'm talking about?
I remember that.
Are those terms in songs?
Last song.
Okay, including Jeffrey's song?
Yeah.
And is it on social media as well? If you know, you personally observe.
I heard people saying on social media.
Okay. And you've heard people say it in the streets as you walk by?
I don't heard every, a lot of people say it.
It's part of the, actually, that's a bad with the vocabulary. Anything by the use that you could tell the jury, your own observation of life, of the word slat, blab, slime, that means that someone's going to commit a violent crime.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, unless it relates to this witness. It would be speculation, and it would invade the province of the jury with respect to committing a violent crime. And it would call for speculation outside of his own.
Sustained as to speculation, I think overruled as to that. I'm sustaining her objection.
Okay. But let me ask you this. When you were with Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither and District Attorney's Office representatives and your lawyer, March 3rd, 2017? Yes. Okay. Do you remember after discussing all sorts of questions about Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And the police kept bringing up Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And then do you remember Detective Dennis saying to you, but even if Jeffrey's not involved directly, it's guilt by association. Do you remember that?
I don't exactly remember that, but
Okay.
I know it's something else to say.
All right. To your knowledge, to you, the person, did Jeffrey ever promote any type of violence on behalf of a gang? Like,
I didn't hear the last part of the question. May I ask him to repeat
in any
it?
way? It's the last part, but I could repeat it.
Can you just repeat?
Sure. From your personal life, from your knowledge, did Jeffrey Williams ever ask for any violence to occur as described in this entire questioning by the police, by the prosecutors and police here at trial?
No.
Vague, Your Honor. Objection, vague.
Could be more specific.
Overruled.
No, I think I told him that it was on air.
And you kind of went out. You said, I think I heard, I think I can.
Yes. It's Holy.
It's asked.
The jury.
Yes.
You mentioned that Nard brought a Draco weapon to Jeffrey's apartment on or around January 9th, 2015. Do you remember that testimony or that statement to the police?
Yes.
Anything, was Jeffrey there? Was the gun displayed in any?
No.
And you've been at Jeffrey without Jeffrey being there.
It.
Mr. Zachary. You were close with, or you were close with 2015, and may still be, Mr. Garlington, true?
Yes.
And Mr. Garlington, to your knowledge, was extremely close to Mr. Copeland. Is that true?
Yes.
And you, I know you said you weren't as close, but you were good with Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes.
And the three of you would bond together, would be around each other a lot, true?
Yes.
And you mentioned over a lot of times that before you went into custody, you spoke with Mr. Garlington about what he thought or wanted you to say. Do you remember that?
It ain't what he wanted me to say, is what he telling me what Woody wanted him to say.
So, and you call that a play. You remember this, using that word?
Because he told me that Woody can't put him on some bull jump. That's what he told me. Woody had put him on some bull jump.
I couldn't hear you that time, I thought.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Woody put him in some bull jump.
Yes.
All right. So it went from, to your knowledge, through Mr. Garlington. Mr. Garlington told you, this is what Mr. Copeland is doing. And then Mr. Garlington told you that.
Yes.
All right. And that's what you were talking about when you said play to this prosecutor. Nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams. True?
No.
Rico. It does.
All right. Can I just have a moment? Did Kenneth Copeland ever tell you, that's you and Kenneth Copeland, did he ever directly tell you where he was at the time that Donovan Thomas was shot?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
All right, love it.
Direct.
Yeah, it's we've had many weeks at the time already. He does not want to talk to her. Look at his face. Here we go. Strap in.
Good morning, Mr. Zachary. Mr. Zachary, just now, first of all, let me ask you, you testified earlier that you were cool with Doug, as you put it?
Yes.
And do you still consider yourself cool with Doug?
See, as life goes on, people change, you change. I haven't seen him like 10 years.
Do you love him?
What do you mean by that?
It's bad.
Let me back.
Do you consider him a friend?
I told you, totally, I haven't seen him over 10 years, bro.
And you were asked on cross-examination about Mr. Sharp, whether he was satisfied. Of course, he looks away from the money.
Can I explain? What my if y'all would have did y'all research, my health issue, he called it vision.
And that's what you say.
Yes. I don't know if I said that, but I'm telling you, yes. True. I know I put y'all gave, but yeah. Oh, that would I know like just really another thing next few days. Yes, I know that. Yes. I know now, yes. Yes, excuse me, this is like a
Well, she's got the one on mic, but I think I need to turn it up. Let's figure it out. We'll see if that works.
We turn it on.
Yes, that's what I said.
Well, that's big enough. And you do know that Thug is on trial. You did say yes, correct?
yes.
All right. Now, you also know that Moulton already pled in this case, don't you? Okay. When you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele just a moment ago about the play that you planned with Garland, do you remember your answer?
I didn't plan nothing. He told me that Woody was trying to get him to know
Well, Rudy was trying to get him to run.
to say,
Okay. And do you know when it was that Mr. Garlington was expressing Rudy was trying to get him to say that? Was he trying to get him to say that to the police?
yes, he said he trying to get him to say it to the police.
And was Garlington in jail or was he on the street when he told you what Rudy was trying to get him to say?
See, I don't remember because we talked about something like that on the street and in jail. We was in holding tight now. So I'm getting court. Got a lot better together.
Okay. And you talked on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp about knowing something that Garlington had said about the April 28th shooting. And you talked with me on direct about some of the things you believed had been said about the April 28th shooting. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said that Garlington had made Moulton a shooter. Did I hear you right?
I think I seen him made him shoot.
Okay. What was it about what Garlington said about Moulton that caused you to say something about other people?
Just off him playing him on the scene.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that Garlington simply said Moulton was driving?
I don't know.
Did you believe that Garlington had said Moulton was doing something else?
I don't know what he said. I didn't know.
How did you know that he put him on the scene?
Cause he told us,
Who told?
Robinson,
And when you were telling the jury about having heard something in your preliminary hearing, what is it that you heard that affected what you told the police?
the detective was talking about all the shootings and stuff.
Which detectives were talking about all the shootings?
I don't remember the details, whatever detective was in that case.
But was it your preliminary hearing that you were listening to the detective talk about or someone else's?
It was mine.
And was it yours for the April 28th shooting?
No,
What was it yours for?
John Judge,
Was that the May?
maybe.
Now, do you remember all of the shootings that they talked about at that preliminary hearing?
I don't remember. I just remember like my lawyer telling me stuff like when he go to the side, he'll say something, but they'll say something, he'll tell me stuff like that.
And you mentioned your lawyer. Who was your lawyer at the time? It was Ricky Richardson still?
Yes,
And Ricky Richardson was your lawyer in both of the cases that the defense admitted, Defense Exhibit 49 and Defense Exhibit 50, right? And how long has Mr. Richardson been your lawyer?
all my life.
Now, you since when?
Was he on him all my life?
You've been knowing him all your life? Okay, when did he start representing you in cases in court?
My first case. I had got so many cases back to back.
Were they when you were 15 or younger?
18 and something like that.
18 and up? Is this before or after you got to know defendant Jeffrey Williams?
After
Okay. And were these cases involving guns every time or something different each time?
before we done two cases,
No, when Mr. Richardson first started representing.
guns,
Now, during that time, were you openly carrying guns? You said on the rep that you always had them. Were you openly carrying guns?
I mean like that.
When you caught these gun cases that Mr. Richardson represented you on, did you try to hide them when you carried them with you, or did you ever openly carry them?
When I talked with
When you walked around with them, wherever it was you walked around.
my way.
So,
I mean, I just know how we got caught with them.
okay. You said on direct examination and on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp, I believe, that when you gave the 2017 proffer, that you didn't have a lawyer. Did I hear you right?
I did, but I knew Ricky when he called me up there. I never had no lawyer before that. When he called me up there, Ricky was up there. I was thinking he was my lawyer now, but I'm finding out I got that he wasn't.
Now, when you say you had never had a lawyer before that,
No, I'm saying that, well, so I think I'm like 16, he had quit. Because I didn't call the federal case on to the Fed. So he had quit because he not allowed to build that stuff.
okay, so Mr. Richardson represented you on all your other cases except your federal case?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Richardson, after you gave that proffer, he's the person who represented you in this case that I'm holding, which is Defense Exhibit 50, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, right?
No,
He wasn't.
no.
Who
I
represented you?
think for a minute he was.
Okay. And who was it that represented you on this case?
I I don't remember. I didn't know Ricky had it. I played out. It wasn't Ricky no more.
When you said he represented you for a little while, what part did he represent you on?
See, when I first got locked up, he getting paid, but he was like, it's too much going on with the case. Everybody want to blame it me or something like that. He was saying, and my dad is just,
Got someone else.
yeah.
Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case? Did you talk with Mr. Richardson about the case?
I don't remember if I talked to Ricky.
And did the case involve someone getting shot at?
Yes.
Now I'm going to put on the screen or State's Exhibit, I'm sorry, Defense Stillwell Exhibit 49, the first paragraph, the first count in that indictment that has been admitted. And what you pled guilty to and what you admitted your guilt in Defense Stillwell 49 was that on April 28, 2015, you unlawfully, while associated with a criminal street gang, participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one of the following offenses: aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. Is that?
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to you while we're getting our display set up. I need to read it to you.
I make fun.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Do it. He told you he can't. You don't want to look at it.
Yeah, he got it.
The question was, isn't it true that you admitted that you committed the acts on April 28, 2015 of aggravated battery, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property in the first degree, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, while associated with a criminal street gang, and that you participated in criminal street gang activities through the commission of those acts?
Yes.
And you said on cross-examination with Mr. Sharp that you refused to accept a plea with the state. Is that right, or did I hear that wrong?
No, you're that.
Okay. Now, did that mean that you entered into what is called a non-negotiated plea? Like you didn't have any agreement when you went up and made this admission?
What I meant by that was that when they was trying to get me to testify on Mr. Sledge, that he was still on the street, I ain't accept that. That's what I meant.
Okay. So this admission that you made wasn't in exchange for anything that the state gave you. You just went and put yourself at the mercy of the judge.
Yes.
All right. And when you made that admission at the mercy of the judge, you admitted that the gang you were committing these acts for was YSL, didn't you?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to ask you the same question about Defense Stillwell Exhibit number 50. As we put that paragraph that you admitted to or that you pled guilty to on the screen. Now, in this case, defense Stillwell Exhibit 50, do you remember, if you can look at it and tell me who represented you in this particular case?
You have to tell him
Who represented you?
Ricky at first, and then I said locked up so long that I just know at the end that I ain't have Ricky.
Okay. All right, so did Ricky talk to you about this particular case?
I ain't talked to the family or something like that. They
Okay.
probably talked on the phone about it. I don't know.
All right. And did he talk to you about what you were charged with? Admitting by pleading guilty that by shooting at the person in this indictment with Kelvin Treadwell, you were committing an act on behalf of YSL.
No, it never in indictment. Read the whole indictment, description, whatever. It's never said nothing about YSL. You got YSL because of me. If you been around me,
So on the screen behind you, if you would, do you not, or does it not say, on the 5th day of September 2018, unlawfully while associated with the criminal street gang, YSL, you participated in criminal gang activity through the commission of one or more of the following offenses: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
don't you say it said?
Mr. Zachary, do you remember when Mr. Steele showed you a book? Defendant Williams, number 19. He showed you this book and he turned to a page in this book and he put it in front of you and he asked you to look at it and to tell him what days you were on tour with Defendant Williams. Do you remember that?
I remember that, but see, I told him Chicago he did like this. I said Chicago. I said, what I know in Chicago he did like this.
Okay. Before he did like this, were you looking at this book?
Counting days.
Okay. And when you were counting the days, were you also looking at the dates?
I'm looking at the numbers. Numbers.
The numbers associated with the dates?
Let me see. Yes.
And in looking at the numbers, you notice that these dates only go from March 1st, 2015 to April 2nd, 2015.
I ain't look at all of them.
Okay. Could you look at them and tell me if they do?
How am I know?
You said you were looking at the numbers.
Looking at the numbers.
So what were the numbers telling you?
He say 3:15.
Okay.
Her necklace is rubbing against.
Do you recall testifying earlier in this trial that you had read something in the newspaper?
No.
You don't remember that?
You can't read.
When Mr. Steele asked you whether or not, or why it is that you said you did not want any medication when I asked you, you said to Mr. Steele because you felt like the state was going to kill you?
Yes.
Prior to coming to testify, you said you were not going to testify. Is that wrong or right?
I don't remember me ever saying that. If I did, I probably did.
Did you ever tell anyone that if you testified, you would get killed because they are gang members?
No.
You did not?
No.
Okay. You testified with Mr. Steele and Mr. Sharp that you were going through Xanax and other drug withdrawals when you gave the August 2015 interview. Do I remember that correctly?
Yeah.
All right. Would you please remind me of the other drugs that you said you were withdrawing from?
Oxycodone.
Does the withdrawal, is that the first time that you have ever suffered withdrawals from Roxy, oxycodone, and Xanax? I would like to know if he knows how withdrawal normally affects him personally.
Just in jail.
Okay.
And now,
Was that the first time in August of 2015 that you went through withdrawal?
no.
Okay. Do you even know how many times you had gone through those withdrawals?
May 2015.
Okay. And when you went through those withdrawals, tell the jury how it affected your ability to communicate.
A lot.
How?
My stomach, head. I don't work with my stomach. I've been telling you, I'm done with pain right now.
Okay.
And the head hurt like. See, I keep grabbing my head,
Okay.
throwing up, but I ain't threw up, but I ate. I probably ate that like 3 weeks.
Well, were you offered the ability to eat?
Yes.
Okay.
I just ain't got no.
And
I
when
can take
you,
my medicine.
You guys, he doesn't trust you.
and has anyone from the state tried to get you your medicine over the last 3 or 4 days?
You out, yes.
And did you believe that anybody from the state was going to kill you when we were trying to get you your medicine?
What you mean? Like, at first, asked me, did I want some medicine? Yes. First time.
Okay, so what changed between then and the time that the state tried to get you your medicine?
Because I ended up going back to the hospital.
Okay. And was it the state that took you?
Yes.
Did we take you more than once?
Yes.
Did you believe that anyone from the state was going to kill you then?
No. I said at the time we first.
Now, had anyone from the state threatened to kill you?
Here's a quick observation. The reason why she's bringing this up is because she thought that coming out from him during Brian Steele's cross was damaging for the jury to hear. So she's trying to clean it up by showing, oh, okay, you were afraid of us. You know, like, didn't we try to help you? Didn't we offer to give you medicine? Didn't we offer to do all of these things? She's trying to clean up what came out during Brian's cross, which is, I mean, I think the damage is done because with the I don't recalls for the entire time that he's been
Wait, no,
Had I ever threatened you in any way?
not, I don't, what you mean like threat, like tell me you don't kill me?
That's what you said. So had I ever threatened you like that?
No,
Okay. So Xanax and the other drug withdrawal that you had did not have any effect on your ability to hear questions being asked, did they?
what you mean?
When I just asked you the effect of the withdrawal, I knew you said that it caused you to have stomach pains and headache.
What questions? No question. You haven't asked me no question. I mean, I don't understand, man.
Okay. Xanax, oxycodone, and Oxycontin, what were the three?
That I should throw that.
Xanax and oxycodone withdrawal has no effect on your ability to understand when questions are being asked.
Yes,
Did it? Did they have an effect on your ability to understand questions that you were asked during your August 5th, 2015 interview with Detective Gaither and Dennis, and later Thorpe, and 2 federal agents?
what you mean like questions?
You remember being interviewed?
Yes, I'm saying like what you mean like did I understand the question?
Yes, you remember being asked questions, so.
Yes, I know.
And did the withdrawal symptoms that you had, did the withdrawal that you were going through, did it somehow make you not able to understand the questions that you were being asked?
Not that I remember now.
So you did understand the questions that you were asked.
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, you volunteered information as well during the statement.
yes,
And that interview in August of 2015, that interview lasted over 3 hours, didn't it?
yeah. I don't think they've seen them whole time. Yes,
okay. Now she's shifting to what came out during Max's class yesterday. So during Max's class yesterday, you remember that he was playing a lot of the interactions that Little D had with the police, right? Mr. Sprinkle in the room, like, I think it was something about, it looks like I'm in the United Nations, something like that, right? Y'all remember that from yesterday. Now, so she's trying to clean it up because Max kind of mentioned, or at least he was trying to report out of Little D. Little D, you did recall. Little D, you lied. You lied here, right? Let's pull up the next one. You lied here. Let's pull up the next one. You lied here. But also, you said to Miss Love that you didn't remember or you didn't recall. But that's not true, is it? Max did a good job at the start of his class yesterday getting that out. This is what she's currently trying to clean up right now. So this is the art of redirected cross-examination. She's doing, this is a better, I'll be honest, this is a better redirect that I've seen from her in recent days. But let's see how it goes, because now that we're able to articulate what she's cleaning up, it seems like she's at least cleaning up her strategy, wearing the Mr. Clean jacket. Let's go back in. We went from slime green to Mrs. Clean.
Thank you. And you talked with detectives Gaither and Dennis for well over an hour.
yes,
And during that time that you talked with detectives Gaither, Dennis, Thorpe, and the 2 federal agents, they sometimes asked you about matters that they had talked with you in the interview earlier, didn't they? In other words, if they talked with you when they first walked in the room about the shooting on April 28th, they might ask you about it an hour or so later.
thanks, sir.
And they didn't always get their facts right when they asked you about it the second time, did they?
No, I don't think so.
And there were times, more than one time, that you actually had to correct them because they had it wrong about what you had said. Isn't that right?
Right.
For instance, at one point, Detective Dennis asked you, talked to you later on in the interview about Nard telling you something at Thug's condo, and you said no. Nard didn't talk about it that night. It wasn't until later on. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And at one point, Detective Dennis started to ask you, when was and didn't finish the question, but you finished it for him and said, "You're talking about the video, aren't you?" Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Detective Dennis asked you what video, and you said to Detective Dennis, the video about trees. Remember?
Yes.
All right. You were asked by Mr. Steele about the January 6th occasion where Mr. Copeland or Rudy was jumped on at Club Crucial. Do you remember?
It was January 6th.
Do you remember talking to Mr. Steele about a January 6th incident?
I don't know if it was January 6th. I remember he said something about we can jump on days before, something like that.
All right. So you remember talking to him about Rudy getting jumped on days before Mr. Thomas got murdered?
Yes.
That was the date that you and Thug were in the club, right?
I remember us being in the club, but I don't know the time. I don't know the date.
How many times in the week before Mr. Thomas got murdered do you know of Rudy getting jumped at Club Crucial?
I don't remember how many times.
Was it more than one?
He probably got jumped one time. He probably got fined something.
Okay. Okay, and that's fine. If that's all you remember. So you only remember him getting jumped once.
But he stayed in some, so
I only mean the stuff you know about. I get
you
it.
know what I'm saying? Stuff stayed in the club, stayed in something in the club. So
The week before Donovan Thomas got murdered,
he stayed in something in the club.
do you personally know of more than one time he got jumped?
Not jumped.
Just, yes, jumped.
Oh, jump, no.
Okay. And when he got jumped, Bloody J was there too, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Bloody J got jumped on outside of the club, right?
I think so. I don't
Okay.
know.
In fact, Shannon swung on Bloody J, didn't he?
No. I think it was more time.
You think it was Moonshine? Yak swung on Bloody J too?
No.
Yak didn't swing. But it was that day that you were at Club Crucial, Thug, when everybody ran outside to get their guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money. Isn't that right? Previously, it's what the witness said. So, is that right?
They weren't running out there to get the guns for him. They just, because Woody was getting jumped on, so they just threw action.
Say that again now. They weren't.
If anybody ran out there, it wasn't getting no gun to protect him. It was because of whatever Woody had going on.
But didn't you tell the police in the August 5th, 2015 interview that that was when everybody jumped out, ran out to do, and then you were asked, what do you know? What do you mean? And you said they went to get the guns because Thug was the money. They were going to protect Thug.
I mean, it wasn't just because it's money, just like I told you. If you want me to tell the truth, I'm telling you, it ain't. Because him, they don't matter walk back to the door and get him.
Huh? So,
They don't matter walk back to the door and then go back in the floor to get him.
okay,
He walked down his own.
okay. And I understand that, but that is what you told the police, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you told them Thug was the money, you meant Thug was the one that sort of gave money to you all, right?
Money like that, that all that's supposed to gas money or something. They ain't just getting no money.
Okay. So what did you mean when you said they went out to get the guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
I mean, as in, he ain't have security with him that night.
Did you mention anything about not having security with him that night?
No, but I know in my head.
Well, then why'd you say they got guns to protect Thug because Thug was the money?
Jackson asked that answer.
That's what.
Why would you let him get into something if you know he ain't doing that?
One more time. What was
Why
that?
would you let him get into something if you know he ain't on that?
And what was it that he would have been getting into? What do you mean?
Like, after fighting, like, back then, like, 9 times out of 10, I was a string play behind it, and bullets couldn't hit anybody.
And so it was important to make sure that Thug didn't get hit with one, right?
It wasn't important to make sure he didn't get hit. Just, like, make sure you get to it. Call, okay, like, it's too much going on out here.
And when you were talking with Shannon's lawyer on cross, you were asked by Shannon's lawyer if you would have done anything to get out of jail.
She would be offended. She is. People say that on me. See how Brian calls her lawyer love? She get her licks in because she's now calling Matt Shard instead of attorney Shard. She's saying Shannon's lawyer. So, I mean, there's so much like respect that happens in the courtroom. You know, we talked about some of the things like asking permission to approach witnesses, calling the judge dishonorable court, referring to things in a specific way, right? She is a little shade there. I picked up on that. We caught it. We see you, love.
Bill during that August 5th, 2015 interview. Do you remember being asked that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you went in there trying to give the police information on anybody. No, better yet, you said to tell lies on people to get yourself out of jail. You told Shannon's lawyer that, right?
I think it, I don't know.
And you said you would have told a lie on anybody the police wanted you to talk about just to get yourself out of jail. Remember that?
Yes.
And you told Shannon's lawyer that you knew the police wanted to know about Shannon, so you told a lie on Shannon. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you said on direct, and I believe on cross, that you also knew the police wanted to know about Thug, right?
Yes.
But you didn't say that Thug knew anything about Donovan Thomas's murder, did you?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't want to get out of jail bad enough to lie and say Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
I ain't, what? I don't understand that. They said it again.
You never told the police that Thug shot Donovan Thomas, right?
Yes, I never told him that.
Right. But you believe that they wanted to know something bad about Thug, right?
Yes,
Knowing that Donovan,
I ain't there.
you told Shannon's lawyer you were facing how many years?
89 or something like that. I think they told.
189 years in prison. Now, you didn't get 189 years, right?
No.
And in fact, the state offered you much less than 189 years, right?
Yes,
But you turned that down, didn't you?
yes,
And you turned that down because you weren't going to testify against Motul, right?
yes,
So for you, is it fair to say you'd rather spend 189 years in prison than to testify against any one of your friends?
as I had got older, yes.
Now, on direct, and I believe on cross, you mentioned that you went in there trying to protect Motul on the August 5th, 2015 interview. Did I hear that right or did I get that wrong?
Yeah, right.
Okay, got it right. All right. And on cross-examination with Thug's lawyer, you said that Rudy was the one that had the problem with Kale. Did I get that right or did I get that wrong?
You get that right?
All right. Now, if you were trying to clear Motul in the August 5th, 2015 interview with detectives Gaither and Dennis, would you please explain to the jury why you told Gaither and Dennis that Rudy and Motul shooting at Kale is what started the gang war?
Why did I tell them that?
Yes, sir.
I felt like
Okay. And if you were trying to protect Motul, when you, as you told Shannon's lawyer, why did you tell the police that Motul was always on go?
because I felt like it.
Now, you were asked by Doug's lawyer about seeing Doug perform with Rich Homie Quan. Were those performances were before Nut got killed though, right?
No, I went to Florida and I told him he had a showdown though.
And was that when you went to Florida going into New Year's 2015?
No,
It was after?
I think that was one time, but I'm saying like the next time, the next time I went, not somebody got killed.
And when you say you think it was after he got killed that they
I
performed,
know it was after he got killed.
Okay, so some of this is working and some of this is backfiring. So shout out to James Edwards, who has a really interesting question here. James is saying, so she's showing that he's a hypocrite, but how does that help her if he is for witness safety? great question and good observation. So she is getting in front of the jury. She's showing that he lied, not only to the defense team, but kind of lied to her and lied on multiple occasions. Where you're saying one thing to me on my direct examination, and you're saying something different to them on cross examination. Isn't this what you said? And she's going through the things to use evidence to at least prove that those lies existed. Some of it is working, but other times he's not responding in the ways that she wants him to, like with this right now, like about the performances and things of the like. She's not getting the responses for that. How does it help her if he's her witness? Well, we know that this is a witness that the state had to compel, right? And the thing is the majority of their witnesses do not want to be there. The prosecution's team has one job. They're advocating for all the victims of these crimes, Nutt's family, some of the other people that got shot, and other things that happened. So her only objective is to show that these crimes took place. Now, what I think that they continue to struggle with is to show that it was an organized criminal enterprise, right? So by any means necessary, she's going to use these people to get information out, put in front of the jury to show that this is organized crime. Now, what happens is it is your witness that doesn't want to be there, that got dragged out of the hospital to be there. And now it kind of confuses the jury because you're showing that he's a liar, but you couldn't even have control over him. So what is the truth? So to answer your question, James, I think if anything, this is actually confusing the jury. Remember, one of you guys asked me if the jury's going to have a transcript at the end of this. No, all they have are their notes. What is it, 137, day 137 of this trial. This case has been going on for 9 months, maybe 10, I think. I think it started in late November. This is a lot for them to process. But I think what they're going to remember is if they were to think back on this during deliberation time, like, oh, with little D, who knows with little D if he's telling the truth or lying. Same thing with Rudy, right? Was telling the truth or lying. It's questionable. We'll see how it plays out. But great question, James. I just wanted to answer that one for you real quick. Let's go back in.
That he performed with him again.
All right. And when you say he performed with him, sometimes I know when people are performing, different acts come up. Describe what you mean when you say he performed with him. Did they sing the song on stage together?
They had songs together.
They sang them at the same time on
He had a
stage?
chance to answer. They had so they were together. It's a song. First, like that.
I'm just asking if you saw them appear on stage together. You personally saw it.
Yes, I was there.
Okay. So you were there and you saw it.
Judge should ask an answer.
Did you personally see them perform on stage together?
Did I see them perform on stage together?
That's the question. At the
When?
same time, in the instant you described for the jury just a second ago,
I was at the show. They told you that.
you were at the show. Did you see them personally perform on stage together?
I was back there when they performing. I was
Okay.
backstage there when they performed. So
So is it fair to say you did not see them personally perform on stage
I
together?
can't say I didn't know that when they went on stage, whatever they did, I was backstage. They went under together.
Now, you also said you were present when in March, Doug called the Rich Homie Quan on stage a derogatory name that rhymed with Rich Homie Quan.
I wasn't even like in March. I think that was that the tour. So I ain't even stay that many days. And I think I had said it on Instagram. That was a lie.
Why did you tell the police that you were there? Because the police asked you how you know, and I'm going to use this horrible name and word because that's what you said. Didn't you tell the police that in March 2015, Doug called this gentleman, Rich Homie Quan, he used the name Bitch Homie Quan?
I say, come on, man. She really does not respect people that passed away. Like, you know, all these brothers, at least, that have been on the stand have mentioned that. Like, they don't like to speak ill of the dead. You know, like, to not censor yourself like that. I don't care if you're trying to get an effect on the jury. That's just not, that wasn't tasteful.
Stage in public
Come on.
to talk about Rich Homie Quan.
I've never heard him say like, "No, that's something I just heard." And the person said, "Why did I tell him that?" I don't know.
I'm just asking you, did I get it right? You did say that, right, to police.
Yes,
And in fact, you told the police that you were there personally and you saw it, right?
I couldn't be enough.
But did you tell them that?
Probably.
Now, did they ask you to tell them that?
I don't know.
Did they show you, or did you see surveillance footage from the night of Donovan Thomas's murder before the August 15th, 2015, interview you had with police?
That's all I know.
Okay. Where else?
I don't know.
Just the news?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have no recollection of anybody showing you anything other than what you saw in the news, fair? I'll let you think about it.
I don't.
Now tell the jury what you saw on the news.
I don't know. I just saw a car ride past you.
Okay, thank you for car riding. Do you know that area, 330 McDaniel Street? And by no, I mean, have you seen it in the daytime?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't work there before, but I don't know, like, did they do it?
Would you call that neighborhood is gang territory?
It's really like, I don't know. It's like a kid.
Did you know the barbershop and the Texaco to be places that if gang hung out?
I don't know. Like, no,
No? Did you tell the police that?
I was just thinking, you know. I don't want that barbershop before that help, but
I'm sorry?
I used to go to that barbershop. You know.
Okay. So you would have had a way to know if gang people hung out at the barbershop, right? And you would have had a way to know whether they hung.
No, I mean, no.
No? Okay.
I don't know what's my nigga. Or what they did.
Did you know you knew that Nut was in gang people?
Did I know that you could get?
Yeah.
I knew he was something.
Quick reminder, guys, a lot of y'all have been asking about weed. I've been mentioning it all week. He's okay. He's fine. He's just taking some time off of YouTube. He's been saying that on the streams all summer. He's finally taking that time. He works really hard and really deserves the time to focus on himself for a little bit. I checked on him to talk to him recently, and the weed is all good. I skipped about him. Let's jump on it.
Now, do you remember, or did you have in your head, or did you know about all the details that Rudy told Lil D before you went into the August 5th?
I know all the details. Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember which details in the August 5th, 2015 interview were shared or given to police as a result of anything you learned from Lil D?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember whether you talked to Lil D about Summer getting shot at or shot towards at the pistol?
Like when you talk to me about it,
Yes.
I talk to somebody everything so bad, but yeah.
And would that have been him telling you or you telling him?
They probably, but he was cool with, I was cool with him. They probably went either way.
Okay. Was there anything that Lil D told you to tell the police?
No,
Okay. And do you remember whether any of the three people that you were asked about on cross with respect to D, defendant Stillwell Exhibit 49, Demekian Darlington, or you call him Lil D as well, D Moulton, or you, did either one of you have red box on April 28, 2015? Have you worn your hair in dreadlocks anywhere in 2015?
I got one.
Like Jay-Z content. Before we get back to these dreadlocks, I want to shout out someone who wants to remain anonymous. They just sent me a $600 cash out. Dream sponsor. I mean, wow. Firstly, thank you so much to this person. Y'all don't know, being a creator is not the funnest thing sometimes. Y'all see me struggling with it. Sometimes, some days are amazing, some days are not. The person asked me a question, the answer is it's a lie. I need to get it to go again. I'm probably, you know what, just for you, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it tonight. When it has arrived, I'm gonna grab it and it'll get done. Let's just type anonymous in the chat since you want to remain anonymous. But thank you so much to this person. That really means a lot. I'm out here grinding every day. We're working. Like even yesterday, I was free. I spent 3 hours editing something myself to get it along to the editing team. And you know, we give you guys heat, right? Like the ritual be fun. You know, she mentioned that. That's why I just because we just spent all this time trying to do this ritual one video right and respect his family, respect his life, respect his legacy. So to hear her say what she said is crazy. It's crazy. So anonymous, thank you. Extremely generous. I'm gonna pick it up tonight, and I cannot wait to dive in and get started. I've like cleared my schedule for certain days to review the thing that we're talking about. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Let's go back on in. And I am putting, they're going to remain anonymous, but I'm going to put anonymous in the stream sponsor banner. Let's go back into Love's Debauchery with the debauchery cover. And Moulton, anytime in 2015, was he wearing dreadlocks? I'm like Jay-Z's dreadlocks. Say that again?
I want to dread.
You never wear dreads.
I ain't never saw him with dread.
Did you ever see D with any dreads? To meet you?
No.
All right. On cross-examination, you told Shannon's lawyer that you, Moulton, and D were the only people who participated in that drive-by on Adele
That's on my street.
down on Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Okay? You told them that, right? Is it fair to say that you have no idea what witnesses the police talked to about that shooting?
Yeah, I know.
Who do you know that they talked to?
I don't know, but it was like 30 something names, 15 names, something like that. On my witness list.
Oh, okay, you got a witness list.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say you don't know what those witnesses told the police? You don't know. That's correct.
Yeah.
Do you know what any of those witnesses told you?
I know that they told me what
What?
I got locked up. I was locked up with some of the people. They telling us that they people ain't going to trial and stuff like that.
Okay, what I'm asking you is, do you know what any of the witnesses told police the night that the shooting happened?
No,
Okay. You told Shannon's lawyer that there was only one car, but you told the police in August 2015 that there were two, correct?
I told the truth.
I'm sorry.
But I told him a lie.
Which one did you tell the lie to?
When it was to the call, I told only.
Now, would you please explain to the jury what benefit you got from telling the police that there were two cars instead of one?
See, at first, I was just panicking, want to get out of jail. But I told you, as I got older and started learning in jail, I ain't got no deal.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Explain that. I'm sorry.
When I was younger, that's when I told the police that. But as I got older and I was in jail and I was learning, I realized I ain't got no deal.
You don't want a deal.
I ain't got no benefits.
Okay. Now, does that fall for the 2019 case or the 2018 case?
I ain't say that's okay.
You learned that it was better not to talk to the police.
Yes.
All right. Because you'd have to testify against your friends if you got a deal.
No, it ain't just that. You put yourself in that trouble.
All right. Now, I understand that as you got older, you learned better about talking to the police. But in the August 5th, 2015 interview, would you tell the jury how telling the police there were two cars benefited you?
I thought it would have benefited me. I'm just telling lies.
How would it have benefited you? That's all I'm saying.
Just I was making up stuff for the people there, so they can take some of the blame on me.
You were asked by Shannon's lawyer about the number of shell casings on scene. Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on the scene?
Like I told them.
Okay. And is it fair to say you have no idea, no personal knowledge, what types of shell casings were found on scene?
Yes, I know. I know middle
You know exactly what shell casing? Yeah, I can explain it. Go ahead.
I'm not caught with the doing.
Okay. My question to you is, do you know exactly the caliber and number of shell casings found on scene at that site?
Not all of them. I know what I got.
And what about the apartments at the Perry Homes? Is it fair to say you have no idea how many shell casings were found on scene? Is it fair to say you don't even know all the different types of shell casings that were found on scene? Why does it matter?
No. I just know what I got caught with.
Okay. So you don't know the types, you just know the gun you got caught with.
Yes.
All right. And any conclusion you drew about your gun matching shell casings on any scene came from what you heard in the preliminary hearing. Is that right?
It came from me knowing what I did.
Mm-hmm.
And by the age of 28. And then about what they discussed with my lawyer. Yeah.
Okay. So is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Did you say that you only went to two of those shows during the rodeo tour, or did you say you went to more than two?
I just know it was one, two.
Okay. Now, Doug wasn't the headliner on that, right?
No.
Was he, what was his role in that tour?
I don't know what role. What did he do?
Do you know when he performed? Like, was he like opening act or closing act? Did you watch either of the show?
I told you. Time I was thinking about stuff that needed to be done.
Okay. So just scheduling wise, how much longer do you think?
Rich.
Yeah, maybe half an hour, and if the court thinks, I mean, it may go longer, so maybe at the time. All right, well, this is because we get time to break for lunch. Yes, okay. All right, let's, I'll be back at. Can we go shoot for 1:15? I don't think she's gonna finish today. Longest redirects. This always happens. Our redirects sometimes are longer than the actual direct examinations. They're along with a similar you're actually weak. In and out. In and out. Clean up the thing and let you out. Anything before we break? No, okay. See you all back at 1:15. Thank you. Wonderful. So, well, it is 12:41 our time, Eastern Standard Time. They're back at 1:15. So we got a little bit of time to kill. I'm going to go ahead and read our super chats from the top. And at the same time, we do have some extra content to look at. We can always go back to the original opening arguments. I've been wanting to do that for weeks. So if we have a little bit of time to kill, we can certainly do that. Or since we heard from Little B's dad, we can also during this break check out some recent interviews that he's done discussing the state and what they've been working on. A few of you guys have sent to us some clips of that, so we can check those out. Depends on y'all, but I'll go ahead and kick us off with some super chats during the break. They should be back in about 35 minutes, so we're almost there. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the first of the day. She hits me with the 5. Says, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you guys for doing well on the likes today. They look fantastic. Thank you so much. Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Kelly Applegate with the super sticker. Thank you so much, Kelly, for the $1 super sticker. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with those 20 memberships. Super, super amazing content creators and very nice of them to do that. So appreciate y'all. Shout out to Montisha with the $2 super sticker. Appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. Good to see you in the chatter today. Shout out to D with the 5. D says, Brian and Matt are great, but I can't wait to see AB do a cross examination. Oh my God. I like with crosses, I like Max's style, but y'all know the cross examination. Science and techniques, I think I would really go with looping, because that's something that Max does all the time. So there's a concept called looping, and what it means, right? Like they teach you all types of ways to capture control of your witness. Don't let them go anywhere. If you hold them and you get your questions out and you get some of the contradictions out, Max is very, very good at doing that. So when he knows that a contradiction is happening, because he's listening for the direct examination, he's listening to lies, he's listening for that stuff, and he's preparing his cross at the same time. So notice that a lot of attorneys are taking notes and things of the like. So when it is time for cross, you already know what you're going in for. You already know where you're going to trip them up, because half of the time the witnesses forget where they are. And you kind of loop it around. You loop it around with, sometimes you can't ask the same question over and over in a different form. You don't want to do it too much though, maybe twice. I would probably give people like 2 or 3 times before I get the answer that I want. If I don't get it on the third answer, I'm going to move on because I want to keep it short. But what Love does is whenever she's on redirect,
she knows what she's going in for too, but she spends too much time there. And that's why we all get exhausted, right? But that's just a tip. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. But thank you so much, B. Appreciate you. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with the 5. Says next person beefing with me, I will object 403 on them so fast. And shout out to our merch store, guys. 40% off sale is still going. I just put up last night the objection 403 shirts. So those shirts are up right now. Of course, we have all the Move Tube shirts like I Ain't Your Child, You Make My Brain Hurt, all those things. Those shirts are all up. Y'all see me with the I Don't Recall, the classic I Don't Recall shirts up there. I Did These Crimes is up there. Our merch store is growing. So objection 403, you just reminded me, was added last night, because by the end of this case, we will have them back. And then he says, also, AB, that Beantown accent is wild. Well, I mean, I grew up here, so I have it down pretty good. You know, I told you guys about the nail salon yesterday, and a guy walking in there like, hey, let me get a pedicure. Instead of a pedicure, he couldn't say pedicure. He called it a pedicure, right? But like people in Boston, like these accents are crazy. Like you'll never find it anywhere in the country, just here. You know, I bought my house when I was like, what, 29? My first house, first property, bought the house, right? And, you know, it was just me. And like, they could not believe, because I had some Irish neighbors, they could not believe that a 29-year-old single person could buy a house. Single, let me just say single colored person. And it was big. It was, you know, I worked really, really hard for that place. And so one of my neighbors, she has the craziest Boston accent. She ends up, you know, wanting to welcome me to the neighborhood, probably on my second day there. She parks in my driveway, which I already thought was offensive. I mean, you could just ring the doorbell. She parks in my driveway, comes up, rings the doorbell. Actually, no, she went to the side door. She went to the back, went through the gate, went through the back. I was like, you could just all over my property, rings the doorbell, and she's like, hey, how you doing? I'm your new neighbor. I just wanted to come over and say hello. It's nice to meet you. She was opening the door to come inside, no invitation, just come on in. Right? And she's just like, you know, I just wanted to say hi. You know, Billy and the other, his wife used to live here before. They had 2 kids. We were very close with them. Want to keep that relationship open with you. If you ever need anything, just let me know. So what's your deal? Are you single? Do you have kids? Are you a single mother? Are you a nurse? How'd you get this great big house? What do you do? Where does this money come from? And I'm like, okay. We're just going to leave it right here. You know, communications director in law school part-time, doing my thing at the time. You know, and I was like, so many assumptions, but you cannot make it up. It was just like, what are you, a single mother? You know, do you have any kids? Great big house all by yourself? Just you? How's that possible? So anyway, Boston accent just for you, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Thank you so much. Shout out to JB Ben Pressure with the $4.99. JB says Ms. Glove will dislike Mr. Steele. Oh, she really dislikes Mr. Steele. Every time he's on class, her can't stay on the mic button. That's true. It does. She'll object over and over. I know it pisses him off. Yeah, today I think he did better. Usually, I think the last time he was up, maybe it was with you too. She got under his skin a bit. And it happens. This is a long trial. Like, it's going to be going on for a really long time. But she was objecting, like, to everything he said. She has calmed down on that, so that's good. But she literally has her finger on that button. That is why we have objection counters in this chat. That's why I told you guys to see where we land. And I think we, for today, she was in the 20 to 40 range. So whoever guessed that this morning was right. And JB says, I know if this is him. I totally agree. Totally agree. Thank you so much, JB, for the super chat. Shout out to Nick's Chick Sanic with the 5. She says, close the chat, smash the like button, come back to chat. Yeah, no, you guys have been doing great with the likes. You know, we're at 3,000, over 50%. You guys know that it helps me, it helps you. Some of y'all come in and you're like, man, I can't find you. You don't show up on my feed. We're trying to train the algorithm to make it show up in your feed immediately in the morning. So when the trial's on, hop on in and then join your chat. Audrey. Thank you so much. Miss Sandy. Shout out to Mike and Bill with the two says Grand Rising AV. Happy hump day to the 7th group. Happy Wednesday to you all and nice and local. We have a great day so far. Shout out to TRT with the 5. TRT says this is Brady evidence. I didn't pay attention when you dropped this earlier, but I wonder what we were referring to. Let me know. Steve, Baby the King says AV bias. I mean, I'm like, okay. Thank you so much, TRT. Shout out to Running 305 Love 2 says this love is still fake. Correct. You know, correct. Bella, DeVille, shake my head. You have been using that thing. Thank you so much. Shout out to Trina, 84 with 2 dollars. Thank you so much. Trina, see, look, it just came out. It's super thin. I put it on and now it stays. I got into character a little bit too much. Thank you so much, Trina. Shout out to Aaron Lede with the 5. Amber says hit the like button. Shout out to Michelle with the 5. Michelle says, AV, you're amazing, smart, and fun. For now, we do still have first amendment rights. But even at that, much love to you. Thank you so much for this. Appreciating all that you do. Appreciate you. Shout out to you, Brown. You know, I think, no, somebody else, it might have been you. Somebody was asking how to remember. If you guys can, whenever you can't see it, I always pin it to the top of the chat. So it's pinned at the top of the chat right now. You can put it in the description box. You're looking to and you chatter. For the members, last night we put up a poll next video on the thought stick. It's the best of Max Sharp. Working on that, and of course the members always use the way it's featured on the videos. So if the members are right now are dropping that in the comment section. So make sure that you put in what your favorite Max Sharp it was and what information dropping on all that right now. So we can have that up by the weekend, but that is our next project, and that's the benefit of memberships. We do talk with you guys as far as content and how we shape it and how we video go. So just know that you keep it connected. Thank you so much. Shout out to the little gaming channel with the 20. And he said these dudes don't remember nothing, but when it's a rap song, they remember how many units are sold, the release date, and all the lyrics, etc., etc. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny. Because we did get that little snippet of Little Wayne. It's now. Yeah, Ryan looked that up. Just like, hey, this is the song that you were referring to last time, right? And you picked it up. Jonathan Kelly Cam, I'm favorite Cam too. She says this is Love's show. Don't forget. Yeah, I mean, think about that. Did you guys see the cheetah?
Just Experience of testing cleaning failure. Often Dyson Suction, the best tools for a fashion start. Pioneering Dyson technology. Find the right vacuum for you. Hands busy. Only reason money just got me on the mass. You probably don't you got purple ain't saying nothing. When you be acting like when he gon' play us. Like singing if you ever sad, don't be saying nothing. You just like jumping here like graphics. You just time. I gotta have the shit out. But I still can't be mad. Yeah, niggas so but negative 3 times. So today, my niggas ready to step up. Niggas step up. Okay, we just stand. We just stand. The nuts words. Straight man breaks me. We got this nigga like John Panda. We just down. Now one is down. Down. Bitch down. John Panda. Play a bro. But it can't up. We got it can't go. Come on, get it away. Yes, you find the blood. Yes, you flip it. Yes, you flip it out. It's got the store. Yeah, niggas, so, but negative 3 times. So today, my niggas ready still. Niggas just step. Fuck it, we go stand. We just stand. The nuts words. Straight man breaks me. We got this nigga like John Panda. We just down. Nuts words. Down. Bitch down. We ain't the same. They trying to stop these niggas flexing, man. Just waiting on my turn. Just waiting on my turn. Just waiting What I'm feeling when the stars in the sense, the chaos in the lobby, that's you know, build all the hate and they got it. So they feeling till they wish you was dead, but you just made it kill. Stop all these times, I see the manifest inside me, able to prove you can be best. I studied in the streets, it's a test, I just I'm just flipping to advance from the stars in the sense, the chaos in the lobby, that's you know, build all the hate and they got it. They feeling till they wish you was dead, but you just made it kill it. Close my eyes, I can see the manifest. It's got me able to compete with the best. I studied in the streets. It's a test. I just I'm just chicken flipping to advance. Advance for the die. Same color as the fire. They have the most real. It's just a fire. It's sort of it's to try to catch a vibe. It's scary that we'll make it. It's close to the case. We can get it live. We're doing so much. Yeah, you gotta stay alive. It's not that. Just let me see
right on top of that. Real yard, empty. So, gonna head to the rail yard again, but no, it was empty. And I head to Illinois, yeah, man.
Grandpa Center for Recovery, it's really that caters to everyone.
Man, don't look like you working.
Yeah, I'm still the silly crack in that same playground. That's good. So to have a beer, no, I can't smoke that shit. But yeah, keep it straight, keep it focused. Keep me a bit of soon, my baby, do I say that I don't put that nigga bitch on camera, they increase that shit. Yeah, make a nigga mad, yeah, make a mad. Real life soldier, bitch, you better back up. Running with them young, cause they about to act up. All these rocks, all these guns, all this action. More for this bitch, we don't do this for no fast. I'm doing for the moves, but I'm doing for your family. If you don't take care of the kids, you know your man to be. Pushing these hoes, but you cause I don't believe that. And I don't ever fall in love with you, I believe that. Know that it's not the way that go. But you trust in these niggas that it's all they see on the stage, you see on the stage. On the stage, and they say on the stage, but they're really doing some shit that like provide me all the kids. Better on the summer game, Timberlands. If I run on the jail, that'll take the video. When I touch down, shake the city up deep. Think about my Benjamins on way up. With the little bitch, I made her stay up. Even with a cake, because I'm saying, word to my dog, forever playing. Real life soldier, bitch, you gotta back up. Run out to the yard, they put the back up. All these rocks, all these hits, all these action. No boost, bitch, you ain't left in the bag. Your family, you don't take care of the kids, you ain't no family. Pushing these hoes and play push you believe that. And I'll never fuck with you, believe that. Know that it's not the way to do it. Trust me, niggas, all these hoodies on the stage, you do something on the stage. On the stage, you listen to the stage, you never fucking say it. That's not good. Your brothers make the tighten up, that's good. I say you gotta watch your brothers, nigga, tighten up, that's good. You talk, you ride it. You be screaming, gang, you be hiding. I just tell you, nigga, probably in the hot bitch. And they close to me, so I'm with these guys. Get about that pressure, get about that street. Guy with that 30, he got 30 minutes by the street. But he can let that bitch blow. Let that bitch blow. Real life soldier, bitch, you tell him back up. I know them young, they got to back up. All these rocks, all these rocks, all these action. All these bitch, you know that's not fast. Family, you don't take care of the kids, you know the family. Pushing these hoes, you take this, nigga, need that. And I'm not the fuck to you, that good, that know that it's not the way to do it. But you trust in these niggas, all these hoodies, on the stage, you need some on the stage. On the stage, you need some on the stage.
Like I said, you're 16. I'm sitting there, just nursing for 38 years. Sometimes a day.
If this is to establish that he's lying when he says he can't read. But no, it's not to establish that. It's to conduct a series of questions. Yes. That must be the thing. My question redirect is. Is there going to be any objection to that?
Everything I would say is, my memory is that the photograph was already shown to this exactly person where your daughter high school. And he said yes. He says like 100% sure that we don't the document show him, so that's see. He should be dealing with that.
So again, what is it that you're trying to show? Or this, what's the purpose? I'm showing that he knows how to not only that he can read and write, but that he identified certain people by writing their names. He's spelling out their names. And you won't be able to hear him spelling out their names with the sound. I would be asking him about it. I mean, and I understand what the sound, I don't understand. My concern is that I'm tendering a piece of evidence that is relevant to what was dealt with on cross-examination. On cross-examination, the witness was repeatedly asked about body. I don't think there's an objection. I don't know that I heard an objection. It's just, I don't know what I need to, what I responded to. So please verify what I responded to.
Thanks. That's it. It's key to show that's the same thing. Show for the same thing. This the other part, they just don't know. At this time, I'm just trying to answer. You know, I'm not listening to in real time, but I'm moving my notes and transcript. Like, if you're showing a silent aspect of a video to show that Mr. Zachary knows how to, I guess, read and write, he's also asking how to spell Dilla in the transcript of this. So, and I believe that he's also asking about the other things. So I don't know if that's going to give the jury an accurate portrayal of his mastery of, you know, reading a Bible.
It's really, listen, I didn't know I was trying to understand what objection I was responding to. Okay, so I haven't shown any pictures, any of this. I have asked him about the picture that he signed of NARD from the April 26th shooting out of Boston. So I don't know, but I don't know if Mr. Steele missed the timestamp that I had, but I've not shown him that. I said that to the court. NARD is one of the people the court asked me to identify. And I said NARD. One of them. It's Dewop, Shannon, and NARD, correct? Dewop, Shannon, and NARD, three people that can say. And I'm not, I don't know what timestamps are. There more than just those three? Yeah, I believe it's those three. There might have been one more, but the point that I was, there may have been one more, yeah. But because I'm not playing with the sound, I'm not putting before the jury. I'm not putting before the jury the names of the people that he signed photographs of right now. I want to ask him, did you look at specific pictures and what are you doing as you look at the pictures? And what is he doing? Okay, so for those that are just coming in, and shout out to Chrissy who asked the question, what's happening right now? They just got back from lunch. The jury has not entered the room yet. Liberty is outside of the room. Now, they have to work through something because before she can continue her cross-examination, she wants to bring in a piece of evidence. They're arguing about that piece of evidence right now. She wants to discredit her own witness. And the way that she's going to do that is play one of the pieces of footage from the interrogation where Little B is in fact reading and writing. And he's actually spelling it, right? Everybody's kind of objecting to this because they don't understand the purpose of her trying to bring that in. She's scrambling and scraping, trying to explain why it's wrong. And the judge is like, okay, what are you going to do? You're going to keep it on silent? You're going to keep the video on, like, you're going to mute it and just show that you can read it? They get detectives who are showing them pictures of these defendants and asking them to identify them. And after he identifies them, he had to initial through those pictures, right? So she wants to show that interaction that you can in fact read it right, but you're doing that to really discredit your own witness, which is funny. Let's keep going. He's signing his name and writing their names. And are we going to be able to see from the video that he's writing their names? Yes. He may or may not answer what he's actually doing. Yes. You know, I just have to. Once the court knows, I'm a very long process because it's not happening now.
You realize that there are plenty of people who can probably see their names but not read, right? So that won't establish anything. And that if you don't get the seal, it could very well be him writing the word D after somebody there says, the way you spell it is D-U-W-A. So that actually does happen. I mean, it's not to you, I guess, that you think that establishes anything. So the purpose of it then would be to show that he can read it right.
That was one of them.
Okay, what else?
To ask him the question of whether or not he was attempting to get people in trouble at the time he did this. What was his reason? Why did he lie here?
Okay. Okay. So that's where I was at. Anything else?
I just wanted to bring that to.
No, I mean, anything else before we get him back in the jury room? Let's go ahead. Do that now. Cindy, would you get that sheet up?
Yeah, now the lapel, I mean, it standing. Yeah, y'all are revolting.
Good.
Thank you, Judge. Welcome back, Mr. Zachary. Would you please tell the jury if you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gun that you bought that you let Wu hold? Mr. Zachary?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Isn't it true that when you were talking about that gun, you were talking about a gun you let Woody hold because you owed one of Woody's friends some money?
Oh,
Did you sell Woody a gun for $1,000? Is that what you remember talking to Mr. Shard about?
Subject of cross-examination.
Yeah.
Overruled.
I never sold it. No, bought it.
Say that again.
We went and bought it. So
Was that after Rudy's girlfriend and child had been shot at? Do you remember testifying that Rudy told you that a detective told him that he could have a gun?
I didn't say the tip. I didn't say anything.
Jamie, thank you. And do you know whether that conversation was had after Rudy's girlfriend and baby was shot at?
I think so. I don't know.
Okay. And that was after January 2015, right?
Yeah, girlfriend got shot a lot of time.
All right. This particular time that
When
you
I
got,
in
yes, sir.
the house we get shot.
Okay. Was that after Nut got killed?
Like a week later. I don't know. It's somewhere early January, like
Early January? Okay.
middle. I don't know.
All right. And you were asked by Thug's lawyer whether at some point Thug stopped coming around. Did I get that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember telling the police about needing to pay back money and you couldn't do it until you caught up with Thug and got some, but that Thug had stopped coming around, Rudy?
Me, I said that. I didn't swear for him. I didn't say that.
You never said you needed to get some money from Thug?
Not that I remember.
Okay.
He's like, correction, ma'am.
And do I have it correct that when you went into that interview, you had every intention or you didn't in any way want to hurt Thug because he's from Cleveland Avenue?
Not because he can take down the I don't know. I don't know. I just wanted to talk.
All right. But do you remember testifying earlier that you didn't say anything or want to say anything to get Thug in trouble because you didn't want to get people from Cleveland Avenue in trouble?
I said that.
Did you? Do you remember that?
Oh, my head hurts so bad.
Okay. I'll try to be clear. When you testified on cross-examination with Shannon's lawyer about lies that you told in the August 2015 interview, and when you told Thug's lawyer that the information that you spoke about came from what Copeland wanted Garlington to say, can you tell us whether or not you were trying to tell police, but you understood Copeland to have already told the police?
I don't know. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing. Some of it I remember from my preliminary hearing.
Okay. When you talked about Rudy stealing Nut's chain, was that from Copeland or from your preliminary hearing?
I already know about that.
Okay. And when you talked about Rudy confronting Kel at the skating rink, was that from Copeland or your preliminary hearing? Say that again.
I don't remember. I probably already know about it.
Okay. And do you remember Doug's lawyer asking you whether the if gang rivalry with YSL began because of Rudy?
I don't remember. I told my head hurts so bad.
Okay.
All right, so you have the ability over lunch to have your pain medication.
I'm
with you.
allergic to Tylenol. Allergic to a lot of medicine. Y'all already got all these records. Like
And we talked about you being able to get your prescription medication.
I ain't complaining. I'm still up here.
Do you remember telling the police that the rivalry between If Gang and YSL began roughly a month before Nut's death?
Oh,
Do you remember when Thug's lawyer asked you about the Post, they shoot at us, we don't tell, we shoot at them, they call the police.
I remember you but
Okay. Do you remember telling the police about that after saying that you had gotten shot at on Empire near Cleveland, and you didn't know it was If Gang until Thug and D started tweeting?
I don't know.
When you told the police, speaking about the lies, according to Mr. Shard, Shannon's lawyer, on cross-examination, when you told the police that Rudy was waiting on Bloody J by the side of the church after Rudy had gotten jumped 5 or 6 days before Nutt's murder, was that a lie?
I don't know.
Do you remember whether that was something you got from Copeland or from your prelim? And when you told the police that Moulton and Kel were beefing about Trevia, was that from your prelim or from Copeland?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these subject matters. All this is beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. What Mr. Sharp asked was, and what Mr. Steele asked was, you lied continuously. And Mr. Weinstein, they brought up things that they alleged or asked this witness that he lied about. And they essentially said you lied about everything because you wanted to get yourself out of trouble. And you were just telling what Copeland told or what you had heard from prelim. So everything, when I'm asking him these questions, it's to confront him with things and to get clarification based on what he said in cross as to where this information came from.
Literally no one argued that he lied about everything. And he has not testified that he lied about everything. I specifically brought his attention to certain things that he acknowledged he lied about. And now we are talking about things way outside the scope of that. We're just redoing this whole thing again, and it's 403 and it's outside the scope of
Let's narrow your questions to things that were asked about.
Yes, ma'am. When you were asked about whether all of the shootings you talked about had shell casings from guns that you owned, do you remember being asked about that?
it's a gun that I would have caught possession of.
Okay, so you remember being asked about shell casings on crime scenes that matched guns you were in possession of,
That I got caught with this.
that you got caught. And one of those crime scenes was Ruchi's mother's house, was it not?
I ain't so yeah.
Okay. Now, when you told the police about being at Big Boo's grandma's house on the day Lucci's mother got shot, was that something you got from Rudy or your prelim or somewhere else?
I am not.
And when you told the police that Rudy told Shannon and Pokey, let's go, right before Lucci's mom's house got shot up, was that something you got from Copeland, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So I lied.
You lied? Okay. Where did that lie come from?
I don't know.
Now, when you told the police that after Shannon, Rudy, and Pokey got back, someone made a call to Boo and said that they put $1,000 on the head of whoever shot up Lucci's mother's house. Where did that come from? Rudy, a prelim, or something you remembered happening? And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere else? And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. Sorry, guys, I went on a bathroom break and they went on break. Crazy. Let's see. Is it a bench conference? I'm gonna go back just so I can catch up with y'all. We'll go back a few seconds and see what she's complaining about.
Woody, a prelim, or something you remembered happening? And when you told the police that Woody looked scared, where did that information come from? Copeland, prelim, or somewhere else? And did you tell the police that after they got back, Shannon, Woody, and Pokey, did you tell the police whether you heard them say anything?
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes. Where's she going with that? Oh, that happened right when I left. Okay. Let's see if it's back. You're not back yet. So it's a sidebar. I mean, that is like really strange questioning. Like, why is she asking about that? But it's also like, all right, it sounds like you're on a whole new redirect. You know, like, where are we going with this? Weren't we just talking about a piece of footage that you were trying to bring in? Are we getting to that anytime soon? Are we getting there? Shenanigans. Let us keep it going with our supers. I think we were right around here. We welcomed Rhonda, and we're just waiting for them to come back from this bench conference to see what the result of that was. I've got it live, so as soon as they come back, oh, it looks like they're back. Let's go back. All right, here we are, from the top. Mic's on. Mic's on. Put the mics on.
Did he have a show on January 10th, 2015? Did he have a show on September 14th, 2017? To your knowledge? Okay. You remember Mr. Steele asking you whether you were still a fan of Defendant Williams' music? So did you follow whether or not he had any shows on these days?
I was locked up,
Okay, so you did.
away from the world.
All right. When you said on cross-examination that you got information from Garlington, you got it from Copeland, do you have any memory now of what parts of what you told the police came from Garlington? Did the information you gave them about Lucy's mother's house come from Copeland or from your prelim or from your being there? You were asked by Mr. Steele about Thug giving you money. Do you recall telling the police about a time when all of you went to the mall and stuff and Thug had bought you all clothes?
I don't remember, but if he did, he went to Marvin when he goes to close, probably, he probably went for that.
How often did Thug buy you all clothes?
But
Which time was that?
no time out to that.
And which time were you talking about?
See, keep saying like, him buying y'all clothes, like, you gotta think about it. I knew him before them, so like the clothes jumped in and like, we grew up together.
So did he buy clothes for a lot of people around you?
I don't know, I just know what relationship that different people had. I don't know what relationship different people had.
And when you were asked about Defendant Williams' relationship with Rich Homie Quan by Thug's lawyer, did you hear Thug call Rich Homie Quan
Don't say it again.
a bitch on any other day besides the time you told police about in March?
Yeah, him, myself,
Yes, on any other day.
oh, I told you, I heard it.
And when did you first start hearing, either from yourself or someone else, those say disparaging or bad things about Rich Homie Quan?
I didn't even hear that. I don't hear, like, I've been locked up all this time.
So,
With me, I don't, I've been locked up 8 years. Though.
but you weren't locked up in March of 2015, right?
I was sick in March of 15, just said that earlier.
You were not locked up, right?
No,
And you were not trying to hurt Thug when you went in to talk to the police, right?
man, I don't know.
Am I the only one you don't remember with?
No, it's just, you keep asking me in my mind, I say something. Like, you ask me stuff I already answered.
Okay. Do you need a moment? Do you need to take?
No, I'm scared. I'm saying you ask me stuff I already answered. And keep telling you, I don't know if I remember. I tell you.
About that?
I don't tell you I don't know everything.
Okay. Do you know whether it was Copeland, Burlington, or your prelim where you got the information you gave to police about Philo, D, Stewie, and Stagg?
I don't know.
Do you remember whether it was Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or your personal knowledge, where you got the information about Thug driving a Corvette in the few days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Told you I know he had it. I don't see. I don't know.
What did you start to say before I
I
don't
know he
remember?
had a big car. I told you that already.
Okay.
I don't remember minutes.
And was that a vet that he owned? Do you know if he rented a Corvette in the days before Donovan Thomas was murdered?
I don't know. I don't think it's
All right. When you talked about going to Florida in a Sprinter van that had already been reserved with Mr. Steele on Cross, did you get the information from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim that you went in that Sprinter van with Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak?
So you asked me how did I know about it?
I'm asking you whether when you told the police that, if that was something you got from somebody else or something that was true.
That was something that's true.
Okay. And when you told the police that the beef between YSL and If Gang started when Rudy and Mooktoon shot Kel, was that something that was true? Something you got from Copeland, Garlington, or your prelim?
I don't know. Watch my loud.
And when you told the police that Shannon, Yak, Nard, and Duop were going to be Bushi on the night that Donovan Thomas was murdered, was that something that you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or Shannon? Do you have any idea where you would have had access to that information other than Shannon?
No. What?
Other than Shannon.
Shannon ain't tell me that. What you talking about?
Okay. So
I told Shannon to me that.
did you get it from Copeland?
I don't remember. I know for a fact Shannon told me and I told her that.
Okay. Why don't you remember whether you got it from Copeland, but know for a fact it didn't come from Shannon?
I know for a fact I told you that.
Give up, you lost it. You don't got the.
Did you get it from Yak?
I know that for a fact I told her and asked her to get it from her.
Did you get it from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else that on the way to meet Bushi, they fucked up and saw nut? Who'd you get that from?
I don't know. I ain't probably get from nobody. I don't know.
You think that was something you made up?
Objection, Your Honor, this is all beyond false.
It is.
Judge,
Also with the cussing, you know, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed that the defense attorneys, whenever they're talking to the witnesses, they will censor themselves. They'll say the F word, the N word, this or that. There's still a level of professionalism. I know Simone does that too. I don't know if they're using that as a strategy for the effect of how it lands with the jury members, but just notice the difference in both of these sides when they talk about some of these more difficult topics that do have cuss words in them. Love is, you know, the Ritual Miquan thing, I just think out of respect, he literally just passed away 3 weeks ago. That was not good. This one, she could have said effed up, but it is what it is. Let's keep going.
now, when you told the police that after they fucked up and saw Nut, they rolled back around and started shooting at Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
When you told the police that it was outside a barber shop that they saw Nut, was that from Copeland, Garlington, the prelim, or somewhere else?
I don't know.
Did you ever see Nut on the surveillance footage that you saw on TV?
I don't know.
And when you told the police that the barbershop and Texaco are places where If Gang members hang out, is that something you got from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else? When you told the police that Bentley took the guns to his spot on Oak Drive, is that something you got from Copeland, Demekion, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Now the side guy, she's turning her mic off, so it looks like it is another bench conversation. I'm gonna bring it back up to current so we can wait until they get back. But yeah, this is crazy. I mean, a lot of these, remember I was talking about the concept of looping? You can loop for effect, but you gotta get the person to answer what you're fishing for. So if you know the answer to a specific question already, you know that they can answer it. It's an artful way of doing it. And a lot of that does involve not badgering the witness. You know, he doesn't feel well. He is telling her that right now. He wants us to wrap up, and she's like, I'll be quick. You'll be quick. But what you're doing is you're asking the same questions over and over. Some questions you're going to have to abandon. Some questions have to abandon ship. You're just not going to get it, but you might get some of this, right? If he's telling you that, and if you respected what he was saying, and work with him, like, okay, and remind him, have you guys noticed that the defense is starting to do that? Like, I'm sorry, you're not doing it, Mr. Zachary, can we get you like, did it yesterday, yeah, did a great job this year. The witness, bedside manner, give you anything, we're gonna make this fast. And then you actually deliver on that. So that way they know they're gonna be done soon. With this, she needs the answers to those questions so bad that she's not letting it go, and she's coming back to it while he's pretty much under arrest. But I'm going back.
When you told the police that Shannon and Yak told you, I just caught that in nut down bad, did you get that from Copeland, Darlington, your prelim, or somewhere else? Is that something now you're saying you made up entirely? Well, that's why I asked. Did you get it from Copeland, Darlington?
That's it. Nobody told me.
And when you told the police that Shannon had an XB45, is that something you got from Copeland, Darlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
You trying to
So did you make that up too? And when you told the police that the 7.62 was Nard's gun, was that something you got from Copeland? As you're sitting here today testifying, is that something you got from Copeland, Darlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
the judge made her ask it that way. That's why I had that at the end of every sentence. That's what happened in the last bench conference. We decided that.
When you told the police that Nard talked about the murder after Miami, is that something you got from Copeland, Darlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Something like that.
When you told the police that after seeing Rudy staying on the couch acting worried, Nard said that nigga Rudy gonna fold, he gonna tell on us about that nut situation, is that something you got from Copeland, Darlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
Out here, but let's go back into some more of the Copeland, Darlington, or somewhere else.
And when you told the police that Doug asked them, do you remember talking about Doug acting normal on cross-examination with Doug's attorney?
Jesus, was I muted?
Do you remember what Mr. Steele asked?
I done read this whole super chat. Muted. Okay, Denise Leah, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I wanted to stop really quickly to acknowledge this one. Sorry, y'all, just can't really be like, hey, you're muted, you're muted, you're muted. I'm actually 20 seconds ahead in the stream, and y'all are 20 seconds behind because of the streaming thing. So when y'all tell me that, I can't really say it until after I've said it. But anyway, I'm reading the super chat because it is super generous. And it says, hey, AB and friends. He's like, I can't speak for anyone else. We were friends. He just bought me shit. But sucks. She's a terrible lawyer. She made him shut down. I have a new membership, but I have been behind the scenes for a very long time. Thank you so much, Denise Leah. I appreciate the membership. I appreciate you being here. And what I was saying, guys, when you do get a membership, what happens is you'll get an email, but it won't tell you who gifted it to you. So if you're not here, that's what happens. Denise Leah, thank you so much for the generous super chat. And we're going to go back to Copeland, Garlington, or someone else. That's what you missed. Who knows? Me. Thank you so, so, so much.
You, whether you testified that Doug was acting normal after.
No, he had that today.
Do you remember at any time him asking that? When you told the police that Doug asked Shannon, Yak, and Nard why they killed Nut, did you get that from Copeland, Garlington, your prelim, or somewhere else?
So, sure. It built Valentine. And I said it. And I told him years ago I lied. It ain't nothing new.
Okay, so would you tell the jury whether that was something just made up out of the thin air or?
I don't know nothing I lied.
Okay. Now, is it only the things about people who are on trial now that you know for a fact you lied about?
I didn't say anything about that.
When you talk about what you do know and what you can't remember, is it only the information that you gave about Thug, Yak, and Shannon that you know for a fact you lied about?
Because I lied. What you mean?
Okay.
I told y'all years ago that I lied. And you know that.
And so, Mr. Zachary, all I'm asking is, in that August,
I lied, man. I told them back then I lied.
and in August 2015, all I'm asking is, today is your testimony that the only people you lied about are Doug, Shannon, and Yak.
No, I lied about what they asked me about.
So, you didn't lie about Rudy getting jumped 5 or 6 days before Nut got killed, did you?
It was that.
Did you lie when you told the police that you all believe that Rudy shot up Gucci's studio on Metropolitan?
I don't know.
Did you lie when you told the police that Rockville and YSL are the same thing?
Let's change.
Do you remember Mr. Steele saying, asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you in 2017 about the things you were saying in your proffer that were different than what you said in 2015. Do you remember that? Do you remember that?
Say that to yourself.
Do you remember him asking you, isn't it true that no one ever confronted you about things that you were saying different in 2017 than what you had said in 2015?
That may have been, not even, but different. It was covered in clause.
I'm sure he asked.
Okay.
That was me.
My apologies to everyone. Do you remember Shannon's attorney telling you you never were confronted in 2017 about things you said differently than what you did in 2015? Do you remember that? And do you remember agreeing with me? Yeah, nobody ever confronted me about things I said.
They say, also somebody said,
I'm sorry, when
he asked me why the also somebody didn't tell me so home. And he said something like that.
was Mr. Richardson your lawyer or your friend in that interview?
No, he's not my lawyer.
He was there on your behalf.
I don't know how he got there. But he later came back, but he wasn't my lawyer there.
Isn't it true that you all were allowed to take breaks and that after at least one of those breaks, Detective Dennis came back and told you that you or reminded you that you'd said a lot more about the murder than in 2015 than you were doing now in 2017? Isn't it true that after that point, Detective Dennis asked you about what you had told him in 2015 about Duop and Nard? Isn't it true that at that point you said you had heard that they were involved, that is, Duop and Nard were involved? You had heard that from Copeland, and then you said, I mean, Shannon. Isn't that true? Isn't it true that after you told them that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you about the murder, they pressed you on exactly what Shannon said to you?
So you didn't tell me
Isn't it true that during the 2017 interview, when you told the police and people with the DA's office, with Mr. Richardson present, that Shannon came to the apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder, you were asked what exactly Shannon said to you, and you said, I don't want to talk about it. You were pressed on what exactly Shannon told you in the 2017 interview. Isn't it true that when you said you were not pressed or you were not confronted with differences in your story, that what you said about not being confronted wasn't exactly accurate? In other words, when you said something different, the police did ask you, wait a minute, what about this? You said it differently.
and showed me. But I don't think they tried. Yeah, that's 2 years ago, did y'all have a video with the seat? Y'all told me no. Y'all told me there no interview, just transcript.
Okay. And during that 2017 interview, when you were looking at pictures of Shannon and Duop and Nard, isn't it true that you signed your name and wrote Shannon's and Nard's and Duop's on their pictures?
I did.
When you were asked about the Little Wayne bus shooting on cross-examination, is it your testimony today that you remember events that happened that night?
God, yes,
Do you remember telling detectives in the 2017 interview that people didn't need to get the gang's permission in order to carry out the Little Wayne bus shooting?
I don't know it being said like this.
Do you remember being asked on cross-examination about the Infinity that you were in, that you rode inside with Copeland?
Y'all said something. I remember somebody said something about it.
Do you remember, I believe it was Mr. Steele, if it was not correct, if your memory is different. Do you remember Thug's lawyer asking you whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes.
Do you remember today whether the information you got about that Infinity came only from Copeland?
Yes, I told I know somebody else in the car.
She's good at spinning webs. This is what she was doing. When she was asking that question, did you get it from Woody? Did you get it from Garlington? Did you get it from your preliminary or somewhere else? He knew what that was. And so she kept, asking that question. He kept saying, no. Now she's zeroing in on what she was trying to get. Did you get that only from Woody? And he just said yes. Love is actually good at spinning webs. She got what she needed. Hopefully she lets this man go. But let's see what happens next.
He told me about the car.
Is there anything in particular about that that causes you to remember it as opposed to other? And was it Rudy who told you that Thug's manager rented it?
Yes. I don't know. I remember. I didn't know who to say. Thug gonna call something.
Hear that? You gotta miss it.
I told you I know something about it. I told him I know something about the public.
You told the jury earlier that after a certain point that Thug stopped associating with you. You said something like that on the cross. Do you remember that? Do you remember specifically talking about Rudy, like Thug not hanging around Rudy?
Yes, I said yeah.
Do you remember when that was? If you remember Thug stop hanging around? Okay, generally speaking, would you say it was around May 2015? So does that mean it probably happened before that or after that?
I think they got like those sometimes.
Do you know whether Rudy actually talked to Doug about getting his bond paid in June 2015?
General alcohol.
Okay, you asked about Doug and Rudy's relationship. I'm just asking you if you know anything about. Okay, so that's a no. When you're locked up, does that keep you from getting information about other people that are locked up? So were you locked up federally? Were you locked up in Fulton County? So if you were locked up in Fulton County and Rudy was locked up in Fulton County, do you all have the ability to talk to each other? Do you not have access? Okay. Does being on a different floor keep you from having access to other people or talking to other people in jail?
Yes.
Do you not remember speaking with Sledge from inside the jail? Amongst them? Right.
If I talk to them, I'm gonna talk to them. What time tonight?
While you were in the jail, he was in the jail.
Yeah.
And what about Burlington? You remember getting communication from Burlington while you were about to jail?
If Burlington slaves was in the case together,
Okay. Are they the only people that you talked to while you were in the jail that were in the jail with you? What did you say?
in the down body.
You were asked on cross-examination about a picture of Shannon taken the days or taken sometime before January 10th, 2015. Do you remember Mr. Steele asking about it? Do you remember being shown a photograph of Shannon standing in front of a window?
Yeah, I remember the picture. I picture.
And do you have any independent knowledge of when or if that was placed on any social media sites?
When I think I took that picture, I remember that.
Just the picture, though.
When I saw that, I remember the picture for something.
Did you post that on your social media site?
No,
Okay. Now, when you were asked on cross-examination about Antonio Sledge being drunk and Garlington being high and you being high on April 28, 2015, were you telling the jury everything that you remember about that night when you spoke with Shannon's attorney on cross-examination?
Then what?
Is that all that you remember about that night on April 28th that you sit here today? April 28th, 2015, that Shan said, no two was drunk.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the statement of the testimony. His testimony was not that.
Do you remember anything else about the night of April 28th that Mr. Sharp asked you about on cross-examination regarding Sledge being drunk?
I think I told him, I don't know. I told him, I'm so sorry to bring to.
And what does that type of time do to your ability to remember?
Xanax.
Okay. What does that do for you and for your ability to remember?
Yeah, I'm not that before I'm inside.
And does that cause you to forget things?
Yes.
Okay. So if you remembered that it was only you, Sledge, and Garlington, at what point did the high wear off to allow you to?
About the meeting that
Do you know what Trontavious Stevens was doing during that time?
No.
You were asked whether you went to Arrowhead Pond with Copeland and Sledge. Do you remember that?
I remember telling me I didn't remember if Sledge was with us.
Okay. Do you remember testifying on cross-examination that you wanted to convince Gaither and Dennis that you were telling the truth so that you could get out of jail?
I remember so
Do you remember when you were shown a clip of Gaither coming into the room saying, y'all been calling me, you're not, you remember that? Now, do you remember being asked whether you wanted to meet with Gaither so that you could get out of jail?
I remember me saying I didn't call him. I'm saying that.
Do you remember saying you wanted to clear Sledge of the shooting?
I told you I know.
Did you lie when you told the police that the phone number they showed you was not yours? You remember when you were asked on cross-examination whether you lied when you said you weren't involved in the April 28th shooting? You remember when you said on cross that when you first sat down, you said, I wasn't involved, I didn't have nothing to do with that shooting?
I'm not saying that loud. I don't understand what you're saying. You gotta ask me.
Okay. You remember saying you lied in the August 2015 hearing, is that right?
Yes.
Did you lie when you told them or confirmed for them Demetrian's phone number?
Outside the scope of cross.
Did you lie when you told them that the phone number they had was not yours?
Outside the scope of cross.
We're over an hour since we got back. Do you remember when you told them when you first sat down, you were making stuff up as you were going on? You remember saying that on class?
Yeah.
At what point did that change, if at all?
To be understand.
Well, you said at first I was making stuff up as I was
I
going.
still think so.
Okay, so are you saying that you made stuff up throughout the whole interview on August 5th, 2015?
Many stuff and say stuff that I had already heard. I told that.
And when you said that you wanted to take the guns out of your hand and put them in someone else's hand, is that what you were trying to do throughout the August 5th interview? Just take guns out of your hand? Do you remember saying on class? Okay. By the time that you got to the 2017 interview, was your goal in that interview the same thing as your goal was in the 2015 interview? Right. Do you remember whether you went to 2017 interview with the intent to tell stories? Do you
Did I tell stories? I told stories. Right.
And was there any reason that you told for these particular lies that you claim to tell? For what reason were you telling lies in 2017?
I told about it before.
And so the lies you told in 2017 were because you had already told them? Is that what you're saying?
Projection that's
Yes. Is that what you're saying? Why did you tell the lies you're not saying you told in 2017?
I'm not saying.
And the lies in 2015 that you told, did you tell them for any reason other than what you've already given to the jury? The things that you said in the August 2015 interview that were not true. The reasons that you told them, even though they were not true. Are those reasons, have you told all of those reasons for telling those lies that you gave to the jury? Just it's a circle. This is her time. She beats people down. Remember, see after him. So she's spinning the web when he's off the scene. Oh my God! Mr. Weinstein. What you said.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks. How are you doing? Okay, gonna be able to answer my questions? I'm gonna do. Can you lean forward just a little bit? Yeah, if you know them, that's all I'm asking, okay? So, on the redirect, Ms. Love asked you a lot of questions about the sources of your lies, okay? The lies you told in 2015 and 2017. So let's get into that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about the play that you testified to that you got from Garlington. Okay? Remember the play?
I don't remember it.
That play you testified to that you got from Garlington, that was about the murder of Peanut, Donovan Thomas, right?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. And that play was something cooked up between Garlington and Woody, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, as to vagueness.
So I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Yes, the play was cooked up between Garlington and Woody.
Woody played Garlington and it was on Woody head.
Something Woody had. And Woody came up with that play in order to take attention away from him.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer that question. But that was a scheme between them to come up with the story that you would use, correct? They planted that story with
Objection, Your
you.
Honor, ask the answer.
Sustained.
The story that they came up with, that they told you, that Garlington relayed to you, was about Shannon and Yak and Duop and Nard being involved in Nutt's murder.
It was, I don't remember all the details, but it had something to do with it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
I
that.
don't remember all the detail, but it had something to do with it.
It had something to do with that, with the murder of Peanut, with the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay. And that story was intended to cover up Woody's involvement in that murder.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did Garlington tell you why he was coming up with that story?
While Woody was coming up with it,
Yeah.
it's just like Woody got him in some bullshit.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, Woody has been named, Your Honor, as an unindicted co-conspirator. It's a statement of a co-conspirator.
Your Honor, first of all, Your Honor, Garland, this is a whole, he's asking about Garlington, he's not asking about Moody. And if this is a matter that needs to be talked about, I don't think it's proper to do it, but
Your question, Ms. Elmore.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so the story you got from Garlington, that's the story that you ended up relaying to law enforcement, to Gaither and Dennis in
Objection.
2015.
ask me.
Sustained.
You asked repeatedly by the attorney for the state, by Ms. Love, how various lies that you told benefited you. Do you remember her asking you that just now?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you're sitting over here right now instead of over there. Is that correct?
Yes.
You think that that's a benefit to you?
Objection.
Do you view that as a
Hang
benefit?
on.
I'm asking him.
I know, and there's an objection on the floor, which I haven't been here yet. Wait a minute.
I apologize, Your Honor.
So objection as to, the misrepresentation, vagueness, when the question is, do you think it's a benefit that you're over there and not here as it relates to the interview in 2015 and 2017? I would ask for clarification.
He's defending his client in something like that. At the end of the day, like his client's in jail and he's not. He's not. Let's keep going. I mean, I don't know. Like maybe let's see how the judge rules on that one.
About what it is that he was getting a benefit.
Okay. I'll repeat that question to you. Do you view it as a benefit to you that those lies that you told in 2015 and 2017 put you in that witness stand instead of over there as a defendant?
Objection, relevance.
I didn't benefit off none of it.
You benefit off any of it? You'd rather be over there?
Objection, improper.
That's a stop.
Are you a defendant in this case?
Objection, relevance.
It's directly relevant to his motivation. Are you a defendant in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Stu. All right.
Come on, Stu. Let's get it.
Let's give it to you.
Thanks again, Tex.
very briefly. You asked about what I call the rodeo tour, but I'm talking about March, April 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Travis Scott and Jeffrey Williams or Young Thug are performing, right?
Yes.
You asked if Jeffrey was the headliner or was not the headliner. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Headliner means what? Tell the jurors.
I don't know. I think like the main, I don't know, I think like the main person or something.
Is it fair to say that Jeffrey or Young Thug by this time is a big attraction in music?
Objection asked, answered, and relevance.
Came up on Reed Cross.
I know, but given the objection sustained,
When you were there, if you saw the crowd, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott play together? My question.
say that again.
Yeah, when you saw the crowds at the rodeo tour, did Jeffrey and Travis Scott perform together?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
I think, okay, that's fine. All right. You said you were asked specifically, did Jeffrey buy clothing
Count is on.
for a lot of people? Do you remember that question?
Boy, grab it slowly.
on recross examination?
Yes.
All right. Is it true that Jeffrey did buy clothing for people at the Cleveland Avenue park?
I told like they was like it wasn't that new. Like everybody knew about like yeah.
Okay. And were you aware that Jeffrey did clothing drives all over the country?
Objection relevance.
It came up on cross.
Doesn't mean it's relevant.
You asked, and it was worded this way, that Jeffrey stopped hanging around with Woody. Remember those questions on recross?
Yes.
We're at 35. Thank you, Tess. Tess is counting.
From your vantage point, people are always trying to be around Jeffrey.
Objection, Your Honor. Vague and speculation.
Overruled.
Did Jeffrey allow people to take pictures with him
Objection relevance.
when they,
James. 37.
from your vantage point, did Mr. Copeland or Woody, did Jeffrey go to him in any way, or was Mr. Copeland trying to hang out with Jeffrey?
Objection relevance beyond the scope of redirect.
It was on redirect.
Overruled.
Yeah, Kobe used to come around.
You were asked again on redirect about a supposed tweet of, and I'm not quoting it, but something like, "We shoot at them and don't report, they shoot at us and report." I'm not saying that's a quote. Have you ever seen a tweet like that?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered on cross.
All right, Mr. Sharp, maybe this second. You have any recross? All right. You are now free to speak.
Oh,
That's on my leg.
yes.
Take care.
He's running out of next week.
Okay.
All right, they're going to take off his ankle monitor. He's going home. We're up to our next witness. It's 3:00. We have 5:30 tomorrow in the court. It is likely that we're going to have records custodians for the rest of the day. These are people that transported or transmitted some of the records used as evidence in this case. Last week, we had a Verizon lady. I will be in this. That was excruciating for him.
You don't need a bathroom break before we start next witness. Yes, no, you did, okay. Okay. We're actually gonna have to step back out, but we'll take out the recess. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take a bathroom break. I'll see if anything happens. Okay, and that brings us to current time. So thank you guys for typing Lou D in the chat. He's finally free after such a long week where he was shackled, had on belly chains, getting out the hospital, brought to the hospital, then brought to jail, then brought back to the hospital, then testified for 4 days without medication because he doesn't trust the state, with these people asking him questions about this case that they cannot prove. We still don't know how Young Thug has anything to do with this because Little D himself hasn't spoken to Young Thug since 2016. And Buffalo's man still, after he did time, put him on the stand, propped him up, asked him questions. He was hurting. To prove what? That is the question of the day. To prove what? To prove what? Did we find Rico today from Little D's testimony? I don't see it. I mean, what we did discover is that there were more lies. And he used, and shout out to Doug, Doug caught this. Doug realized that he used the same finesse strategy. Thing Little Woody used to do. Take a little bit of truth and a little bit of lies, and you mix it. That's the finesse, you mix it. These defense attorneys are trying to pull that out. And of course, as expected, during recross, those last few minutes, both Brian and Doug got hit with a shower of objections. Some of them didn't make sense. Some of them were just the words objection. She was trying to protect everything she had from that last recross. That took forever. Did get him to say that he ran. She did use her tangled web tactic. We see it over here. We see it. So the court's on a quick bathroom break. We're going to continue, but little D is finally done. He is finally done. So they'll be back any moment now, but let's us look at our super chats. I think I left off right here. Shout out to Destiny with the 5. She says, so we just gonna ignore love stealing Dexter's laboratory coat. All right, mixologist, where's Rico? 5 P's, proper preparation prevents poor performance. I love that, Destiny. I love that. Very cool. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. You had a great comment. Shout out to Carmen, who became a member. Welcome to the squad, Carmen. Gonna love it here. Make sure you vote. Go to my community tab, Carmen. Let us know what Max Shard moment you really like. Same thing with Michelle, one of our folks. Make sure you go over there and check it out. And we'll go from there. Shout out to King Jiggy with the 20. He says, when you pass the bar, I'm putting you on retainer. Hey, I mean, I might be too busy for that. Just saying. Girl, moving up and looking at the YouTube space. Jiggy, but maybe pro bono or something when I need some time. We could do that. Thank you so much, King Jiggy. Shout out to Anthony Peterson with the 5. Anthony says, judge putting love on a leash may be a necessary evil to keep the trial moving. It might be. It might be, because sometimes, and you notice that this is what the judge does. When she wants her to stop, she'll say things like, you know, Miss Love, I gotta go to the bathroom. And then yesterday she just got up and went. She was just like, I don't have time for your shenanigans. I just gotta go to the bathroom. Notice that the judge is starting to have abrupt moments where she just leaves. So thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Mixed Chicks, Sammy with the 5. Sammy says, if Love needs to prove little D can read and write, she should have done that before having him sign the plea. Oh, that's a good point, Sammy. I didn't even realize that until you just said it. Very, very good point, because technically he signed a plea deal, and the plea deal has clauses that say that he fully understands this deal. Because he had immunity, right? Thank you so much, Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Marcy, who became a member. Welcome to our squad, Marcy. Gonna love it here. Make sure you also have an opportunity to go to the community tab. Weigh in on events from Max Shard. We are grabbing footage and putting those videos together. Want to include our members in that process. Thank you, Marcy. Shout out to Lady BC with a 5. Lady says, thank you, Judge. Plenty of people can write in their own name. That's the thing. If some people can't read and write, but they can, well, is signing your name a part of writing? Does that qualify, or is it an exception? What say you? Let us know. But thank you so much, Lady BC. Appreciate you. Shout out to Anthony with the 2. Says, little D, pick a 5-star hotel you want for the weekend, right? We about to, like, we're over here, like, we all feeling bad for him, but want something great to happen for him as well. I mean, at the same time, he's done his crimes. You know, lived that life, but now he's too doped up and sick to even participate in that stuff anymore. This was 9 years ago. These guys are all grown up now. Even little D, we were looking at images when he was like 10 years old on the block. Like, why that even came up, I don't understand. But it came up. Shout out to Avenue Boy with a 5. Avenue Boy says, it's painting a false narrative, cutting the sound off. This is a disgusting trial. Ideem Pix says nothing about being able to read and write. That's the same thing, because if you're identifying someone, that's more of an image recognition, right? Now, if you're able to read and write cognitively, those are very different skills. But being able to identify patterns or images or people in pictures is a different skill. That's visual identification versus the ability to read properly or write properly. Great observation. I like it. Thank you so much. Shout out to Howell across the pond with the 5 pounds. Thank you so much, Howell. Really appreciate that. Howell is actively tuning in from the UK. Our UK squad is growing by the minute. Howell is typically gifting out memberships and tapping in when he can. So he or she, I think it's he. But it's good to see you over here. Shout out to King Jiggy with another 20. King Jiggy says redirect the big ankle love to her damn feet. How you doing? Thank you, Jiggy. Shout out to Avenue Boy again with the 2. Says, as my son says, AB went to take a nap. Oh, is this when I walked away? Well, that's the thing. Sometimes I need to this before, like if I need a coffee break or something, like I'll just go get something to drink or, bathroom break myself. But sometimes when I leave, things happen or somebody's at the doors, but we got the YFL Luna thing. This is a little bit small though. I will say this, for those of y'all with big dogs, I think we need to talk to the manufacturer about getting bigger sizes. That was a little snug around her, and Luna's only like 20 pounds. So always something with merch, right? But thank you so much, Avenue Boy. AB went to go take a nap. Thank you so much. That's a little gaming channel with the 5 says pronouns. I miss what we were talking about. Sometimes I miss them. PLBC. Court is on a quick bathroom break. They will be back any second now, and we will be catching up with you, seeing what's going on for the rest of the day. We have 2.5 hours left of court time, and it appears that we will be having some custodial witnesses. Atkins did say the state is calling XYZ person, so he is likely going to be doing the direct on the next witness, and then we'll likely have some cross. They did have some cross-examination for the Verizon lady. I think it was that somebody had some questions for the Verizon lady. It was the last records custodian that we saw, so we'll see what happens. Also at issue is we thought they were going to bring Missy Sprinkle back after Little B, but it sounds like they want to go through the records people. And honestly, I don't know if I could stomach Sprinkle today. Well, so usually what I do when I'm asking witnesses questions is this. I don't know if we can, I don't know how to patience for that. You guys do? Maybe. But we'll see. Thank you so much, TLDC. Shout out to Muffin with a 5. Muffin says, AB, I asked this question yesterday, but is it considered disrespectful to point? Ooh. In some cultures, yes. In illegal decorum, that is, my criminal rights professor used to say this all the time. He says the words "it depends" are 2 sexy words because it really does depend on the situation. Pointing at what demeanor? Pointing at a person, I believe, can be considered rude. Pointing at things or objects is very different. We have that big trigger and the pointers that are used in courtrooms all the time. If you're using a demonstrative, sometimes you'll see that big classroom pointer across the table. You were all at school. Sometimes you'll see people with a laser pointer point at things from across the room. Pointing at a person directly, it's almost like you're being, when your grandma yelling at you did not take out the trash. It's very, evasive, like body language wise. One of the channels I really enjoy on YouTube, what is it? Body language guys, body language channel, body language people. I don't know. There's like a panel of 4 body language experts. They're amazing. They're so good. And they typically look at the way that people's body language is. If you look at the actions of dear viewer, you're watching right now, whether you're on your TV, wherever, look at the screen. If I'm like, get the right button, that seems a little aggressive. Hit the right button now. That's aggressive. Even if I say it like, you hit the like button. Do you see how that comes across? Anyway, there, thank you so much, Muffin. Let's see. The behavioral panel is. Oh, Lord. And we'll do a couple of witnesses. What's the next one? So,
Oh,
she's so fluffy, we can't hear you.
okay, maybe just these two, maybe one more. I don't know. Because she always tries that to answer. I always stumble on. I mean, I don't know who she said, but I'm just talking about how many more witnesses there'll be for today. Sounds like there's at least one other, maybe one other after that, that seems like about it.
It's like people and shit.
They are, applicant Atkins is getting ready to bring up this expert witness. It sounds like there may be one other witness after this one. Atkins has the floor for the next hour, maybe a little bit of time for redirect, but let's see what this witness reveals if he gets us any closer to Rico. That being said, since we got a little dead time, thank you, Muffet, for that question. Yeah, Orlando with the 10 says, was a clothing brand called Rico? No, it had something to do with an S and a, what's the name of Thug's clothing brand, guys? I forget off the top of my head. The clothing brand was definitely not Rico. Let me come back over to what he said, see what he'll say. Thug's clothing brand, I remember it has like that S and a snake. Spider. Thank you so much, December Winter. It's called Spider. Thank you, Orlando, for the super chat. But it's called Spider, not Rico. Shout out to LGC. Love thinks she's slick. She was trying to emasculate the brother while telling him that Thug took y'all shit. Love cold-blooded. It would be cocked. Yeah. He did. K-Wax is in Florida. You guys get hammered with hurricane. Florida man has nothing on lumber. Thank you, K-Wax. Denise, I call you. And it's Alex. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5 says, Amy, I love when you get passionate on me. Me too. And it's always when I'm cooking. Always, Sammy. Right. So to Deshaunda with the 5 says the state's witness of the young Doe trial. Nothing like these witnesses. I watched day 1 last night and he is giving it all up over there. Yeah, I heard they were funny. Confession very early on. Nurse O with the 10 says love needs to check her ego. She's so busy to prove that she's right, she screws her case. I'm still trying to figure out how she got to this position. Me too. If we have some time, maybe I'll pull up her files. Chad's like, I'm good with the 5 says, whatever happened to the video she wanted to show? Did I miss it? I think maybe the judge didn't. See, she ended up not showing it. So that's probably what happened, right? The Anthony with the 2 says, who is Doug's manager? Any alleged involvement? Well, allegedly, Doug's manager was not Doug himself.
Your Honor, may the witness be sworn in?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sign over here.
Yes, sir. My name is Ricardo Leal. It's Ricardo. First name spelled Leal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leal. How are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell the jury where you work?
Yes, so I work for T-Mobile Corporation.
which is a mobile phone carrier.
How long have you been with T-Mobile?
So I started with T-Mobile back in April of 2020. There was a merger that transpired on that date. Prior to that, I worked for Sprint Corporation, which was another telephone company. And so I worked with them, basically started with them in 2002.
Was the merger between Sprint and T-Mobile?
Yes.
What do you do for T-Mobile?
So I serve as a records custodian when subpoenaed. My job title is testifier. So basically, I authenticate records, explain records, how they're kept, in the normal course of business, do a lot of reviewing records, those types of things.
How many trials have you testified?
So I've testified in over 450 in my tenure. I've been doing this part of my job for quite some time.
Do you travel across the country, or do you have a specific location that you cover?
All throughout the United States and other places as well.
So to become, what did you do, take a step back, before you began working with Sprint, before it merged with T-Mobile?
So when I worked at Sprint, I would have been an analyst, essentially. Subpoena analyst is what they called it. So my job function was to review legal demands, verify that legal demand, then send out the information that is being asked for through legal process. However, the request was asked. So essentially, that's what I was doing for a number of years. And then I headed up a team that was a heating response group, that they could get their information sooner by paying a fee. And then I transitioned into the job that I'm currently doing, but at the time it was with Sprint.
Would subpoenas from law enforcement agencies be one of the requests that you would review when you were an analyst?
Correct. That would be one of the formats. So subpoena, search warrant, court order, search warrant having the most available. They would be able to get the most information with the judge's signature. That's kind of how that process works.
What type of documents did you get familiar with as an analyst responding to those legal requests?
So mainly was call records pertaining to subscriber information, the call detail records, which is the network information that could have other information like cell tower information, billing records. That's the main things that were being asked for. And still to this day, there are some other records that we have as well. But those are the main things. Later on, the profession became more prevalent. Text information would be asked for, data, because your phones became user-friendly to be used for search engines, those types of things, for data. So those were often asked for too.
Can you differentiate the call detail records from the other records you described for the jury?
Sure, absolutely.
How would you describe or differentiate?
So the call records would show the calls that were taking place. It will have the different numbers. It will also depend on what type of call record. It will show duration time. It'll have dates. Also tower information if that was asked for. That information would be within the record. Also, on the format, when we send the information out, it shows what is being asked for through the process. Gives exact accounts of the information that's been sent out.
Now, working with Sprint, was it through experience or training that you became familiar with these records and what they contain?
So it was on the job training. And over time, I would be answering questions with whoever was asking for the information. So it took a lot of me trying to get understanding what I was looking at, and then over time, I had to learn the T-Mobile records as well, which was more of a formal training versus how I started at Sprint. It was a different time back in 2002. But yeah, quite a big difference between 2002 and 2020.
Fair enough. Can you describe for the jury what training you had to get familiar coming from Sprint with T-Mobile records?
So there was a training that happened. It was during COVID. Basically, it was several days of going through the formats of how the records are kept with T-Mobile, information that T-Mobile carries, how their information is kept in comparison to how the information is kept. So there was kind of like a dual training going on where the T-Mobile folks were filling us in on their info, and we were doing the same to them with the Sprint information, because two different networks, information being kept, all similar processes and everything, but the content was in different formats and was kept for different time.
Now, you had mentioned subscriber information, this is documents that I'm about to discuss. Can you describe what is contained in Sprint or T-Mobile subscriber information records?
Generally speaking, the subscriber information would contain the account information with the account holder and or subscriber. If the subscriber of the phone is different than the account holder, basically it would have identifying information if it was not a prepaid subscriber. If it's a postpaid subscriber, there's a verification process that takes place. And essentially, in that verification process, they're enabling the person that wants to subscribe to the phone to be able to get billed. So they do a credit check. Unlike a subscriber, you pay prepaid subscriber or they pay upfront. And so those are some of the differences. The elements within the subscriber information could have other information, like the type of account, the equipment, or the handset number that is associated with the telephone number. Have other identifying information that's coincides with.
Hey, 2-3. Hey, stop there. This nigga from the cameras. But shit, they coming. We just gonna bring it out. Yeah. Posted on the block, post they swing on the corner. How you crack and that cut and put that cut on. I beat up the keys to the spot, but fuck it, we on fake and double back. You thinking on the wall, look in my eyes, and they ain't going back. All these I'm definitely coming. I'm like a dead night spot. I got my kids all the time because I know you want it. I told no spare soul, killing all the I know they out to get me. I told myself from the start because the sky is limit. I know they out to get me. I told my kids from the start because the sky's the limit. It's gotta complicate. Tears falling down his face. The niggas see his face. Somebody gotta die today. Go deep in the style with lurking. Goes got the draw, swerve. That brings up blood, I'm still breathing, they hurt. They hurt. They connected to this bass. I got Charles Spinach. I got some eyes, I still on dead. Guess they life kindred. I know when I shot them red. She ain't gonna pin them. As I get on, turn the favor. If it's body forever with me. I'm definitely coming. I'm like a dead night spot. I got my kids all the time because I know you want it. I told them so that's so I know they out to get me. I told myself I'm gonna stop because the sky's the limit. I know they out to get me. I told my kids I'm gonna stop because the sky's the limit. I just looked at my eyes, I looked my killer in his face. I told him what he hit the face, he threw his phone away. Hit him down the street, the best street, he hit the end sleep. When it has some close cars, I thank the Lord he called today. We quit the run, but that chopper hit this, the problem was solved. We done spent on every hour, still got one more problem. See the mask got that face looking mask off. That cut like his head off, always stitching that fence off. Damn like spot, put the cover. I got my kids all the time because I know you want it. I focus the best, so kill 'em all, get all on this. I know they out to get me. I told myself just from the start because it's got a limit. I know they out to get you. I told my kids just from the start because it's got a limit. I know they out to get a German. Fuck with the bang out as well. Look at the fuck one wheels. One day we been stepping, we been sliding, we got feeling like trying to come on.
It is here. 1 gig unlimited. Switch to streaming in 1 gig unlimited and lock in a low price for a year. Oh yeah. Hook up your home with whole home Wi-Fi. Unbeatable reliability and the unlimited data to game, stream, and more. New 1 gig unlimited. Switch today and get 1 gig unlimited for $64.99 a month for 1 year. Call 844-STREAM2.
People everywhere are recommending GoodRx.
Tell me saving my kids' allergy pills.
GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Americans everywhere are showing the savings. So what's that? Save up to 80% of your prescriptions with GoodRx. Download the free app.
What's next to sound like a switch. Keep the sign, and it ain't got the music, cause got the city in the shit, 3 times, stop. Six pack of shit, still back up your what's the name of your shit? I'm so get that. I'm taking it easy.
Need the perfect voice for your product review? 11 Labs lets you turn any text into high-quality voiceovers.
Skin has never felt softer. Honestly, I love it.
Choose from thousands of real estate voiceovers.
Elevate what you make with 11 Labs.
I got Phil Jackson, you got Dr. Case, cause the field black, you better check your chain, all the folks still slack, you could down 100 ways, don't blink, I don't know what to say, I look real fast, bad like she was not a Harry, she get real fast, she was nice and down, what if I was still trendy, hey, I'll make them fall down, all the shots, keep on copy, find the same, we down, one spot, don't get no fuck, we touch it up just like a vampire, I put your stuff now, now rich out. I don't know how to knock my legs, gossip. And I can see straight off the X, cause I just keep going. Keep focused. He cuffed that bitch, he fell off, make her deep.
I be making play like Phil Jackson, baby. Coming from the midst of make it happen, baby. I call you later, get up with me, I'm in traffic, baby. You ain't gotta get on Facebook to get active, baby. I got my own motion, fuck I need on the phone. It's a fast car, fuck I'm driving so far. It's many ways to get a bag, the fuck you go for. I'm on a hot bad bitch, eating while I roll up. Being around that bro shit, and give me a head. And she got a smart mouth, got me like hands. I'ma still take that money. I'ma still take that money. I need to know something. I be first in the bitch, and my phone ain't doing the tricks. On the top, lots of weeks, and I'm sounding like a brick, and I'm steady busting legs. I'm so weak, niggas supposed to be playing so neat. Got out from back, my brain, but a bitch won't cheat on me again. Get out my body, I got body, this is my body, nigga. I get out that pill, I'm going slow, and Shaq can't stop me. Bitch, I'm talking just to me, sister. Even though that's fuck's cuz, me and fuck. Listen, short, kept the 40 out, but never will. Check out me, but I want to do, I told her shoes, he think I'm talking. It's like, how we doing hell, man, you get this, you get this. Ain't nothing bloody marriage. These niggas play act like they I pull up with my
I got Phil Jackson, we got Dr. Case, cause the field crack, you better check your shame, all the folks still snatch, you can down 100 ways, don't blink. I look real fast, down like she would not behave. She get real fast, she nice in the background. What if I was still trendy, hey, I'll make them fall down. 100 shots still cracks.
This is you. And this is your lingering hunch. The Browns look riveting, Gary. The kind that just sort of hangs around. Their defense, unstoppable. But with FanDuel, this hunch won't linger much longer. Because FanDuel's profit boosts every NFL game day will reward you when you're ready to act.
Go Browns! Browns!
So you won't let any hunch go to waste and make every moment more.
All customers get a profit boost every NFL game day from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook.
Hey, so you down shaking and I make my nigga drop. Watch for this, they ain't even cousin. And they ain't tell me try to shoot my project. Thousand bucks, but it's a really bring a bitch bottom. Pull on these niggas like a fucking bitch smile. Watch the type of niggas up to never go to body. Watch we take care of bitches, you don't need love. Watch I'm going down like I'm not good. I take a bitch of trust and turn it to a slut. A bitch be hanging with a bitch if she ain't trying to fuck. Can't even ask what's bad, this shit ain't getting beat. Just gotta wait for alcohol, you get them free. Tell her out with him, tell Neil I love him, tell Doug I sent him, tell Reed it's coming. We back tripping this summer, I break it, be lovers, bro, think it be better. I can't give up with another, let's win again, let's win again. I'm Paris, 10 again, 110, I got the James back to door, I'm the soft, I got the rose, I got the place, they don't need to want to be in these spaces.
I'm just a young nigga with shadow eye like Russell Simmons. But I'm like, I'm a bitch, quick at
I got a trick with the dick like both her teeth missing. I'm in a fiend round, now I'm both these with me. Why you been calling for the white like you ain't a green nigga? Why you calling for the told me for that shit get real? I gotta pay my youngest teen and get your brother killed. I know you said it's over, I miss your baking soda.
So I do I'm supposed to be from over Coca-Cola. What's in my left pocket? Make your lady say it's over. But my relationship is smokers, they ain't say it. I got a bunch of one time when I passed this on my own. That she was my sunshine, man, and I ain't know. I'm not in California, here full of ex-peers. I'm in front of my woman, cause we text here. For really cause a little money and a famous bitch. Cause you believe those are the record deals, they really rich.
So that's how this shit feels. Yeah, it's fucking beat. First day I bought the biz, I bought another switch.
First thing they catch out the door and let it make it set. They really rob, stocking, the blocks coming.
One started accepting rain, call it being nice.
Just what the freak bitches turn niggas baby mamas. When you street niggas cheating, Instagram and problems. Just when you bitch treat you with the house, get up.
Hey, so me down shaking and I make my nigga drop. Watch for this, they ain't even copy. They ain't tell me try to shoot my target. Thousand bucks, but it's a really candy with a bitch bottom. Pull on these niggas up and fucking bitches run. Why is the type of niggas up to never go to body? Why is we taking care of bitches? We don't need love. Why I'm going to hell like I'm not a blood? I take a bitch of trust and turn it to a slut. Bitch, we hanging with a bitch if she ain't trying to fuck. They ain't even ask what's bad, this shit been getting deep. Just gotta wait for alcohol, we get them free. Tell Mary I will, tell Neil I love him, tell Doug I sent him, tell Reed it's coming.
The Big and Tall store of sandwiches.
This shit ain't nothing time. I'm so hard to with this shit, you ain't take nothing from me. Got these ugly men that slip and then they shot your cut. I'm like, stay up, get that push, but I'm falling in love.
In the last month, I done thought it once. I done ran in front of kids, I feel like more than us. I was starting over the kid, I feel like me. I done throwing money quick, I feel like me. I spent 300 for this shit, but shit, I shot your mom. Right now, I'm in shit, cause I was in behind. Say, I'm supposed to drink Christmas for me. I ain't never gonna admit the shit I've seen. I ain't never gonna admit it. I spent 40 on that bitch because she mean. I ain't gonna have to eat that thing with no cheese. This a dirty garden, nigga, me and jeans. Lost from the egg, bitch, I'm clean. I just talk to God, he said he know my secret. I be killing shit and thinking he don't see it. I'm with the mafia, they know I'm on my team. And I bet you always see me in your dreams. I'm born and raised, Papa know that I'm a lead. I'm just my blessings, no one else, they got CTs. It's like the only way he's pulling no big keys. I say, don't even come and down, ain't got no trees. I keep a tree branch, yeah, 30 sticks. 6 shorts, I don't need a 30 tips. Yeah, flowers are like guns and rolling. I get 47s and a whole lot of motion. I get 47s and a whole lot of motion. I get 47s and a whole lot of motion. I get 47s and a whole lot of motion, nigga. I pay studio sessions serving fiends. Yo, bitch, here popping pussy, popping beans. Yeah, my nigga fell out with you, follow me. I ain't really fucked up in this kitchen. Cause he already know how I be. Try to put up in six and I see. Fuck the FPG, ABC. I'm looking for this for my season. But if I am rocking powder with the reeds, I told my nigga just follow my lead. I'm gonna run out on a nigga big free. I'm trying to tell you that I got what you need. I'm trying to tell you that I got what you
The Pope is dead. The throne is vacant. We're about to choose the most famous man in the world. Another card has turned up. He's never an artist. He has to be an imposter. I've seen men who are the famous. The men who are dangerous are the ones who do wanted. You should be careful, Thomas.
Conclave, rated PG, only in theaters October 25th.
Look, here's a phone company who wants us to use their phones in the West. That's ironic. Yeah, but in a good way. Let's find us again with my smoke. US Cellular, built for us. It's a free ride. But I already paid.
Well, I tried it out and I kind of regret it. First, the book is free. Not gonna lie, I thought this was a scam just for that. Then they give too much information. Here they're telling you can make up to 400% more than long-term rentals. Like, why would you share that for free? Finally, they give you all this insider information, like how not to go into negative in your first month, how to automate cleaning and even security. Like I said, this book is 100% free, size shipping, and it will totally change how you look at passive income and life in general.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
Could be. I knew for years. 50% overall cure rate. I had some hepatitis C.
Time caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after.
I'm a beast. Got the car to the rescue. Excuse me if I'm late, but like a thief, it takes time to get straight. So just wait, disgrace your rhymes of fifth place. And I'm just grace. One no ace, and I'm trying to make your heart beat like mace. But the speed like quick, I come to fix you every shell break. But Cause your originality, you're so fake, so bitches like sure what I say. All I need is one mic, all I need is one take. Like brighter than the sun ray. Got a pistol on the playground, watch the gunplay like no kid and no kids in the way, but your kids do. Watch, gotta watch what we say. Gotta work every day, gotta not be cliche. Gotta stand up, I trade 3K, gotta kick it like the sensei. You gotta have it, you gotta I'm not just niggas in the heart, so that's why I'm a star. A lot of hard patients don't make it, but they get it. I graduated, cause you can do anything if educated. It's called recycling. Recycling something cause you just like it, so you say it just like it. Some say it's biting, but I say it's enlightening. Besides, Dr. Kanye West is one of the right. And Dr. Sisters teach you track up the tightness. Dr. Cheesy can fix you back up the night. Light is in my hand for fighting, but I'm a doctor. They don't understand my writing, so I stop writing. Now I'm right lightning. You ain't fish young, so don't blanch with the titan. Fast and exciting, my passion is fighting. Now let me put some more vocab in your ID. Here, take a fight, like it and love it. And confidence has no question. So baby, don't mind. I don't walk it like I talk it, cause I run it. I don't do it cause I done it and I'm in tighter than the yeast infection. Fly go hard like it's a blessing. So police protection. I stay tight like you're saying shit. I could do that. Right. Too fresh to fight. Too big to freestyle. Too big to freestyle. Sex too nice. The guys don't listen concern my price. I know that fast and rap slow. Cause I mean every letter in the words and the sentence of my quotes. Swag is just flow sweeter than honey oats. That's why I thought it. I wear it like oil. As I put the light down the stove, I can only see flow. His blood start to flow, his mom start to grow. This one start to show, start right, but just stick shit tonight. Nigga out of us. My mama taught me how to use a rope. I was 6 years old, trying to sell a nigga candy. All I knew was how to get the money, let's go. A lot of records in the out. Grammy, nominated nigga, bitches and out. I was trying to tell him I'm special as a kid. I still open power, the nigga make him get out. Yo, bitch, you seen the nigga do it like baby. I'm saying I'm so with his bitch. I got folk.
This is a very exciting fight.
This is quite gruesome.
This is an example of what we call bog bodies, mummified from the Iron Age.
You see, his penis has been severed and hung around his neck. Sounds like a man to me. Look at us, the esteemed leaders of each of these great nations.
We are also here to produce a draft of a
Go by baby, go crazy. See, I still from a baby, go try it. Never met a nigga like me. Really about whatever, sometimes like space. But I ain't finna argue with you on the back and forth, being shot. I'm in the studio, I got my daughter with me in the steady dress, rocking down. So, nigga, let's go. Eat me up, I got my ice on, nigga. I signed $1 million deals with my fingertips on each side of my fucking iPhone, nigga. I'm that nigga that's funny, like, nigga out of us. My mama taught me how to use the road. I was 6 years old, trying to sell a nigga candy. All I knew was how to get the money, let's go. A lot of records in the get out. Grammy, nominated nigga, bitches and out. I was trying to tell him I'm special as a kid. I still open power, the nigga make him get out. Start a nigga out of us. My mama taught me how to use the road. I was 6 years old, trying to sell a nigga candy. All I knew was how to get the money, let's go. I was a lot of records in the get out. Grammy, nominated nigga, bitches and out. I was trying to tell him I'm special as a kid. I still open power, the nigga make him get out. Get out. 4 days for the new year, 2020. 20 on the lawyer. 27,000 for a jet, I never bought. Everybody in the county treat a nigga like the truth. I can jail down there, time a nigga move. I can still do a pussy suit. The media believing them, they wanna see me go back. This nigga can't rob a broke nigga, you know that. Nigga on the south, like to go back. $250,000 in my motherfucking toe bag. Nigga like to fight to get his toe tag. Nigga Jersey, this shit's so bad. This ain't coming, they don't wanna see me go. Pretty ass smile like my motherfucking mother. Nigga doing something, $1 million nigga gotta stay about the trouble. I'm the realest nigga in the shit. Nigga out of us. My mama taught me how to use the rope. I was 6 years old, trying to sell a nigga candy. All I knew was how to get the money that's stole. Feel like the records in the get out. Grammy, nominated nigga, bitch, get out. I was trying to tell my special as a kid. I still overpower the niggas like get out, get out. I was a nigga how to hustle. My mama taught me how to use the rope. I was 6 years old, trying to sell a nigga candy. All I knew was how to get the money that's stole. Feel like the records in the get out. Grammy, nominated nigga, bitch, get out. I was trying to tell my special as a kid. I still overpower the niggas like get out, get out, get out.
With this shit, baby, I'm feeling you. I'm so clean, cold, like I'm feeling thunder. What if I said that, baby, I'm still gonna tell you. I hope your ass bigger than what's on the internet. What's the problem, bitch? I ain't never feeling you. Your ass so up on like paraphernalia. See, the police gon' kill you. Walking around with the kind of ass that'll kill you. Don't want me blinding, I got money to fill you. They should be stacking like a mule type of shit that'll scare you. More bang on the side of your head. Watch your head spread, spill all off the side of the bed. You do the jam, baby. Your ass really just said because a nigga dead, but fuck 'em. Cause now we vibing and talking, and I love to hear your ass on. Baby, I know you probably really need to take one to cover your ass. Nigga in your pocket while you're rubbing your ass. Shit so fast, just want to cover your ass. With the H2 right in front of your ass. See your little cat with cutting your ass and make you jump aside the with your ass. I'm saying.
I got a Bentley and that gun to kick each other with it. I'm just a young nigga with shine on like Russell Simmons. I don't wanna hit on kind of bitch to get P. Diddy.
I got a trick, we should dig like my first teeth missing. I'm in a fiend rental, now I'm gonna peace with me. Why you been calling for the one like money, great nigga? Why you call the police on me so that shit get real? Like I won't pay my youngest kid to get your brother killed. I know you say it's so, I make sure bacon over.
I'm a double close, a blimp from over Coca-Cola. That's in my pocket, I know your lady said it's over. But my relationship is smoother, they ain't say it.
Bust one time when I'm back to my home. She was my sunshine, made her rain on her. Full of life pills. No, I go fucking if I want to, get tasty. Really cause a look, none of the famous bitch. Started all this shit. First thing of my success, I bought another case which I've been doing lately to make it sense. Cause when it rocks, stopping bought about a block's comments. I'm starting to set the range while it being honest. When these freak bitches turn niggas baby mamas. With the street niggas, Instagram ain't problem. That's when the peace treaty with the odds get out. Hey, so we done shaking hand, I make my nigga rock. Watch for this, they ain't even got it. They ain't time they try to shoot me, turn their heads split up in the clinic, bring the bitch about it. Who won't hit niggas, so I'm fucking bitch moms. Niggas up, never caught a body. Rise, we take care of bitches, we don't need love. Pour the hell like I don't like the wood. I take a bitch you trust, and turn it full of money. Bitch me hanging with a bitch, she ain't find a fuck. Can't even ask for spares, this shit been getting deep. Just gotta lawyer for Apple, I hope he get him free. Tell Murray I'm with him, tell Neil I love him, tell Doug I'm sending, tell Reek it's coming. We back tripping this summer. Bob Brick if you love us, roll Blake if you thug. I can't be fuck with another, let's run it again. Let's get it again, the barracks, and again. Who understand, who got the case? Already you see him fight. See if you're only thanks to the next desire hate.
Breaking news and a surprise contender in the marathon.
Yes, Rachel, someone has gone up to the front. He's carrying a fridge. What's up, you guys? Let's go. It's 7 p.m. flat, but it's 95 degrees. I ain't got no, I ain't got, let's go. I'm about to show my, that's your man. If he might, turn up in my show, chick. Hey, see me as a band, see me to my, me them one haters, and they dropping just my, turn up in my show, chick. I fulfill a hand kick. You got a back full of, and a back full of, I'm that Twitter type. See me and ain't too money. I was a bike shorts, I'm showing off my. I'm outside with your bag on the got a brown skin, Dre, okay, and a black.
What up, Relax. Relax. Cleaning light.
Get that out your chick. Fans can't see me too much.
these women and they count. Fuck you, man. Party each. I'm looking back, sad. I'm trying to be tall. I'm finna wreck the scene. Is that? Turn up with my. Watch me too much. Turn up with my. Turn up with my. Turn up with my show. Yeah. 60,000 fans can't see me too much. Gotta bring it down one.
Oh man.
Fall in love with Illinois. It's the middle of everything.
Real estate investors in the US. He's so good that he had
See this one screen? Yes. And you can use Scribe. It's not what they indicate for what I'm assuming.
you killed him out of company ground joints. Trophies to play. Next.
It's fucked up when I'm on the edge, give him the car. Type of bag in his head, got a wife. Yeah, the breezy dropped the kid for a burger knock off. Yeah, top dog, put me in the field once. It's fucked up when I'm on the edge, give him the car. Type of bag in his head, got a watch for pop. Yeah, the breezy dropped the kid for a burger knock off. Yeah, top dog, put me in the field once. My house is hella red, and I ain't smoking damn trash. I ain't killer, homie, but drop rubber band. No, I'm not a killer, but I killed the guy. I said I ain't no killer, bitch. I'm caveman. I come out my right wrist to be declared. I hate niggas. It's time to kiss the clip.
What's happening? Because you know it's your boy Behind Video Shout. And as always, I got my podcast partner up in this thing, OG Gangsta Wicked, aka Big Galaxy of Ghetto. My man, today, you know what? You can't, there's nothing that you can say today behind it's going to get my spirits, man. Why? Because today, I'm dropping, right around my first podcast studio channel. That's right. Called The Wicked Truth. That's right. They about out there, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to be going live Facebook, which is Roger Barber. I already have like a lot of people from this channel that follow me there. So if you already follow me on Roger Barber Facebook, share with some of the other people so they can come over today. But yeah, the day is great, man. Wicked Truth launching. We just launched Turk and, you know, money the other day. Exactly. I was deep into that, you know what I'm saying, last night watching it. And then mine's dropped today. So I'm just excited. Now, you know, there's some people say you have to put a disclaimer on mine. Well, no, I am putting a disclaimer on yours because they ain't got time for your stuff, okay? I'm about to cut that out later. It's the Wicked Truth. It's views ain't got nothing to do with me. I mean, y'all know that right now. Let's get it. But on a serious note, though, with the trial of Young Dolph, his murder, that just started in Memphis this week. And according to TMZ, I'm gonna just read verbatim of what's going on. They're saying that Young Dolph shooter admits to murder in court. And I'm gonna just read it. They say the trial of Young Dolph's alleged murderers is off to a bombshell start as one of the accused shooters confessed on the stand and even implicated his co-defendant by testifying on Monday Cornelius Smith admitted he was indeed the man seen firing the semi-automatic weapon in the November 2021 surveillance footage that captured the Memphis rap star's murder. Now, according to Smith, he had no emotions at the time he took Dolph's life. He was simply attempting to line his pockets to cash, $100,000 to be exact, paid by Yo Gotti's now deceased big brother, Big Jook, who himself was murdered back in January of this year. Smith also testified that Justice Johnson was his accomplice in the murder and thinking him as the man firing the handgun. He also implicated the other suspect, Hernandez Govan, as his former drug dealer and the person who informed him that Jook had a $100,000 bounty on Dolph. And Smith said he and Johnson only knew each other for a few months before the shooting, but the plan was for them both to take $40K each and give Govan $10K, and I guess $10K each out of each one of their 50s that they was planning to get. But Smith says he only managed to take home $800 when it was all said and done. Smith says that they stalked Dolph ahead of his Thanksgiving turkey drive, and he said that he wasn't feeling nothing at the time. He was just trying to get some money. I saw him standing by the window. I just got out the car and started shooting. So that's pretty much where they're at with the young Dolph murder trial right now. One of the co-defendants is basically switched up and said, you know what, we did it. This is all who were involved in it, and this is what's going on. What were your thoughts on all of that, man?
My thoughts on what a lot of people thoughts on. Goddamn, same thing. These types of cases, I'm not surprised by nothing that you just read. This kind of reminds me of the case from back in the day that I was reading about was involved in 100 bullets. It was some simple with these types of cases that when I found out getting shot, it instantly came to my mind that Coke case with Dre was somebody paid somebody else to do something else. And I thought that when I saw those two guys, there was a lot of things that that went through my mind. I said, I bet you one day I already know, though. I bet you that maybe there's some type of rapper that somebody has sent them to do it. And a lot of times that's what it is, jealousy and envy of somebody, you know what I'm saying, sending somebody at you. It's going on right now in the industry. It's been going on. I've been shot up. I've been stabbed. I got stabbed one time. I'm stabbed up under here, and I don't know who sent them to me. Mine wasn't as high profile as a lot of people, but I got the marks to prove it. And like, fuck you and your rap nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know who sent them at me then. I wasn't even that big. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's kind of what's going on in the culture now. You know what I'm saying? When somebody kind of, gets on top, or maybe somebody feels like, a city is too small for us. Yeah, these type of things happen. I'm noticing that it happens, more in rap than anything else. We're not saying this in R&B. We're not saying, Taylor Swift trying to knock off Kenny Chesney. Yeah. Garth Brooks. Yeah. And, that's what's sad about it. And, it's our brothers and sisters, like, like crabs in a bucket. Mentality. Another thing that was, that stood out to me is, you only got $800, and not to say that any amount of money was worth Young Buck's life. So that's not exactly what I'm saying at all. But my thing is, you said, you're talking about $100,000, and you're supposed to get 50, and this guy's supposed to get 50 already. Somebody else 10, but you only got $800. You understand what I'm saying? You had no feeling at the time. That was disturbing to me. You know what I'm saying? Because you had no feeling in a city as big as Dolph was, as much as he was doing for the community, he was on a goddamn turkey drive at the time. Yeah. So if you have no feelings for your brother there, what kind of feelings would you have for me? If you don't have no love for the one that's right there beside you, that's trying to make your hood better. You're not trying to make my hood better. Not trying to make, he's trying to make your hood better. And this is how you treat him. You understand what I'm saying? So that's another thing that's disturbing. It was almost similar, when I started dancing. You know what I'm saying? It's very disturbing when somebody, I can understand that, and I'm not saying I condone this, but I understand this was big podcast, East Coast, West Coast, so a lot of stuff that was happening was coast going against each other. Now today, knocking off the hand that feeds us, right? Right in the same city with a couple blocks over. A man is trying to make the hood better. Don't get me wrong, I don't know what Dolphins doing out in the streets or anybody else that's involved. I don't know what look, I don't know what, none of that stuff. But what I do know is that they all right there together. And it's worse off now that Dolphins passed than it would have been if he was here live. Like this bullshit. It's just bullshit. It's hood shit. And it's still going on. We cannot escape the hood behind. I don't care how much money you got. That's another disappointing thing to me right there. So I have to almost kind of laugh all the time about it. Because I'm discouraged. Meaning, behind right now today, I can make a couple $1 million. I'm still not exempt. I'm still, there's still niggas from the camera that might knock me out. When I go to Cameroon at the gas station, out of jealousy and envy. Even though I'm trying to, make the hood a better place, dropping a new podcast, trying to tell them the youth, the right way to go. Trying to speak to, these niggas that's getting out of jail, trying to be a helping hand for people getting out of jail. Ex-addicts that are getting out of gang members. I got a son in prison right now. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not just trying to be better for him. I'm trying to be better for all his partners that are looking also that don't even have fathers. They say, your pops, Jules, your pops, he right. You understand what I'm saying? That's something I can get behind. So right now, behind it's disappointing to see this. We already got the stuff going on with Puff. What's allegedly been going on, with him and the sisters and so we got that issue going on, and then now this. Here's my question to you: where's rap going from here? I mean, when Beehive, we've already. Let me say something I said on my Instagram the other day. The two greatest, arguably the greatest rappers of all time are dead. Big and Pop, and then arguably the two biggest rap moguls are in prison. And Sugar. So we don't lost Bad Boy and Death Row. Yep. The two biggest labels. So the two biggest CEOs, the two biggest rappers, and arguably the two biggest companies of rap are just wiped off. History is gone. Now we're dragged into this right here coming up out of, coming from this Dolph situation. So I don't see how it is a good day. It's gloomy outside. I don't see how we as just the innocent consumers of the content that's out here, how do we, how do we feel today? This is not a win. This is not, even if they find out exactly what happened. Yeah, we want to know what happened. But nobody wins when Tupac dies. Nobody wins when Biggie dies. When Nipsey Hussle died, get gunned down. It's still not a winner. We find out Eric Holder did it make it feel better? Nah. You know what I'm saying? So right now, like I say, this has been this last month, man, with Diddy, what's going down with that, and now what's going down with this right here. It's fucked up. There was an OG that came in here and talked to me a long time ago. And I remember him just going off about what was going on in hip-hop at that time. He was like, they're about to mess it up, so can't nobody get no money off of hip-hop no more. And he was just 38 hot about everything. But looking back on that conversation, fast forward probably about 2 years later, where my mindset is at now, I hate to say it, but hip-hop is over with. It's over with. In what capacity, though? It's not what it used to be. It's like how rock and roll had its time where everybody was rock and roll. Yeah. Rhythm and blues had its time. The blues was the biggest thing, but now it's just a subgenre that folks will listen to. If you like that kind of music, if you like jazz, at one time jazz was the craze in America, but now if you listen to jazz, you listen to it. So like right now, we got 5 radio stations in Atlanta playing hip hop and R&B. That's not going to be able to continue simply because there won't be any new music coming out to be able to replenish the cycle and keep it moving. Hip hop is dying. The game is switched over to content. Like I say, we got in front of it earlier. Okay, we knew that the game was going to content, so I was like, okay, let me make sure all my people are relevant in this new content game because this is the new art form moving forward. It ain't about getting the track and the producer and the engineer. You got to do all that other stuff. No, like I tell folks, you turn that camera to the side and you start talking and you got a platform and you can start making it do what it's supposed to do. That is the future of our culture as I see it right now. But as far as hip hop being the leading and driving force of the black community like it's been for like the last 30 years, them days are over with. Because when you look at it, the biggest song in hip hop right now is a damn diss song. Right. That's the biggest song in hip hop is a song dissing each other and tearing each other down. It ain't no slight to Kendrick because the song is jamming. But that is the state of hip hop right now. To the number one song in hip hop ain't Go Out Here and Party or UNITY. We headed for self-destruction. Brothers Got a Baby, Dear Mama is if you ain't like us. So I got 5 on it. I got 5 on it too. I listen to them for real. Then I got to shout out the Loonies. I had to be I'm not mad at that at all. I got 5 on it. You know, you got your mind's playing tricks on me. You see what I'm saying? You got these songs that actually meant something to people that was go number one in the country, in the hood, wherever the hell it was at. And folks would feel that stuff. But now we don't even have that kind of music that's moving the culture forward. And what has happened is everybody's died. So the people that would have led the culture and kept it going, they're not around. The shoulders that it's left standing on are not really perpetuating anything that's going to reinvigorate hip hop as we know it to be back to its essence. I'm just hoping that that bullshit don't come over into content to where you can't podcast without folks trying to kill each other. You see what I'm saying? Hopefully niggas don't nigga this shit up to where we can't podcast and talk about stuff because now we got to shoot it out. Because we trying to commentate on the culture and what's going on, and we done found a way to fuck this up too. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, you know, looking at that as for where it's at, too many artists have passed recently outside of just Dog. Like I say, we got tens, almost hundreds of artists that's gone that would really be moving the culture forward right now. We don't have that. That's why I'm not mad at Boosie and T.I. when they check their songs up and say, hey man, what y'all need these guns for in the video for? And I saw that. You see what I'm saying? You're talking about everybody want to give Boosie and T.I. hell when they in the wrong, but when they in the right, we got to salute them and say that, hey man, we appreciate y'all being some stand-up fathers and standing on business with your sons and preventing them from winding up and going down the same path that y'all were able to survive with so many other men. And I had already said they had the 50 years of hip hop with the Atlanta Falcons. I remember that. Tip from King Whitty. Yeah. And there was an outrage about something because I think they got into it a little bit later on today. Right. So people started kind of talking about it, you know, hey, I'm saying, blah, blah, blah. And when I stated then, I said, well, you know, maybe they did get into something. I didn't see it, but one thing that I saw was Tip, you know, being a great dad. Tip holding, you know, bringing him in a dressing room full of men, full of legends, showing them how to move in a room full of goddamn OGs. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And respectfully, and keeping it the game at the time. Yeah. So that's what I saw. When I saw that video with him and Boosie, that did jump out. They jumped out at me too because there was a time that they, you know, them two had an issue about street rules also, and they feel on different things from the streets. What was this and what was that? What was me the wrong way? What was, you know, what's acceptable to you and acceptable to me? And I spoke on that shit as the OG as being older than both of them. I think both of them is little shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. At the end of the day, they moving to hit a song. Exactly. You know what I'm saying. You got out of the game. So that you didn't have to apply to rules of snitching, carrying guns, talking shit. And while we got in the rap game, this is my thing I want to ask to a lot of the young rappers also. What did you get in the game for? Did you, if you didn't get in the rap game, one, to help your family, to be a better influence, better community, to not have to sell dope, to not to worry about whether you a snitch or not, what did you in the rap game for? Stay in the streets. Yep. Stay in the streets. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, when I hear niggas talking about, man, you know, I'm better down and all that, when they go pull your head off there. You ain't ready to motherfucker die. Just talking. You're gonna kill somebody else later. You understand? Out here in the street, you ain't ready to die. You're gonna kill somebody. So my thing with Tip and Booster, man, you know, I definitely salute him too. And I would have did the same exact thing. They let the Tip they come out swinging first. I know Tip out too. You know, I heard what he was saying. Folk, you know, I heard him with the guns. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? King, I look at Tip and come out there. You know, because our parents used to say this better. Our parents used to say, you know what? Since you show out, since you put a I'm showing out right there. Exactly. If you bring the bullshit outside, then we're gonna keep it outside. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Well, so you look at Tim and Boosie, they come out that motherfucker with their ass up in that, but I salute both of them, Brad. Yeah, for you know, for stepping up, for saying, you know what, even though I did this, it doesn't make it right. I saw people in the comments like, "Damn, y'all niggas, y'all hypocrites." You know what I'm saying? I saw some of the comments, and there's always people that say that. Anytime you try to say that damn son, anytime you try to say yourself, you're a hypocrite. Well, it's people that come on the Beehive. Do you know that I get people right now? Nigga not too long ago told me I was a studio gangster because he listened to my song from 1996. Well, I started young slinging rocks in the trap. Yeah. He took that from 1996 and said, well, you know, nigga, I be seeing on Instagram, you know, being the rock selling trap. In the trap selling, I said, nigga, I'm 50 goddamn years old. You listened to something when I was 19 and telling me and applying that to, so I'm a studio gangster because I'm not doing what I rapped about in my 20s. Exactly. So you got people that was in the comments and, you know, Tim Boosie, y'all still get, y'all rapped about this. Well, they're not rapping about it now. Exactly. And they know that when they did rap about it, what type of backlash came from that in their life. And that's all they're trying to do is say, you know what, son, you can still be bigger than T.I. He's telling King that. Boosie's telling his son, you can be bigger than Boosie without having to have the guns and the goddamn video. Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with that outlaw. With that being said, I mean, lastly, I got to say the streets are dead. I mean, if you got any sense, you will tell your kids and your friends and your family members to get out the streets because there's only one way out of them. And that's death or in jail or messed up somewhere along the way. There's a mental illness too. You can check out the game of Beehive, and I want to say that too. You know, everybody that sleeps on the bridges ain't crackheads and motherfuckers heroin addicts. That's true. Yeah, motherfuckers don't want to fall for this country and stuff, and don't see so much death. Yeah, and niggas that out here on these streets and don't see so much death and so much betrayal. Yeah, that they lost their mind. You know, my mom used to always tell me also too. You know, Billy Bob would say, y'all kids ain't gonna make me lose my mind. And when I was young, I didn't understand what that meant. Yeah. You know, I didn't understand that you couldn't lose your mind. Yeah, I've seen it a few times up close and personal. So, you know, death, jail, or you just get out of the game, not what you how you came in the game without no sanity. Yeah. With that being said, but I mean, y'all hit the comments, let us know how you feel. Salute Boosie and T.I. for raising their kids and standing on business. How do you feel about this Dolph trial? Let us know what you're thinking and the wicked truth. Be able to look out for that because it's about to tell y'all how you really feel. That's right. Keep it locked in and be out radio Charlotte. Big Galaxy. Be out of this thing. Gone.
This is the Executive Exclusive. Live from the Culture Lab in the ATL. You know what it is? It's time for Big Facts, Big Bang. Baby J, DJ Scream, welcome in today's Streets Have Requested It. We are going to make it happen for the people. That's what we do. Yellow Beezy is here on Big Bang. What's up, Beezy?
Last time we was talking, I think y'all boys was going to the NBA finals, and I didn't pull it off, man. Yeah. And Jerry Jones looked like he's setting y'all up for I don't know what's going on.
A double whammy. I don't even understand.
But otherwise, life is great.
That's up for sure.
Yeah. What you got going on?
Oh man, just working, dropping this music, finna drop the album next month. Shit, just dropped that shit with Wayne. Last
And it was hard.
couple of days ago, so shit, just working up.
So that conversation we was having last time, like you were saying, man, I'm getting together. The fans, be patient with me. I'm coming up in the load up. You loaded up now. You about to unload?
Yeah. I'm talking about from here on out. I'm just going crazy. Here on out.
Now what?
Yeah. Everybody here, everybody chilling. This nigga ain't getting hit like a motherfucker.
Yeah, sticks like an old lady. Why that little bitch? I'ma break my dick if that's your old lady. Keep it pocket rockin', bumpin', rockin' with that pole lady. Been steppin' with the reapers, I been snatching niggas soul lady. Choppers poppin', niggas roll rage. And I'm all fake. Trust that bitch, she show your location. Kill a slow baby, hoes chase. Rockin' hoes, baby. Slow your roll, baby. All these bitches mad cause I won't cut. I'm a soul, baby. Hey, walk a nigga down. We gon' shoot him to the step. Yeah, watch a nigga squeeze on this tip till ain't no left. Sticks, clicks, yeah, bricks, licks, clips, yeah, whip, switch, yeah, I hit him with it, I put it here on it. Got niggas popping out like Janet Jackson, titty with it. I put the eyeball in his family and his little with it. That I play in my hand and let my face floated. I got that seven loaded. I hit your ass up with that cover till you shimmer with it. He had a gat, it was dope, my friend, I was spinning loaded. Keep it juice and shit, so I had to pin it over. I had to can it corner. Hold up, get him about you, my Nina, just like a gentleman. I treat a diva, just like she hit it when I'm on the cleavage. Just why it ended up, got a some lead. I had to tip it up, I'm a sativa. I'm on the indica, I'm by that evil. I got the tuck, I'm in the teaser, rubbing the ending up, I'm in the bees, this is the hit. Sticks, clicks, yeah, bricks, licks, clips, yeah, whip, switch, yeah, hey, get him, motherfucker, get him, motherfucker, hey, when we grab that chopper like a lemon, motherfucker, hey, got him getting low just like a lumber, motherfucker, hey, my niggas selling stuff just like the timber, motherfucker, big ol' motherfucker, little motherfucker, all these messy hoes, bitch, and find a nigga, motherfucker, that bitch.
Here's the viral hack that's making people rich. If you've been in a car accident in the past few years, even as the passenger and it was someone else. People have to sacrifice, bro. Here's the problem. Social media has really messed up our culture. It messed up our world because we all left high school and thought we grew. Yeah. Social media reminded us that we didn't grow. When you see them same pairs, I still go on Facebook and see my same homeboys talking about, man, she ain't this shit. I'm like, you still doing that, bro? What? I can't even. I'm like, I get to go by a virtual high school every day when I log on Facebook and see how much my friends ain't grown. But I was once one of them, and then I had to realize, where is it getting me? So we got to stop. Reevaluate. I just challenge everybody that's listening to do this every day. And by the way, I do this every day at night. Before I go lay down, I ask myself, what could I have done better? What could I have done more? What did I do that was a waste? What did I do that every day? Because the object is to get better. In the world, because of technology, is going at a much faster pace than it used to be. Right. So if you ain't learning AI right now, learning technology, then you are in trouble.
bro, stop talking about how you're scared of it, and you better get into it because the world is changing in real time in front of our faces.
I saw a 106-year-old man say, "It's never ever time to not improve." You know, and when I saw this man doing the thing, still exercising, still bending down, showing that his knees still work, I'm like, man, he's 106. And that what he said yesterday, what I seen on social media, he said, "It's never a time when you should stop improving." And that's what I'm saying. And that's the truth.
What do you think is the common cause of failure for people that's getting into the music industry? What is it that you see with artists or just managers?
Expectations.
Come on now.
Expectations. You think I could do that, right? So now you go out and do it, and it doesn't. It's like if you treat it like a hustle, it will be that. If you treat it like a purist and learn it, like I learned it, bro. I knew I was gonna meet L.A. Reid one day, and if I was ever in the room and he asked a question, I wanted to have that answer. Yeah. Because I wanted to show him I was preparing to meet him 10 years before he even knew he was gonna meet me. I was preparing. Most people praying. I prepare.
Yeah.
Then I pray. Yeah. Then I prepare again. That's the difference. It's fear. Fear is also the cause of failure. Come on. And I think that people, listen, man, if the goal, I'm gonna go low, a little lower. If the goal is to fuck that girl, and you don't do that in the first week, you think you're a failure. If the goal is to meet someone that you really love, to get to know them, you never fail. Because the goal is just to meet people and figure out who I love. But the goal is, the problem is we look at the game like, I'm about to fuck that. And it's like, okay. Then you get over there and you don't get it first day. Now you're like, you told me. No, nigga, you didn't have good intent. She saw you didn't have good intent, so she didn't let you in. You know what I'm saying? So I lead with great intent. Like, and by the way, anybody watching this, because I ain't gonna lie, I gotta head to a company meeting in a minute. Anybody watching, I want you to understand, if you ever seen me say something on the end of that, I've never had bad intent. Yeah. When I say everybody got guns, it's crazy how that shows you what academics is, though. Yeah. Everybody learning ain't like that. I'm like, I never said. Bro, what the fuck are you? I just said it would be hard for you to do what you do because everybody has guns. And that means that, like, sometimes you enter a gangster party. And by the way, I'm tell you what happened to Atlanta. There used to be a no-fly zone. It used to be called Buckhead. When you went to Buckhead, you put your pants up, you left the guns in the car because your name's running white folks. Your mother said, "Don't embarrass me in front of them." Now I'll come up there and whip your ass. Now
the police didn't do it first.
Yes, exactly. So now, and I ain't talking about the negative. I'm talking police. So black police, I was like, I'll say your ass home to your mama. We don't now. Buckhead is the ghetto, right? Because we want to be around money so bad instead of learning how to get some. We want to be around rich shit so bad instead of learning what the rich believe. I don't want to be around rich. I wanted to be one of the rich people want to be around. That's what I wanted to do, and that's how I move.
Well, give me some.
That's what it is, man. By the way, I had to cut early today, but dog,
you'll be back
anytime, and I'm talking about way faster. Because I feel like we gotta argue about some shit, bro. I like arguing. We gotta do it. I wish I had more time, but my riding downstairs, I told him 2:45. I got 3 o'clock meeting at the office. By the way, I'm leaving my brother's office. Where it has his name on the front door. And when I pull up to my office, they got my name on the front door. How many black men have that in LA and New York?
But see, you know what? Dame Dash is what did it for me. I saw that Breakfast Club interview. Yeah. And when he said, "Y'all can't give this to your kids," I said, I gotta be on the radio. Exactly. I was at the radio station 2 o'clock in the morning working, looking crazy, and I was watching that interview. I was like, this is one of the greatest arguments ever. But when he said, "Can y'all give this to your kids?" I said, I gotta be able to give it to my kids.
I'm about to challenge you.
Talk to me.
It's time for you to go bigger, though.
I'm here for that.
You're not moving fast enough.
Talk to me.
You still, let me tell you something. You just said what you said. You triggered something to me. You literally have 320,000 subscribers on YouTube. You have 320,000 people that you can say, I can hear 300,000 audience right now. Right now. I'm challenging you to do more with your page than just this.
Okay.
Because your page is more than just this.
Well, see, me and Tucker working the same.
You know what? I'm over his ass. Yeah. Let me tell you why. He needed you to talk to him. Watch this. I let know. I'm gonna tell you something though. Look at it like this. Yeah. Earn your leisure.
Yeah.
InvestFest, 30,000 people in the room yesterday. But guess what? It's not just It's not just Troy and Rashad. They gave Ian Dunlap, the master investor, he got Market Mondays. They gave Ash Cash Inside the Vault. 19 Keys got his show on the network. So now, instead of it just being them two, it's a rising tide. What up, boy? It's a rising tide. And what I'm telling you is that, like, that's why I announced I got a new show that's debatable. I built a set because I don't want you thinking it's the God show. Now I put that on my network and I only have 70,000 subscribers, but that's enough for me to build because maybe I can give them something that'll make me grow rapid. Exactly. Because that's what they might not just have to come in for you. They might come in for Turk and what Turk doing. They might come in for fucking Wicked and what he doing. Or your kids. That's what made me think about it. Your kids could be doing shows like asking questions. Why are we not doing that? That's how I think. And see, listen, bro. As a now this is what we do. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Not that. Answer me, hear me out. I'm gonna tell you why I'm not blowing your cover. It's not just for you. It's for your viewers. We're not thinking big enough. Come on, man. We're not thinking there's no difference between us and them besides we just gotta do what we gotta do. Come on. And that's all I'm saying. It's time for you to go big. I appreciate that. You originated this up. And it's time. Let's take it back. Bank got 3-4 shows. That nigga bank. You got bank. You understand? You understand? It's time to bring that. You're a media guy, but now it's time to go bigger. Exactly. I ain't gonna lie to you. On God. If you would have told me 2 years ago, he would have called me and said, yo, wait, bring the guy's show to Be High Media, I would have did a deal. And my show would be with you right now. That's how you gotta look at it. I know that. I knew that would have helped me rise to the top faster. You are no longer a floor. You have an elevator. You can set up and down. Use it.
Lemonade Pet Insurance. 3 words you've probably never heard used together. A drink, your best bud, and a necessary evil. Lemonade Pet Insurance is none of those things. It's an easy way to take care of your pet's health without worrying about how much it costs. Sit, stay, and we'll tell you how it works. Every pet is different, so Lemonade lets you customize your policy to give yours the coverage they actually need. Lemonade also offers preventative care add-ons to keep your pet healthy. Pro tip, the sooner you sign up, the more coverage your pet is eligible for. When you inevitably end up at the vet, Lemonade Pet Insurance can save you up to 90% on bills for diagnostics, procedures, and medication. We also handle half of claims instantly. The real treat, you can do everything through the Lemonade app, which is rated 4.9 out of 5 stars on the App Store. Get a quote faster than a pup can gobble down an unguarded plate of food at lemonade.com/pet.
Greetings. Do you find yourself in a time of suffering and lag? I do possess potions, buffs, and gear galore. But it seems to me extreme is what you really need. With 1 gig speeds and gloriously low violence, you shall best every beast in PvP, lead the raid that slays the great lady dragon, and finally fulfill the prophecy of legendary low latency.
I'm gonna challenge you because I know you're a real good person, a great person, not a good businessman, but you're a great person. Me and you got $1 million to invest, right? And we want to go invest in a local business. We see one business selling healthy food, and ain't nobody in line. And we see another business selling fucking fried chicken, fried Oreos, fried fries, fried iced tea. Everything is fried, and it's a line around the corner. The capitalist in us, the businessman in us. Now, the man in the soul might be like, damn, why don't see that? We might even say we're going to buy that and introduce some of that in here. But we ain't buying that.
Well, see, I call you. Well, no, I had that conversation with Boss Talk 101. It's called taking a pay cut for the culture. Sometimes we have to take that pay cut.
See, I said we have $1 million to invest.
Yeah, and I know
which one are you invested in?
I'm going to make whatever the shit is held in my community, I'm going to make that cool.
And let me tell you something.
I'm going to make that cool.
And that's why you're a podcaster and not a venture capitalist. Because when you're dealing with money, it's not about how I feel and not about what's cool. It's about what's going to do it. Because guess what? It's like sports. He might be a piece of shit quarterback. I might be the best person, but he can score and I can't. I'm a great person. You want me to marry your daughter. You love me as a man. He's snorting coke, beating bitches up, everything, but he's taking us to the Super Bowl. Who are you starting?
Well, see, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Ray. When I started this platform, it wasn't cool for OGs. It wasn't cool for OGs.
It's different. It's different.
So I invested my money because this was coming out of my pocket.
But it's different though. It's different though. Look what you just said. You just said you put yourself in the owner's position. The owner can afford to take a pay cut.
That's right.
I'm talking about the players and the coach. The niggas that if they don't put up points, they get sent home. Not the owner, but they get like owners now. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes it's unfair how we go to the mindset of you're the coach.
Mm-hmm.
What's your wife name?
Mercedes.
Mercedes?
Yeah.
Mercedes just bought a new Mercedes.
Yeah.
Your little daughter got a new Mercedes. Everything of your new 4-year contract, you signed the Coastal Falcons.
That's right.
Great Daniels is a great man. Yeah. Great good guy. Turk is a piece of shit. He don't give a fuck. But he's taking us and putting up points, and I'm not. Who are you starting, coach?
Well, see, the thing is, no. When it comes, we're talking about the culture, and we're talking about the health of people's bodies and minds. Entertainment is one thing, but when we come to health and mind,
I'm talking about winners and losers. And let me tell you something.
I'm not going to worry about any means necessarily. I'm going to make that loser a winner. And when I know how to do this, it's a sign.
But you are speaking from, by the way, I love this conversation. This is why I started the show, That's Debatable, because that's what this is about. And I want to show the people that say, you got to come on, we got to debate about this. I hear what you're saying, but what I'm telling you, you're still speaking from the owner who can afford to make that. You've built something. You literally started with nothing. Yeah. You put your own little seeds on, your own little money on it. Probably Mercedes probably was driving the high, right? But that's why I said if you can stomach it, it's different. Yeah. But I'm taking it from the standpoint if you got hired. Yep, that's why we talking about the music business, right? Nobody owned these labels. Everybody at these labels are employees, even the fucking CEO. And if the CEO don't put up points, they sending his ass home too. So you got to make decisions based on what's best for business, not based on what's morally best. Now that is fucked up.
Says the man that wrote the letter to the white people.
But he was able to. No, watch it.
He stood up. I was like, fuck that.
No, I didn't say fuck that. No, that wasn't the letter. That wasn't the letter. The letter was they were asking a black employee to talk about our struggles on a Zoom call. It's 200 of us, and you talking about George Floyd just got killed. There's riots going on everywhere. Yeah. The uprising is happening in real time. They get on the call and say, "Are y'all okay?" And we're like, "Yeah." Then they go, "Black people, if you want to talk, please tell us how you feel." And my letter was in response to that moment by saying, black people will not speak up in those scenarios because we were taught to work twice as hard as half as much. It's a miracle that we're here. We got to feed our families. I'm saying exactly what I'm saying now. That's right. That was the letter was. The letter wasn't saying y'all evil. It was saying, hey, look, here's what we deal with. So when you see us going through stuff, just understand that if you want us to open up and be more friends, I can't be your friend, Turk, if I'm rich and you poor, and I can't understand that, like, my kids walk to school and your kids get driven to school. I have to understand that. So if he wrote me, they're rich people, I want to show up to your car games, I want to show up to your parties, I even want to wear nice clothes, but this is my life, I wouldn't punish him for that. Now, if he said, fuck you white people, different. I was educating white people on how hard it is to be a black person in corporate America. I didn't think that was bad.
Exactly, but however, that's how they took it.
And guess what? Once I knew that that's how they took it, fuck y'all.
Exactly.
That means y'all don't have the same values I have. That means you don't care about my people. But I also, thank God, like Turk said, was in a position where I didn't have to go beg somebody for a job because I have money in the bank.
And with that being said, we got to get more people in that position.
Exactly.
So when I look at my fellow,
but hold on, I want to say something. It's something you're right. You're right. Yep. But let's say you got to put one word in between that and position. It's called mental. We got to put people in that mental position.
That's right.
Just because someone is in a, he can look at something and see problems, and I can see opportunity. Come on, it's a mental position we got to change. That mental perspective we got to change. That's why I talk. That's why I speak the way I do, because I'm not here to blame nobody.
Exactly.
I knew what I signed up for. The only thing that hurt me was that the CEO of the company I was with was my friend. And I feel like as a friend, you should have grabbed me by my shirt and said, "Bro, chill." And I would have done that for us. 'Cause I'm a teammate first.
What you did for us is what needed to be done for us. So if you wrote that letter, that's what needed to be said at the time. And that's like Colin Kaepernick taking that knee, even though he don't get a chance to play again. What that expression meant for the rest of us was more than words and more than money.
Yeah.
But the issue is, you were smart. You got radar, aka radar.
Yep.
So when you go into these situations, if I look at my other fellow radio comrades, when they work in radio, I tell everybody, I say, hey man, your days is numbered. Okay.
But that's because you and I, this is why you and I are where we are.
Exactly.
We have the discipline to sacrifice today, knowing that 6 months from now we'll eat.
Exactly.
That's the only difference. That's what makes us owners, though. Everybody don't have the owner mentality. That's all I'm saying.
And we got to get more people in that field. Same way in football, basketball, and sports and sport. We need more
People in that mindset. It's not about the field. Yes, that's all I'm about to say. It's the mindset. If black people change our mindset, we will own the entire world.
Exactly.
Our mindsets was messed up because we've been programmed to hate each other, to not each other. Yeah, but that's true. But also to hate each other, to feel like if the opportunity came for Turk, it's not there for me.
Yeah.
We've been trained to believe that, and I'm going out full speed ahead, telling the world it's not that. And I'll gradually get there.
Yeah.
I will get there, but when I do get there, I'm gonna tell you guys. And by the way, y'all can come work for me. Nobody gonna come say I own this shit unless you want to do what I was willing to do. Can you stomach that?
Come on,
and that's
now.
what you're talking about.
Exactly.
That's like if Colin Kaepernick, instead of complaining about why he can't get in the fucking NFL, he started a damn podcast talking about the NFL and the ins and outs of it and everything else. Now the NFL is like, here's $100 million to shut the fuck up, please. Or get that nigga a place on the team so he'll stop talking. I call some major companies. Hey, Ray, we want you to run this company. We want you to be head of such and such, but you're going to stop the podcast.
Are you serious, Ray?
No, you can't. You can't talk if you work for a publicly traded company. How many label execs that have current jobs you get in here? They got to ask for permission.
Yeah.
When I did your show, I had to ask for permission.
Are you serious?
That's that Joseph. That's that Joseph I'm talking about. When you get in that position and then you become needed, they're gonna cut that check. They're gonna cut that check for you, and they're gonna want you to do some things. But at the same time, I don't need that. I just need you to respect what I'm doing. But if the devil know what you love, thank you. If the devil know what you love, he gonna give it to you, and then he gonna give it to you so much, but you're not gonna realize what else he's giving to you. And then once you start realizing you can't have what you love without having him and everything that comes with him, it's too late.
Yeah.
So you have to have the discipline to say, you know what? And by the way, I ain't gonna lie. My family didn't have to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I did. I stopped going out to eat. Because I'm not going, my kids ain't going, y'all still go to school, y'all want to get the clothes, y'all. No, I never one time came home and said, hey guys, it's just tight. If anything, I said, everything good for y'all. Y'all might see daddy outside a little bit more because daddy got to go get it. But trust me, y'all lives are good. And I'm still in that process, my brother. And I'm still doing it. But I just, like, one thing about me, I like to make it clear that I'm not blaming you.
Yeah.
You gotta change our people mentality the same way they change their people mentality.
Yeah.
And that's the point of these conversations. That's why I want to do That's Debatable.
Yeah.
I want us to argue about it.
Exactly.
We're gonna get to the result.
Oh, good shit.
We
need these conversations.
Of course.
Yeah, this man in D1 went at it for a whole hour and a half.
I watched that.
I love that conversation.
Yeah, I love that.
It was a healthy debate.
But it also is showing black men, especially, we can disagree without killing each other.
Exactly.
We can disagree without hating each other. And I want to show that it's healthy to have great arguments.
Exactly.
It's healthy because that's how we learn. Because you help me see stuff. Because you're not wrong. I'm just an owner now.
Yeah.
And we're not talking about owners. We're talking about the workers that need to change their thought process. That's all I'm saying. Owners. And listen, bro. If you built something, you see the world way different.
Yeah, thanks.
Because you built something. You know what it's like.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest bet of our lives. So when we bet with DraftKings. The crowd is yours. You're now tuned into $1 million worth of game presented by Jack Pocket.
This episode of $1 Million Worth of Game is brought to you by Jack Pocket. Feeling lucky? Well, get ready to try your luck with Jack Pocket, America's #1 lottery app.
With Jackpocket, you can order Powerball and Mega Million tickets right here on your phone. Just whip your phone out. You can play right there on your phone. They even have official state lottery games every day. There's up to millions for grab right there on your phone. It's that easy. America's #1 lottery app is right there on your phone. It's right there for you. New customers can get a free lottery ticket by using code Gilly. So download it right now. Look it up. Come on. Download it. Punch in code Gilly and you get a chance to win some money. That's code Gilly for a free Powerball or Mega Millions ticket. Don't wait, download Jackpocket now for your chance to win. Good luck. And don't forget to put that code Gilly in. Right.
We're down 2 good times. $1 million worth of things. Listen, man, I was Amari coach. He called me coach. Yeah, Coach Rollo. Listen, man, we was out there balling. It was crazy. I was behind the bench. It was crazy. I was down putting. I messed my ACL up. We was out in Pittsburgh. We had a great time. I mean, my man went out there to support him. It was just a great, just a great adventure. But, you got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of people know you, how they know you. But you had a career before they got introduced to you on a large scale. Where was you at in younger life when you said, I want to get into the theater, be an actor. I want to get into theater. I said it first before. I feel like Wallow, I must have been with some good people. I say that first. Thank you all the fans for all the love. Thank you to Culture for giving love to Wallow and my brother Gilly. We still praying for this brother. Awesome son. So thank y'all both for support. For me, Wallow, I made myself 4 or 5 years old. I brought up acting to mom. I grew up 20 minutes from here, the Katie. And she said, I looked and there's some classes at the South County. And in my mind, though, and y'all probably can relate to the experience in North Philly, and my mind, acting was synonymous with Hollywood. Okay. Location-wise and clear. So I'm like, South Dakota, that don't fit the dream of Hollywood. So it just was athletics from that point on. With baseball, soccer was too easy when you're young and you just fast. That was kind of like went into baseball, really dominated most of my time in terms of sports, dominantly with baseball and then with football. And obviously I got a scholarship to play at University of Georgia, play high school basketball for a stint as well. So it became really, really that. But I realized something, I always had a penchant for storytelling. And you said I was a poet. So constantly writing, probably started writing at 11 years old, like really getting thoughts out. And I found myself going from Decatur, all black Decatur, to white, Northwest Atlanta, Marist Academy. I'm probably one of 8, maybe one of 12 black people in the old school, all white. And after I got my feet wet, I was comfortable being at the school academically, feeling like I competed enough. But coming back home to an all black neighborhood, having to navigate that life. And you think about that as the genesis for me. And then think about, as you stated, Wallow, the world was introduced to me via a character where I'm juggling. Like at the genesis or the outfit or the beginning, I was juggling, living between 2 different worlds. And so it was a moment where sports became such a, I guess, such a consistent thing that I wasn't that good in sports. I was pretty good. What was your favorite sport? You went to Georgia. What was your favorite? At that point, it probably was football. But Pops always says I was a better baseball player. Everybody offended people always in the baseball, man. Especially black American men. That is guaranteed money in the longest career. Pops was like, I feel like you was a better baseball player. But I became dominant in football, really good. Because there's so many defensive back and running back. Both ways in high school. Never really left field. Kickoff return. Punt return, all special teams. So you was Travis Hunter before Travis Hunter. That's a secret. Shout out to Trav. Shout out to Prime too. Yeah. He really was the So ultimately what happened was that picture that I speak about storytelling and having some kind of like gravitas toward it. I would ask these theater teachers at the school, I would say, can I understudy? And they would go, no, because all your time is on the field, whether it was baseball or football. And so they would let me look at. So I would come and I would watch theater and I go off to the University of Georgia. I ended up minoring in theater, majoring in broadcast journalism. You brought up journalism earlier.
Welcome to JJ's. What do you have?
I'll have a number one.
One NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Good choice.
No, it's a cheeseburger. I'll just have fries.
Of course. And aside, if the NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus,
What's going on right now?
the NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Oh, hang on. There's a toy. Ah, look at him go.
Because it's a great thing, folks, that Wallow and Gilly get to do something in a space where most of us in life are told to be able to execute or get to where they got. You must have proper training to get there. So they are anomalies. And there are books written about men like these two who become what they become without having to have the formal training for that specificity of what they have become as journalists, which is what you guys are. For me, because they put me in a formal setting of being trained, that's a preparatory, college preparatory school, I just started to understand, my brothers, that I was so much more than just this athlete. And when you feel like you're walking around in life knowing that's your secret, but also you're a Black American kid, you go back to the neighborhood where everybody's Black, you know that they're going to be like, you changing on me? So there's a natural guilt that we all have when we feel like we're starting to, I guess, be separated from the rest of the crowd. And so I might have taken the acting thing, even if I would sneak a couple peeks at whatever the play was for that year while I was in high school. I might have had this moment where I was stuffing away. By the time I got to college, I'm in my last year. Champ Bailey is at Georgia at this point. Terrell Davis has been drafted. Hines Ward is getting down. Robert Evans. Everybody's on the same team. Robert Bailey, Champ's brother, everybody, same team. That's a crazy team. At this point, Travis Stroud, who ended up going to the league for a minute as well, Brandon Godfrey, we had a crazy team. I started to be smart, as y'all know, he is on the team. For Johnson, we had a crazy team. I started to think to myself, I should have a backup plan. And I think if you have a backup plan, you back up. But what if the backup plan, this is my thought, what if the backup plan was the first plan? What if that's the first plan, right? And so ultimately, the backup plan was absolutely the first plan, and y'all know how it goes. It beats the odds. But let me ask you this, guy. Had he wanted to go to a natural off the top actor? Like you just, yeah, I feel like I must be. I don't know what that is. I'm going to show you what it is. Shoot the scene. I'm just doing shit. I'm thinking of acting myself. Yeah. So what's the scene? The scene is, Mr. St. Patrick, I'm coming. I want to get your daughter. You don't like me. I want to marry you. I'm telling you that. Got it. All right, this is security right here. Got it. You're security. I like that you make you security. You're security. I come at Charlie's. I come in. I'm on. All right. The door closed, so I'm at Tilly, right? I'm at Tilly right now. Right? At Tilly. How you doing, Mr. St. Patrick? I know, there've been a lot of things that I've done that you might be like me, maybe your daughter, and I think I want to marry your daughter. I really love her. She's special to me, and I'm willing to work and get it right. I'm going to change my ways, the things you might be like about me. But I really love your daughter. She's special. She makes me feel good. I just want to, I'm asking your permission to marry her. Little badge. Sorry, yeah, see. I think she's going I get hold of it. This is already what I've done. What are you going to do to me? Yeah, man, we got I'm going to try it. I got to go forward. I can't afford it. That's the best part. It's already done. To be able to catch them, just not let you up and you can keep talking. It's already done. I'm in trouble with that. You know, how do you, like, in this game, you know, so many people know you for that. It's so like, I never had a chance. I never had a time when you got here chilling, just minding your business, that somebody just be attacking on you or getting on your nerves. You got to turn into ghost. Every time you tell somebody, it's somebody else. And you just be like, you must don't like them.
No, that's what I said. You don't have another name? Cap. I think the cat is too Cap. Lives in DC. I actually really hope he watches this. I know he will because it's you and Gilly. So he'll absolutely watch it. I got out of the car. The CBC, right? Congressional. Did y'all get DC? I didn't tell him. Y'all never know. But y'all could have invited him to that. I could have come and that's it. I didn't say him that the K-Line that is dangerous. Shout out to them. They always in intentions. So this is inevitable. I haven't been intentions. And I let out, especially knowing your history. Yeah. So I get out of the car and I'm in DC. Yeah, and I got a Gilly with me. I'm making security in okay. So I got a Gilly with me. He's from DC. And the rest of my guys, and he's screaming me. Go, I got ghosts. But it's not. But it's so loud. You're trying to chill. You're trying to do this. You said, yeah, that was it. Jadakiss. But Jadakiss. Yeah, Jada and the launch was right. Styles, the other ghosts, yeah. Just trying to support them. Yeah. So I'm getting in there. We've been friends for years. Jada's always been my bro. I know you and Wallow probably make us a top 20 lyricist, not a top 15 lyricist of all time. So Jada's an incredible friend, and I hadn't seen him in a while. I just went down. Sometimes you just want to get to the cats to hug him. Literally, no, I can't hug you. Literally, it's so that they can go, he came, he's supported, that's it. So he's screaming so loud, which is better, so when I got up there, I said, I can't sit. I said, and he pulled up for it. While he pulled up, singing, he pulled up for me. Okay, what's up? Yeah, he pulled up, like, okay, that license from me. He was there with it. And I said, bro, and then he went past it, and he went, are you really dead? And my memory, we're human, bro. So, well, if I'm having a conversation with your cousin about your nephew, who's no longer in the flesh, he's here, Gilly. He's here, brother. He's just not in the flesh.
That's wild. An unfamiliar route. Google built in compatibility and a connected confidence of OnStar. And Silverado CR2 and Chevrolet. Yeah, let's drive.
If I go from an event that he and I are having that event to another event, what's forgotten, bro, is that the actor is never really acting. The good actor is not acting. The good actor can't act. The bad actor acts. The bad actor acts. Okay. The good actor becomes. Okay. So when you guys reach through the TV or the film and the cinema and you go, I want that guy like that. I want him. I know him. I am him. So you know, you're the soul at the beginning. So when you feel like you're putting in particularly your culture, we started out at Black Opportunity Table. We all started out at that. So I always want us together. Always. So I wanted him with me. I went and gave him your eye contact and like the whole way. But then when you talk about death, so I had to say, I said, bro, why are you talking death around me? And that's the reference why, like, if I'm talking to your class about, like what? You never know what someone's coming from. Yeah. Maybe I just had a conversation about that. So don't, it's been like over brave around. Give my kids bottle, they hear people going, are you dead? You hear people go, yo, you dead? It's like people forget. This person's human, and he's probably heard that at that moment for the 7,500 times. All we hear is the same thing that somebody thinks they're saying for the first time. We've already heard it so many times, so I just found the kid cool. I would have never pulled up and tried to say something to him. I understand that it could come off arrogant, that you pull up. But it can come off arrogant that you just think you can yell my name at the top of your lungs. It's the same thing. So dude said to me, so then he kind of went there. So when are you talking death on me? I asked him, bro. That's all I said. Check in with my homies that was out there. Like, no, you just asked that. So dude said, why did you ask me? He told you that? He told you that. Light went on. What happened? What you tell me? So I walked on before he said it. And so he's saying it on my back to him. Which is the first moment of like, he's a kid. This is crazy. So I told him, I said, what'd you say? Why would you say there's a loving privilege? What's that? There's a loving privilege to live while I walk across. And at least show me that you could look me in my face and say that to me. And I said, what you say? He turned away and said if he couldn't look me in my eyes. So I knew I was getting a little soft. Here, and if he's watching this interview, I'm saying soft and I'm not saying it in another way. I'm saying this is a kid who actually, he's sincere. I knew that he had love for me. I wasn't confused about that from the beginning. I knew he had love for me. And I had love for him. But now all of a sudden he's feeling like I'm shutting him. And you know, a lot of the younger generation, they have a right to feel something because you got, again, we talking about this off script, off camera. We were talking about how many elders will go at the youth instead of embracing the youth. And whoever has the baton now, or the ball now, or rock, like, don't do that. They got it. They're going to help us get to the next spot. So I'm never that. I'm so about this. That guy was definitely younger than me because he ain't 50 years old. And I played 35 and 9. I'm shooting 5 over. I'm 50 years of age. He's not that. So it was almost like my what you say was, first of all, don't get it twisted. I can't play that character on accident. What was the response? I stared at him. I just wanted him to come across the room. He didn't. Of course not. Yeah, but I was the other way. But I was like, I love him, man. Like, I wanted to leave him with that. Like, bro, I love you. Don't do that. You can't love me. Dogs didn't go, I beat you. That's weird. Like, that's a weird moment. So, you know, and that proves the sense. You played a role that was so good. Do you know how he should intimately want a moment with me? But what he's lacking is the vulnerability to be able to say, I'm going to wait till he gets on the carpet and then I'm going to go. You played a role that was so important to me. Oh, you did so much for me. I would have asked the security to let him in. I'd have hung with him all night. That's what I am getting. Now you're going to yell out. This will yell out. This is now sharing me with everybody. Right. If you want me intimately and it's safe with me how much you respect me, why are you yelling it out? Let me push it into a push. Okay, I need to visit that. I need to learn. It's Game of Thrones. Okay, it's right here. They were there. Right, they were there. You know what was the next highest watch for 6 years of power after Game of Thrones? Yes, sir. I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest bet of our lives. So when we bet with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Around with a secret thousand. If I see it, yo, I'm here. What happens for me, Wallow, is I don't talk about the youth negative. I just am so confused in an adverse way. I so talk about them positively that I'm giving them permission to never be about that thing that you, me, and Gilly and all babies be about for a minute, and if it's a season of it. So out of that 5 to 10 years, you don't know him about why do you need to give a preemptive disclaimer? Look at that. We weren't raised with no law. So he didn't verbalize that, but that's what you're essentially saying. Whereas Jenny would go, I'm just saying, Jenny would have leaned in and go, that's all he could I'm tripping, man. I said, like you would. And so there's moments when you ask a great question about it. There's moments during the day when that comes out. And I did, bro. I did great stuff. We were down behind the black ball. And the black ball is their ball. But they're down behind the ball the same color as us. I get grace, bro. And I get to say, what'd you say? I get to say that. Because it was disrespectful. That's disrespectful. You can't love on me and then say, I beat your ass. All that is basically on some question for all players, man. And then I can get into the business side of acting.
This episode of Million Dollars Worth of Game is brought to you by DraftKings. TD, touchdown, tutty, taking it to the house, in for 6, whatever you like to call it, touchdown. And thanks for sure touchdowns by the DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. On the ground, in the air, from special teams or defense, we don't care how we score. We want to bet on touchdowns. The DraftKings Sportsbook is delivering. Ready to place your first bet? Try betting on something simple, like picking a player to score a touchdown. But how many TDs will be in the game? Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. Ready to do your touchdown? Dance on your own. New DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. So let's bet $5 and get $200. Look at the math on this. $5 and $200 in bonus bets. And all you gotta do is put in promo code Gilly. I'm looking now. Look down to your phone right now. Download the DraftKings app. Put in promo code Gilly. That $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. What are we waiting for? The crown is yours. Time to put it on. DraftKings. Where would you be? Business? Oh, okay. Where would you be? If you had to choose, I had to choose all three guys. Prince, Michael Jackson, Rick James. I think Prince. I gotta get further in was my thing. So you fighting for one of the two? That's all three. I did that. So you go to the place. I get that. No. James Brown. Oh, James, I just said Jay. I said you said Jay. I said Jay Brown. And I did say Brown. You said Jay Brown. And I'm talking to him. So that can't do that. You can't. But you can't do that. You can't throw Rick in now. You said that. You said he said Jay Brown. I said good. I think I said good. Great. Thank you. I said good. So I'm MJ. Yeah. So I need your best MJ impersonation now. You gotta just sing with these mazes. You gotta really be at. Shut up! Okay, then it's fine. Okay, you. James is James super freak. He's a little bit. She's a super freak. Who's super freak? You got good. You got to be the artist, man. I got this fast, man. That's what he did. That's what Prince did. Why'd you pick Prince? Because Prince was legendary. They're all three of that. Everybody listened to that. I know he did, but I think I like it because he did it to himself. He didn't really get some wins against you. But they did. They didn't get some wins against you. So you said Prince was a man? No, Michael was never know. Michael was never a great age. What's your good shot? That's the same too. And you got to say some changes. Yeah. If you started out with an impersonation that way, when they started to they did. No, like, you know, on another note, I want to know, a lot of people in the culture, they start to try to understand the business side. A lot of people listen to me. A lot of people do anything. Detroit put down, they make a lot of TV movies, shout out to Detroit, they down there, and everybody's getting cameras. The camera go from this thing to the phone. Yeah, it's true. And you can shoot it, you can shoot a series, you can shoot a film, you can shoot. It's true. It's the business side of it because it seems like if you look back, and this is just the whole business side. When you look back at say it's fire your Luffy side. Lieutenants, Jeffersons. What's happening? When we look back at all that stuff, a lot of times we get horror stories of the actors in the Penn scale,
lack of ownership, wasn't executive producers. The only time I hear somebody that really did it was two shows. It was Friends and it was Seinfeld. You heard about get $1 million a show. Friends, they was getting out there. Oh, let us get out there. Let's get. You know, so, but if you go into it, and sometimes people go into these roles, when they go into the roles, they don't be who they become. Say the last part. Some people go into these roles, and before they go into the roles, they don't be who they want to be. They're not. They're not. You said they're not. They're not before getting the role. Not they're not there. They don't become. They're not. When they first get in it, they're not who they become. Okay. Through that platform. And it's like a lot of times they don't have no negotiation. They don't have no. They don't have the position is to be there. But sometimes when I hear about the shows, I hear about the back end trying to make some videos. I'm like, what? There was only no position. Sometimes people got to take the opportunity. But sometimes they forget the opportunity once they get to the next level. The next level, yeah. So get in the game of y'all. Get in the game of how do you approach this? That was some Michael Scottish. Okay, how do you approach this? So if you are acting, you tell them to the other company. So they have you put it in the Bible. Sure. I said to many people very close to me that my destination would be producing. Okay. When I said that, I didn't make that acting would be a part of that destination. I never made it that it would be a part of it. I have an understanding that a director, let's say if the director is Phil Jackson, right? The producer is, if we go with Chicago, knowing that they made Michael feel like Michael should have never retired with the business, right? Because Michael Jeffrey Jordan should have retired with Chicago. So Jerry Krause and Ryan Sworth and those guys, for example, are the producer, okay? And Phil's the director. And Tex Winter says what he does, the triangle offense, whatever, those are position coaches, right? But who are, coordinators, right? In football, the defensive offensive coordinator, what have you, specialist coaches. And the player is us, the actor, as your command, the player is us. I do understand how a Denzel and a Clint Eastwood and all the way down to Kerry Washington when she's Olivia Pope on Scandal. She was very surprised I never directed anything on Power 80 episode. That's a large rate. That's Clint, Denzel, Kerry Washington, and all the Regina King, all of these incredible people of directorial ability, not just acting. I could absolutely understand Nate Parker when he was directing Birth of a Nation and acting in here. I can absolutely understand why an actor would feel like I can do that. Because every day your interaction is with a director. Your interaction is not a daily interaction with that of a producer. Your daily interaction obviously is taking direction. Yes. So for me, the approach for any of the young cats, young ladies out there, young men out there, particularly black, yellow, red, all of us, same color. In this example, all the same color. The reality is, I'll start with your cousin's point. What Gilly's getting at, Wallow, is, but they can't go there yet. Wallow goes, Gilly keeps taking your hand that you keep moving north, and he keeps going, they're not there yet. Keeps moving, they're not there yet. The reality is, Wallow, both of y'all are saying the same thing. You must always be in movement forward, even when you're not allowed to be forward yet. If you're in movement forward, even when not allowed to be forward, there is almost an expectancy. Once, to this cousin's point, you get the leverage, is the word. Leverage, yeah. I ask Logan Brave every day. November 12 and November Brave's 9 years old. I say, Logan Brave, what do people always fight for? In romantic relationship, in friendship relationship, in business relationship, what a mom and pop are fighting for? Did you guys see us actually in fights or arguments over? You know, leverage power. Because I've said it so much, man. I've said it so much. Kelly, let me guess.
At some point, could they come over with stories about school? And particularly, you know the battles amongst young women at times, right? You got daughters. Well, you got daughters? That's that battle. So when you get to those moments where you are able to talk to all genders, all orientation, all religious beliefs, Korean constitutes the same sort of lesson, which is everybody is fighting for leverage. My leverage at that point, when I have finally earned my keep, to Gilly's point about, but they didn't start at a place where they could demand that, but then they got to that place. My leverage is that I kept moving to that place. So no matter how much they move you back, they almost become not expected, but they almost become trained. He's gonna go for this. She's gonna go for this. Less expected. Well, if you play your cards right, which is a different sort of navigating for black people. But equally, we all had grandparents that said the same thing. Y'all grandparents in Philly, mine in Savannah, Georgia, while I was raised in Decatur, Georgia, saying, you better be 5 times better. You better be 5 times better. You better be 5 times better than your colleagues who don't get to your stick. So if I'm having to be 5 times better, it's too late in the game maybe for me to try to move forward. If I wasn't moving forward, but they were saying stay back. I still got to be moving forward when they're saying stay back. Yeah. And you got to do it in a way where part of being 5 times better is knowing code switch. When to say certain things, when to say certain things, when not to say certain things. When to be elegant, when to keep around the way, when to keep the truth, when to keep around the way. Welcome to JJ's. What do you ask? I'll have a number one. One NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Good choice. No, it's a cheeseburger. I'll just have rice. Of course. And aside, the NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. What's going on right now? The NFL on CBS streams live on Paramount Plus. Oh, hang on. This is look at him go. Let's just say to young black people, I am the total antithesis, and I speak equally for Gilly and Awada in saying this. I'm the antithesis of someone who is a pretentious, arrogant nature person doing something so to come off or to present myself as better. What I am is someone who wants the cats that are around the way. Well, even if we got to keep around the way, mentality included, that's what you really need. Yeah. But the actual literal cats that we get, who are still on the block, who might be giving hate for getting, even though it's love. Hate is a murder love. Yeah. They should just cut to the chase and just take a chance at that mission, man. Please, just do that. Because they're not sleeping, they're wasting. They're not sleeping, thinking about you if they didn't actually have left for you. So if it's around the way, literally cat that you grew up with, or if it's around the way mentality, keep around the way, word. Then keep it around the way, keep it above. Talk in the way you need to, make your point. Even if they're already over the day, well, baby, you could have been a little bit lighter with that. Sometimes they're like, well, no, you gotta go. They really went at you. So the reality is, when I say I'm speaking for you two included, I know that we are in positions that we are in with a major understanding, not a minor. Not an average understanding. Mediocrity is not in this example. It's a major understanding. I am only doing this so that people who look like me can believe that they too can live. That is the only reason. It's not a separation of state. I'm wanting to be next to them as in, oh, bro, I can't continue to play coach till 70 years old. I understand that it feeds your soul. I get it. But if it feeds your soul, he did think that I made that character. So then that means I feed your soul. Wait for it. Wait for what, Miss Joe? Just wait for other things ahead. And by the way, while waiting for it, you might find one of those things equally appealing to yourself. You might go, I waited for it. And actually, that was the one trophy that I actually have. And the one you played that I used to go crazy about. Leveraging is everything, but it's never a moment where people hear this. But I love that you do this live because it's fun to people. There's never a moment that you can't be alone. You have to be alone. So don't you have been like if you truly been this kind of a big addition? I think you asked some question. You got to sit there and overthink. I'm not overthinking, and I just saw writing the vote of the night. It's not writing. My ass is not writing. I'm probably the outstretched that beats Bobby Brown.
I get my business. I get that you probably like my business is a businessman, but I'm an artist. I'm still an artist. So so if you figure out business as the artist, if Ralph and Bobby are the artists, so Bobby figured it out. Bobby might not have had a level of maturity enough to understand what to do with the leveraging that him. Which one of us would be pretty if we would be John? Thank you. So I'm really I'm gonna take you to this step and I'm sitting it's on the since I'm like okay. Oh, good idea. Thank you. That's all you know. It's the it's like it's he's more passionate. You don't get it. I know really more passionate. I asked him. No, I am more passionate. I feel like I was more passionate. I feel like you love life. I feel like let me just see now I'm very passionate because violence in this game a lot of times can sit in jail. You know, so a lot of time out here with people think that you would be less passionate if you play out here. Yes, absolutely. Do you think that? Because it's time freedom to detail with you. See, one thing that I had, freedom to detail with you like this. When I had, and I'm going to break this down, I didn't even put the teacher 17, came out 37. It fortified me to take in my imagination. If I was out here in my imagination, I got deteriorated by life, loss, heartbreak, lost a job, trying to figure out anything. Interesting. I'm telling you that I don't brother home works off of imagination. But you do, not everybody that has space that you're holding that long. It's your time to protect your imagination today. You know how you think that you're like, I'm going to do this, do this. Somebody's like, I'm thinking I want to do it. That's it. That's it. Right. That's my first one. You can get the mind to a credit card. I'm like, now, I love what the blue collar working is of my God. You're my God. And that's it, and they cool with that. But let me explain something to you. The reason I asked you about the movies, and I'm gonna just think because right now we got a time where these cameras, it's got everybody shooting it. So there's leverage. There's leverage. But the reason I asked that because Texas is good. I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest day of our lives. So when we bet the shores. I remember one time, you got this one dude called Black Bench. It just be snapping out. And this is important of ownership. It's moving it's on some kind of category of ownership. It's a movie always on some class, the platforms, they're true of that. It's not true, but it snaps, but it snaps like, bang, the snap, and it shits to be like crazy all day. So what I'm saying is, I didn't even ask them because we want to get different. I don't know what you can tell, but you want to get different outlets and understand it for them because you got people that shoot these stuff, and once they shoot it, they don't know how to license it, or have it out there. I like to say, deliver to the world. He's like, what is it? He's being an independent distributor that you can put in, and they can just say, hey, this is stuff on the show. What's the name of that? Is it a name of that? Sure, there's Byron. I don't think it could be, Byron. Byron is for a very long time. Been that. Facilitating opportunity. And a lot of people don't know how to get about it. That's why I'm actually on the platform. Because you ain't gonna get about it now. No, I can't. So what I'm saying is, but I'm asking you to check the logical platform. No. That's not what I'm saying. You got YouTube, if you're doing this phone, you got Hulu, you got Netflix, I got all these different Peacock, you got all these different platforms. You don't want one. You got to go one for one? No, I'm saying you're making a good point. There is no way that you can fool them. They're not programmable to the point where you can penetrate their system and all of a sudden Tubi is showing this project that a young gifted cat, or a young gifted cat might have baby on the planet, but they can't get Tubi to better show. Because they're actually better show. Because see, that's the next big thing we use. Because in the podcast teams, we can't say just say, okay, we want to put our podcast out, we want to get the best out of the plan. So that's the thing. So then that leads us to this point. One of the greatest choices in business, and I say this to all the young cats who come up and ask me questions. Ask advice. And say cats meaning young ladies too. If they ask me for wisdom, I said, you know, it's tough for me, Rose, when I hear, like, can I make, you think I can make it? That's tough for me. Because if you're asking me if I need you in it, okay. So that's tough for me, brother. So I appreciate you. You can't make it, Chad. I never asked myself, you can't do it. Ask that. So that's the first thing. But then there's another thing that I say often, and it's what advice do you have for giving? I say training, crafting is everything. It does not mean that Radler was not at once trained in a 20-year span of imprisonment. It did not mean that Jay's life experience via these experiential wisdom that actually comes out from that. Not wisdom, that's the big amount for like wisdom folks. Some of us are going to pain, some of us are going to wisdom. We collect pain along the way. We can collect wisdom along the way. But some of us come out and really with that shit, which is a gift. But to have experiential wisdom is priceless because you get to talk to somebody about what you think, and their relatability now is the thing that allows you to fill up in the. It's a relatability. Not only that you advance it, but they also advance you a little bit because they stay along to the lesson. They didn't move away from the lesson. And I'm saying, I always say exclusivity is everything. What you mean this way? What you mean, coach? Whatever it is, you gotta be the only one in the room that can do what you can do. But you also say that you can't find it. You also say that you intellectual property with this movie be created or the series created. And you're saying, I should only have that movie. No, that's it. That's it. It's gotta be so expensive that it's so good that it's impossible for certain beings that you couldn't reach otherwise to not play. At one point, Nipsey said to shoot, but I don't say the question. Now that's a great entry. That says the question. You don't know that. Don't says me, but it's a great entry. To go to the game, same type of thing. It's a great entry because it stands out. J. Cole went to those Snoops and Def Jam records all the time. Ryan St. John, I'm playing him. Some family in North Carolina took this man said, Sean Paul, Carter, J. Jay-Z. J. Cole one of the greatest substance ever. Next is one of the greatest players ever. Hey, come on, Billy Wallen. There's a phenomenal player. That was an incredible candidacy. So at some point, definitely that street that is, Calvin Billis, Kevin Bentley, Sean Paul, Carter, Kevin Bentley, the good at the oh, this is exclusive. This is some different. This is some different. So that leveraging is being so dynamically different that it's undeniable. That's what so in the podcast spaces, what the podcast space is, if you guys are firmly crafted and you're training, and how really the podcast is, I have one. Well, I have politics. Yeah. It was only on a specific limited platform, which is why you didn't know about it enough. And all the way from Curtis to Rhapsody to Young Dallas to Fat Joe to Marsha Burgess to Dark Child, everybody was in it. Talking about lyricism, their true lyricism. The start of the song, lyricism is the start of their life story. That it's just following. But you didn't do a podcast. You don't get a good podcast, and all of a sudden somebody goes, and then you do this really big come together. I don't know what we want to do with the pain and the thing from Sunday, nasty rain, and all the things trickling through the shiny cricket, and all a young urban kid, and one being a black kid, and that, come together. And that.
The 2024 Kia Sportage is built for adventure. Sportage offers unmistakable style, plus all the comfort and space you crave with class-leading cargo room and second-row legroom. Its Smart Tech and advanced standard and available driver assistance features make it stand out among other compact crossover SUVs. Click now to view our inventory.
Well, it's your favorite couple, and you already know we're keeping it together. I'm Hot Bud Turkey. Give me money. And this is Make Love, Make Money Podcast. I don't like the burn out situation, but you have to, you know what I'm saying? when I went to prison, you know, and before I went there, we was all together for 2 months, you know, and I know a lot of people probably say you was stupid, you was this, you was that, you know what I'm saying? What made you stay down and stay loyal the way you did after we go and get time and being locked up all those years? For the woman that's out there going through the same situation, if she can be single and have peace, or go through 88 months, 16 days or longer, what made you do different?
First off, I want to say that somebody that's going to prison, it's not for you to stay with everybody. Just to be for real. If this person, before he call his time or whatever, wouldn't treat you right, then I would recommend you know, put your life on hold to get with somebody who wasn't even there for you before. And all of a sudden, I caught this shot. Let me call and see what's up with him. You see what I'm saying? I'm not going to recommend that. Or somebody that's just making it a cycle every time you turn around, they back in jail, back in jail, back in jail, back in jail. Nah, it's not what we got to do. You feel me? But
that Memphis came out. Nah.
if me and you, we were only together for 2 months. You were in Memphis, in my city. You feel me? You called a charge. They kicked in the door. I was there. They shot it up. I was there. I know what you did and what you didn't do. I know you didn't deserve what happened to you. I know you didn't deserve to catch all the time, be in jail all the time for what they said. But I also knew the demons that you were fighting as well. In hindsight, we were able to see that this situation worked out for our good. But the reason why I say that is the one, like I said, it was in the city with me. You feel me? They had no business coming in there, kicking our door down, shooting up. You were treated unjustly. But while you were there for the 2 months, we had fun, we had a good time. You know, I had 2 charges in New Orleans that, y'all, listen, it's just a lot, okay? But he wasn't supposed to even be in the courthouse, in the city. I didn't even know you were running. Yeah. And I had a charge in New Orleans. I had to go. He went with me to New Orleans, to the courtroom, sat there. You know, he just showed me that he had my back. Now, my little stuff, it didn't compare to the charges that you had. But it's just the fact that you made that sacrifice. And everything was all good. We was having fun. Now fun is over. But it still got to be all good because you never done nothing to me for me to turn my back.
Exactly.
On you.
Exactly.
So, you know, 8 years, 8 months, 16 days later.
There you have it. So if you're thinking about being single, it could be better for you. I guess that's your choice. But if you can work the situation out, try to make love make money.
Absolutely. Now, while we're touching on that, about the prison situation, I want to talk about a very trendy, there is trending hard by now. I okay?
I'm just like,
no, man, listen. So, we're going to see it. I'm going to get into this conversation.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, DA has ran into a lot of legal issues. You know, we all are making assumptions. We all are like, damn, we did this, we did that. But truth be told, until the evidence come out, we don't know what we're
I'm not making no assumptions because, you know what I'm saying, y'all might get mad at me, but I can't, nail no one to the cross without knowing, and today, I was going through some things. Hold up, now, can we see that? But we don't get to that. Okay. Because that's what everybody trying to say, man, he did this, he did that, but too. I'm talking about the situation with Justin Bieber. They had a song floating down, and when I listened to that song, I realized that it was AI generated. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people playing games out there because they know that people are, interested in, people's stories or whatever. But if the man ain't do something, man, don't just be putting stuff on him. Now, the things that he did, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, he owned up to it just like he owned up to the Cassidy situation. Cassie, you know what I'm saying? And that was all the way fucked up. I do not support beating a woman, kicking a woman, you know, like walk away, like that with a spark cars for, you know what I'm saying? And maybe that would kind of like, you know, we wouldn't have it. I know you ain't having that. I really, but. The reason why I brought that up, and I do understand, before y'all nail somebody to the cross, we just watched Passion of the Christ. Before y'all nail somebody to the cross, at least know really know, because they nailed Jesus to the cross. Facts. And you ain't doing nothing to know. Facts. But save our soul. But anyway, I brought up Diddy. You know, he's very wealthy. And he might have a whole lot of females still to this day. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. It don't matter. If he gets convicted and has to do all this time, do you think they don't ride with Diddy? I'm like, you know what? First of all, Diddy, like you say, that dude, you know, he got a lot of money, and a lot of these females are there just because of that, to the point where they will be willing to do anything. And I think they would be in competition because they don't know what he got out there. They're just sitting around that he might be, look, go ahead and get this, I need you to do that, do this. So it's always that mystery of what he got, and they're going to be after, you know what I'm saying? I believe that some women will stay down. You know what I'm saying? And I think more than one woman will stay there for years. You know what I'm saying? As long as he can keep the mystery going. But if he showed any sign of stop me a good fun, you know what I'm saying? It's over for Diddy, and you know what I'm saying? They gonna slide to the next one. You feel me? Right. I agree, but you know what, y'all? We just gonna wish everybody the best in this situation. If they are victims, you know, we hope y'all have recovered or on the road to recovery from however you were victimized. And Diddy, you know, we watched and listened to Diddy for a whole lot of years. You know what I'm saying? We just want to wish everybody the best with this whole situation. Yeah, it's crazy, man. You know what I'm saying? But stop spreading lies if it's not the truth, y'all. The man is dealing with, you know, stuff that he can handle as it is. You feel me?
Watchers all watch that. What if I told you that instead of setting up a green screen, you can just click a button in the script and get the same exact effect? So I have a project here, and as you can see, my background is not very pretty. All I have to do is select my layer in the canvas, then go to the effects panel, and just tie that green screen. The script will start processing, and when it's done, I have a completely green screen video. So now I can make it look like I'm in a room full of weirdos. Try the script for free.
We don't get the towels in the class. Did y'all know racist too? I love the street, waking up the paper towels. I know you're a real good person. I'm a great person. You're basically a great person. You got $1 million to invest, right? We want to go invest in a local business. We see one business selling healthy food, and ain't nobody lying. We see another business selling fucking fried chicken, fried Oreos, fried iced tea, everything is fried, and it's a line around the corner. The capitalist in us, the business in us, now the man in the soul might be like, damn, I don't see that. We might even say we're gonna buy that and introduce some of that in here. But we ain't buying that.
Well, see, I had the conversation with Boss Talk 101. It's called taking a pay cut for the culture. Sometimes we have to take that.
I said we have $1 million to invest.
Yeah, and I know it's one of you invested in. I'm gonna make whatever the shit is left in my community. I'm gonna make that too.
And let me tell you something. I'm gonna make that clear. That's why you're a podcaster and not a venture capitalist. Because when you're dealing with money, it's not about how I feel or not about what's cool. It's about what's gonna take. Because guess what? It's like sports. He might be a piece of shit quarterback. I might be the best person, but he can score and I can't. I'm a great person. You want me to marry your daughter. You love me as a man. He's doing coke, mixed up, everything, but he's taking us to the Super Bowl. So you starting.
Well, see, I'm gonna put it to you like this, Ray. When I started this platform, It wasn't called for OT. It wasn't called for OT.
It's different. It's different.
Why it doesn't matter? Because this was coming out of my mind.
It's different though. It's different though. It's different though. Look what you just said.
What's happening? Because you know it's your boy Big Hot Radio Show, and as always, I got my podcast partner up in this thing, OG Gangsta Wicked, aka Big Galaxy of the Ghetto. Hey man, somebody got a birthday party coming up or something? Yes, that's what I was at. I'm glad you brought that up first time. Because my mind, you know, no, be honest with you, I just watched that video and then we're gonna get into it and and that was kind of on my mind. I was thinking about, you know, I actually, you know, said that I just finished listening to it. But yes, that you brought it up. Tomorrow night, September 20th, that Sherry's around and just start coming the highway in the dick. You know what I'm saying? We're going to leave birthday bash. I'm down now. Here today, my birthday is on the 23rd, actually. So I was, that's the changing date. I'm giving you a little quick history. Virgo is up until the 23rd, until 22nd. I had started being born on the 22nd, and then I came all the way out on the 23rd. So that's where I'm going to leave Virgo leaving. Started on the day of Virgo, and I came out as a Libra. Okay, so I'm getting everybody involved. I'm getting Libra and the Virgo. I got Tim Johnson Silk with me from the legendary R&B group. You know what I'm saying? Different dating me in my bedroom, Lose Control. They gonna be in there. I'm bringing a lot of star-studded partners with me. That's on the east side. That's tomorrow night, September 20th. One last thing too is, you know, we're going for Sharon also. So, for people that don't know, you know what I'm saying, Sharon's been in public. I'm not, you know, divulging no new information or anything. She has cancer. I think right now she's in remission, but she's in the middle. But we never know that you know, when either one of you, I might not make it to next year. You know, I'm calling all my people to come out. You know what I'm saying? They're in my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Tell me the number, tell me from me, where they go. Because, you know what I'm saying? Nothing is guaranteed anymore. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, we see how the doctors just start falling off and dying, and the people around us falling off and dying. So every number that has died, I've had 10 people around me that y'all didn't know nothing about. So, man, y'all come out tomorrow night, we're going to throw it up for life. You understand what I'm saying? We throw it up for life behind for, and we throw it up for the people that didn't make it. You gotta see this birthday party for me. You know what I'm saying? Because so I'm blessed to be here, man. Tomorrow night, September 20th. It's free to get in, man. Y'all come and shake my hand. Celebration time! Just say now, he was just showing me that video of Uncle Luke that he was talking about, you know, a lot of different artists and a lot of different people, they want to get to that billionaire status, but it's a lot that comes along with that, man. I mean, do you care to break it down for us, what you got off of that video? Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying, if y'all haven't seen it, go check Luke out, and he broke that thing all the way down, you know, he broke it down to where, you know, layman's terms, you know, I didn't got no books, something for diamonds. I can understand. What I took from it is that one, you said that pretty much was saying that a lot of these rappers out here that are billionaires, or you know, 100 billionaires, you know what I'm saying? Not even quite the billionaire status, but 100 billionaires. When people know that you haven't made that type of money, I'm saying with that damn secret. It's what you basically say. You know what I'm saying? Well, it don't add up. And then you're platinum, but all of a sudden you're $350 million. Yeah. What is insinuating is that those type of, you know, those what we call them members, okay, we're talking gatekeepers a lot of times. There are a lot of those people that are going into these Fortune 500 companies that have been around a lot longer than that has been around. Absolutely. And a lot of these companies, you know, they started out doing illegal type of stuff, prohibition, moonshine, you know what I'm saying? We're going around it now. You know what I'm saying? So you know, a lot of rappers finally realize that they're dealing with some gangsters. Yeah. And by the time you realize you're dealing with some gangsters, it's too late. That's what I took from it. What I also took from is that You know, a lot of these same companies, they feel like once they make you, that you know they can take you down. Hey, kind of just like how our parents used to tell you, what your mama started to tell you, that you're this world, I'm gonna take you out this thing, like take you right out this thing. And I think, you know, just to listen to the interview with Lou, that's what I took from it too. That you know what I'm saying, that this is not free. This comes with strings attached. I am the puppet master. A lot of these Fortune 500 companies. Yeah, I will make you down on your temperament right now, but let it change. Say the wrong thing. Call out my name. Try to sue me. You know, get it out. Just get out of line on it. Then, you know what I'm saying? I can put you in and I can take you out. That's another thing I took from it. It just kind of, as I was sitting there, you know, because I don't want to say the wrong thing either, but I was sitting there just listening to you. It went kind of hand in hand with what Kat was saying. You know what I'm saying? It was, you know, parallel and Lieutenant went down this street and Kat went down this street, but they rode on the same street for a long time. Yeah. And it was slightly different from Lucas Day. He kind of went more into depth about their time thing. Yeah. And he basically pretty much said that, you know, that, and I'm kind of, and I'm glad about this part. That I'm glad I wasn't invited to a lot of those, you know what I'm saying, those parties. I'm glad that I wasn't the chosen one. And it's not just, you know, what Puff, that Linda Puff did as far as like sexuality type stuff. You can still be a woman, the chosen woman, and you know, and be set up with those for organized crime or tax evasion. It's so many other different types of ways that they can come at you about not just what Puff is, you know, as alleged and in his face. That was just his particular demons. It seems like to me, looking at you, what he's really saying is whatever your demon is, you know what I'm saying? Once you sell your soul to that, we will attack that if you don't stay in line. That's what I kind of took from it. And that if it looks too good to be true, the rest of the time it is too good to be true. And I never thought about it like that. Well, I don't have thought about it like that, but I never thought that like, okay, I started saying, you know, this person, that person, you know, we all kind of, we started out together, and we all kind of selling the same amount of records and stuff. I thought about this stuff. I left it up to Jay-Z. Yeah. I'm like, you know, I don't know that. All of them. Yeah. There ain't one rap out here gonna say, they don't know me. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, I did used to wonder sometimes, like, man, my career, you know, it slowed down. So, a lot of other ones that I started with, it just sped up. Like, it went from, you know, the 757 jumbo jet to the jet. How they career just, you know what I'm saying, just keep off and keep going and the market will man slow down, and then a lot of the stuff is obsidian with it. That's what hit me like a ton of people, because you got to realize behind I was young at the time. Yeah, a lot of us was, a lot of the rappers, you know what I'm saying, we were young at the time, and we were looking at stuff like that, you know, contracts, you know, how people said, people always meant to blame the rapper, and people like, you know, like, we needed them, and sure, they ripped up all the artists, and they did this and they did that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it makes me think about a whole new way of looking at it. You know, were they really ripping off everybody as much as they was getting ripped off? You know what I'm saying? Were they put up to do a lot of these shit, just holding down here? Exactly. Were they put in position to be able to say, hey, I'm going to put you in this position as the best friend, and I want you to take our behind me. You know what I'm saying? They ain't really about you. You're going to be the fall down for them, man. But in return, you're going to give you this brand like you're going to be able to get up to the hit on this side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's so many things, so many layers to what you were saying. I would advise everybody out there to listen to them themselves and kind of see the temperature it takes from it. I don't want to go too far in depth in it behind, because I went to the type of guy, 2 years, 2 eyes, the two masters and, whatnot, so I'm kind of listen to that in the city.
Okay, man, I got a good question for you though, man. Being that you made classic records and hits that are still living to this day, okay, so we can't just negate the talent and the smackdown that you laid down in the game. You were just talking about earlier about why didn't you have the same success as everybody else? Now that you had the skills to pay the bills, how did you feel when people told you the music that that beat is because you went to school? That's right. But then you find out there was a lot more stuff going on behind closed doors as to why you can't get to where the hell you was trying to get to.
And I don't want and see, I didn't see you never got the camera. I was trying to stay away from that. No, I'm gonna keep it, but I'm gonna dance with you a little bit. Cause I'm gonna dance with you. And because here's what happens when you get with a person like me, because I'm not the only artist. Yeah. But when a person like, there's a few of us that had, just like there's a few people that had been anointed to go to town, for everyone that was anointed to go to town, a group that was anointed to go to group, there was a group that had to suffer. That had to be, some less than, you better hate it all. Keep it on to the side to pop up this other. And that's just me. You gotta shit on some people to get to the top. Okay, so and I was there. You understand what I'm saying? I was blackballed in this city. And I don't go to who did it, but I know you work radio. There's a lot of people that work radio, and people in the industry will see me know. I remember my records. You just like I was a different nigga back then because if I was old enough, you would have never got blackballed. Yeah, my records stopped spinning. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, when you just said it, how does it make a nigga feel? At this particular age right now, it's gonna feel two different ways. One, I wouldn't, I can't say that I'm not upset at the record not being. Really, but then I'm glad because I'm glad to have just the same thing. I'm glad about what could have been. But then again, I'm glad. That's what that could have been. You understand what I'm saying? So, I think that, I don't know that at my age, at that young age, with the power that I had, with the teacher that I had on me, had I been empowered to do certain things that I took a handle, I don't know that I would have written down a regular other similar rappers. And when I say this, we have jumped to a conclusion, meaning that rappers that have been out of everybody. Yeah, there have been rappers that have been a game back. Yeah. In one of these same lanes as one of these major rappers that have gotten in trouble because they have served at such a young age. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, I think now I look back on this is, my career was protecting me even when I thought that I was being wronged. I was actually being covered. Come on, man. And so with that being said, I mean, look where I'm at now. I'm in this city that came around full circle. So, I have to be thankful for that. But he broke it all the way down. And I think that now I see stuff a lot more clear. I'm glad by listening to what Luke said. Now if I step out there, you know what I'm saying, with the attention that I'm getting, I get people calling me about licensing my old music, licensing my new music, stuff about movies, this and that. Now I think that, you know what I'm saying, with a good team around me and having understanding and knowledge, now I could be a voice for the community, a leader in the community. I'm talking about the hip hop community. I just step in these places of these moguls that are falling in there and do it the right way. Yeah. Especially with Beehive right beside me. You know what I'm saying? With a team like LeBron and with it. You understand what I'm saying? Because it can be done. You can deal with all these different factions out here and do it with respect and honor out here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So looking at the Luke interview, it broke it all the way down. It's sad, and at the same time, I'm happy that, you know what I'm saying, that I made it through, man. No, I agree with you 1,000%. When you look at that and you see what it really is and for what it is, it makes you wonder, Did you really want it? And then you got to thank God for covering you, for keeping you from it sometimes. Correct. Because people know how to make it look good too. Folks is going through hell behind closed doors, trying to continue to make it look easy, make it look good. And then also, you know, when you got these puppet masters full of strings on your back every 5 minutes, you don't have the control over your life that a Rick has or that a Beehive has. Right. I wake up in the morning, I do what the fuck I want to do. Right. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody about to tell me a damn thing.
Whether you're heading to the big game
or prepping to tackle winter, we're kicking off the perfect time to upgrade your ride. Now at McGrath.
Got 13 of the hottest new car brands in the country.
Buy now with no interest up to 60 months and no payments for 90 days.
And whether you're trading or selling, get a top dollar offer in just.
Okay, so you and Nipsey Hussle, how far do you guys go back? Me and Nip go back to him and Ink was best friend. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, see, they don't really. That's how I be trying to get my boy to come out of shell. Ain't just so. I've been kidding before. We know each other. Yeah. But he doesn't give you the nitty gritty. You know, he's the pop rapper. Yeah. But Nipsey, Bullets Ain't Got No Name 1 and 2 was produced by a great producer named Rockstar, and Rockstar is Kid A. Oh. Wow. Okay. Before it was a Rollo, it was a Rockstar. And they all did it together. So when Paul, Oliver, it was Evan, Oliver, Ink, Brian, and Army. So that's Oliver, I don't know his rap name, but Red Paul, Ink, and Nipsey. They all grew up together and started off doing their thing together. But me and Red Paul also, we had a shaky beginning, but we also were cool. So when I see Nipsey selling T-shirts and CDs and all that on Slauson, I already was hip to him because like all my boys that go to Hamilton and Fairfax and all that stuff in West LA, they already had caught wind of. Well, he wasn't even rapping. That was their boy. You know what I'm saying? He went to the West LA schools and stuff. So I used to sell dope right there at the donut shop. He was selling T-shirts and stuff at the donut shop. We would move from Louisiana, like. I think Sam ended up telling the story, but we used to be at the check cashing spot because when the smokers go cash their GR checks and all that stuff, we right there to serve them. Get they, you know what I mean? They get our number, whatever. And then the donut shop used to sell single cigarettes and all the, you know what I mean? All the stuff that the crackheads need when they don't got crack. They coffee and they cigarettes. So I'm right there shortstopping. I didn't really play the spot because the spots used to get raided a lot. So Nip was right there hustling with me. That was around, I knew him in 02, so we go back to like 03.
Okay, because at one point you introduced Young Thug to Nipsey Hussle, but Nipsey didn't really want to work with him.
I wouldn't say that it was, all right, so I introduced Young Thug to Nipsey in 09, I want to say 2009. I want to say that was BET weekend too. That was Thug's first trip down here. And it wasn't that he didn't want to work with Thug. I think Thug was ahead of his time. Nobody knew what that sound was. You get what I'm saying?
I remember, yeah, when he first came out, like Danny Glover, it was like,
yeah, this is before Danny Glover. This is
Danny Glover, we were like, oh, this is different.
Yeah, it's super different. Yeah, it's super different. So Nip was having his first wave. He was the hottest in California. I'm bringing Joe Blow from Atlanta out here. You get what I'm saying? This is before Future caught that wave. Yeah. Because he turned down the Future and Scooter song also. So
Nipsey,
yeah, Nipsey.
Yeah.
He doesn't work as fast as everybody else.
I've heard about this. I remember even I interviewed him about this, about working with Drake.
Yeah.
How there was this. He did Killers with Drake, but there were other songs, but he just said it just took him a while to put it together, and that's why he was on. I think Killers wasn't even on the album. The song with him and Drake, it was just kind of just got pushed out like on its own at one point.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
because I don't remember.
It wasn't on Drake's official albums because I heard Nipsey just takes a while to work on stuff.
I think it could end up being on. Was that Marathon, the mixtape, or was it Bullets Ain't Got No Name 3?
Something like that, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it wasn't on Drake's.
No, it didn't make Drake's album.
Which would have been big.
Way. Yeah. But it's just, I think that he could go, because when he freestyle, when you in the studio, he could go. But every bar has to hit for him. So he'd go, and then it'd be 4 or 5 bars that he knock out, and then he'd just be in the studio smoking, drinking coffee, like trying to come up with the next punchline or how to transition bars into something else. It always was an art project to him. It never was like what we do, get high and just whatever come out, all right, keep that.
Yeah, he's perfectionist.
Yeah, for sure.
And you introduced YG to Nipsey?
So I don't know if YG had met Nipsey at a concert or two before then. Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't take full credibility for making the first introduction. But as far as like the stamping of brotherhood, yeah. Like, this is my little bro. Everybody knew who YG was at the time. You know what I'm saying? We fucking with him because my sister went to school with Cam, with his little brother. So I'm like, yeah, I came across him, you know what I mean? Because he started living in Inglewood or whatever. And I'm like, shit, we all together. I feel like y'all should work. You know, they got their little game together. I had YG around a whole lot. He was damn near like, because he lived with his mom. So when he used to
Between oat milk and almond milk, which should I drink? Neither. To the protein point, you've got almond butter. Almonds have a peel that's electric contains. You've got pea protein, oops, peas, one of the worst combinations of and you've got sort of, well, thank goodness, there's something to put in here after all. Stay away from this, read the label. You probably notice there's a lot of alternatives about almond plant-based everywhere. Just because it's made from a plant doesn't mean it's good for you. Oh no, it's just plant-based protein in it. That's exactly like oh, that was ultimate place. Here's the problem.
Sean Puffy's indictment. You know, I have made a comment on social media earlier today because I was a little disappointed in the fact that so many of our people misinterpreted comments about Sean Puffy as being indicative of my desire to see him evade accountability for any crimes that they have committed. So to clarify that, this is where I stand on the Sean Puffy indictment. If Sean Puffy is guilty for any of the 3 counts of that federal indictment, if he's guilty of sexually trafficking people against their will, if he's guilty of participating in arson and bribery and kidnapping and all of these things that they're accusing him of, if they can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he engaged in these things, then like anyone else, if you're doing crime, you should do the time. But when I look at those indictments, first of all, when I look at the racketeering count at the indictment, and of course, I'm not an attorney, but when I look at racketeering to that organization, I'm saying to myself, Sean Combs, from what I understand, because I don't know the man's person, he did not bill bad good on criminal money. Bad good was paid legitimately to the legal channels of the music industry. He might have engaged in crime using bad boy property after he built bad boy. But did he use criminal funding and crime to create bad boy? I don't think he did. Now maybe RICO extends to you simply engaging in crime on company time. Now, if they're saying sexually trafficked women on company time, and that constitutes RICO, then he might be guilty. But everybody who knows Puff knows that he came into the music industry the right way, he hustled the right way, and he built his empire the right way. It appears that all the freak-offs and the alleged sexual trafficking, the alleged interstate prostitution, that may have come after the fact. So the question becomes, can he still be convicted of RICO charge if he simply engaged in sexual activities that did not directly have to do with the business, but he did it on company time, he did it in company time. So that would be a clarifying issue that I would like to see explained. So that's one piece. Now, when I look at the sexual trafficking, again, he could be innocent, he could be guilty. But when I look at it, Sean Puffy being a mogul, being as popular who he is, as he is, I don't see why he would need to kidnap people and sexually traffic them across state lines and then force them to engage in sexual behavior. I really can't see that. Again, I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm simply saying, as thirsty as people can be, men in pain for attention, I don't think Sean Puffy has to force anybody, okay, into sexual trafficking. I don't see him being to send people against their will across state lines to engage in sex. I don't see it. I do not believe he's guilty of sex trafficking.
you know, because I don't know what the evidence is. So the racketeering piece, and the little uncertainty the sex trafficking piece, and the surface, I don't believe is into that because I don't think he needs to forcibly sell anybody or traffic anybody. Now, the third count of the federal indictment is what I think it might have been. Interstate prostitution. Did show puppy dogs, influence people, pay people, guide people to come across state lines and engage in sexual activity. He may very well be guilty of it. So then the question becomes for me, what is the maximum time for engaging in interstate prostitution? And interestingly, when you look at the federal definition of prostitution, it does not require an exchange of money. It could be a promise, it could be a fertility benefit, and you know, puppy kind of flashy, already pop guys without money, it's pretty flashy. So you might say, hey, for this, I'll do this, better if you just gave them letters for complying with this request. In other words, there was no upfront business arrangement for sex. There was no upfront business arrangement for sex. Hypothetically, Wayne Smith into New York, he brings them into LA, brings them into Miami, they do what they do. And as a means of him flexing his power and his money, the value is small. I'm gonna take care of your bills. She wasn't expecting nothing but time with love. She wasn't expecting nothing but participation in the weekend. But because she was rewarded for her participation in the free fall, does that meet the federal definition of prostitution? It's the same thing with that RICO charge question. I don't believe he built his music empire illegally. But if he engaged in illegal activity not related to the music empire, then he used the music empire property to do it, does that also meet the federal definition of the RICO charge? Now, we culturally and I believe the reason they let RICO, and the reason they went there, is they wanted to completely destroy strong public police publicly and financially. Because this could have very easily been state charges. The feds don't come in quickly to take their cases. They came in and took the set. And as you know, the feds have a 97% eviction rate. And then something that actually killed me quickly on, that's not. It's something I think every team of faith medicine, pediatric and community care doctors have both certified and special trained in virtual care. About 115 years of real experience. I love that. When something's not real, you just know, right? Definitely. You are about real. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, somebody wants Sean Combs completely destroyed. And I think I know who it is. I believe it is Diego. I believe it is the finished face liquor company that Puppy was doing business with. They're one of the biggest liquor companies in the world. And marketing sex is popular brands of liquor, including Select. And Diddy has an agreement with them that they can help them market its daily owned tequila brand. And Diddy took issue with Diego because they had described the daily owned tequila liquor of his brand. They described it to their customer base as if it was an inner city, urban, quote, ghetto, hip-hop type of liquor. And Puppy took issue with that because he said, I'm a global icon. I'm a hip-hop person. Don't limit my product just to black people. And by doing that, you're persuading black people and non-blacks from buying my liquor. You're cutting my sales low, and I think you're doing it on purpose because you don't want Billy tequila to outsell all your other European controlled brands. So Puffy accused Diego of racial discrimination in advertising and marketing. Diego got upset with Puff, British-based company. They said, you done already made $1 billion off of us. How dare you sue us and try to make a few more billions off of us? So they tried to get the case thrown out. But the judge allowed the case to proceed because Diego claimed that there was a clause in their contract with Puff that did not allow him to ever take them to court. Any grievances, according to the contract, Diego alleges needed to be solved outside of court. But the judge sided with Puff and allowed the lawsuit to go forward. So Diego is losing black money because of this racial discrimination case. Other companies don't want to do business with them because they don't want to be branded as anti-black, even if they are, because everybody knows we disproportionately spend more money on liquor than any other group. So Diego is losing money. Then on top of that, Puff had already made $1 billion off of them, and now Puff is suing them for a few more billion. So what do? They decide to settle out of court. Now check this out. Diego and Puff settled out of court in January 2024. Puffy's homes are raided in March. There's no way you're going to convince me that a company that powerful, Diego operates in 180 of 194 countries in the world. They operate in 180 out of 194 countries in the world. You are not going to convince me that 1 + 1 does not equal 2. There is no way they were forced to settle with Puffy in January, and less than 2 months later, his homes are raided. And I'm going to tell you how I believe Puffy gave them the ammunition to go after the law. When Cassie made her accusation against Puff, he settled in about 24 hours. And they settled in November of 2023. Mind you, he's already in court with Diego since the spring of 2023. Watch this timeline. He sues Diego in the spring. Cassie comes out in the fall. He settles with Cassie in 24 hours. Diego is watching this. So when Diego decides to settle with Puff outside of court, they did this knowing full well we're about to go after you and destroy you. You are messing with the Illuminati. You have no idea who you effing with, Sean Combs. And when Puff was so quick to settle with Cassie, that showed the whole world he was vulnerable. That showed the whole world he had skeletons in his closet. And do you know what I think Diego did after they settled with Puff? I bet you after they settled with Puff, they probably never even made it to the airplane. They picked up the phone and they called King Charles III. And they said, "Dear monarch, we need you to dial in a favor for us to President Joe Biden. Because this Sean Puffy Combs, this little nigga out of New York City, he think he can go to war with the big boys and not pay the consequences. Sean Puffy Combs, that hip-hop king out of New York, he think he can tell white people what to do. He think he gonna rob us for a couple $2 billion and get away with it. It's not going down. Dear King, please make that call on behalf of your citizens." That's what I believe happened. King Charles picked up the phone. He called Joe Biden or any number of U.S. citizens, any number of U.S. prosecutors. In less than 2 months after Puffy settled with Diego, his homes were raided. Now, here's the other thing, Art. The reason they did not arrest Puffy until recently, because they could have arrested him then, is they wanted to wait and save this for a time they needed to distract the black public
away from something that they didn't need us getting involved in. The reason he got arrested now is because we're 6 weeks away from the presidential election, and Black America was tearing Kamala Harris's up looking for presidential accountability. They were all over Kamala Harris. She couldn't answer no questions. She didn't want to do no interviews. And so the power structure said, let's get him right now. We need something we can throw at Black America. We know they're emotional. We know they care more about hip hop than anything else in their community. Okay, what can we throw Black America to get them off of Kamala Harris's back? Let's throw them Puff. And if you notice, Art, ever since Kamala decided to seek the presidential nomination when Joe Biden stepped down, every conversation,
First time buying crypto? Second first visit to a taco truck. You're thinking, are these guys legit? What's in that?
In Black Twitter, Black Facebook, Black Instagram, Black TikTok, Black YouTube, everything has been about what? The presidential election. Trump, Kamala, Kamala, Trump. That's all we've been talking about until they arrested Trump. Now go on Black Twitter. Now go on Black Instagram. Now go on Black YouTube. Nobody's talking about Kamala too much no more. Everybody's worried about Puff. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Distract Black America away from the presidential election by throwing them the Puff election so we can get Kamala to the finish line. And guess what? The judges that refused to give Puffy bail, from my understanding, they're both Democrats. And you know what's so sad about that? Puffy is a very big Democratic Party contributor. He's a very big Democratic Party supporter. And so the very party that Puff been giving millions to and millions of dollars worth of publicity and advertising is the very party that shut him down. This was a favor that was called in by the British people to the American government. He don't know his place no more. Sit down and keep on top of that, Art. Puffy started a Black political party called, what was it called? Our Black Party, I think it was, in 2020, after he endorsed Joe Biden. Sean Puffy Combs said out of his own mouth that both political parties keep taking us for granted. They're not offering us anything for our vote. And I think another reason why he was raided, when he was raided, Art, was to keep his damn mouth shut so he did not offer his opinion on this presidential election. This whole thing was a takedown of the global white power structure with Diego British-based company at the top. And it was also necessary in order to get Black America off of Kamala Harris's back. Now, let me say this to you, Art. People say Dr. Umar has been defending Puff. If Sean Puffy Combs is guilty of sex trafficking, he should go to jail. If Sean Puffy Combs is guilty of engaging in anything illegal, I'm slow, Art, because I'm saying that the prostitution piece, if somebody wants to get paid for sex, although I don't agree with it, I don't agree he should go to jail for that if it was consensual. So I'm hesitating on the prostitution charge, because if they did this of their own free will in exchange for commerce, even though prostitution is illegal in every state except Nevada, I can't see somebody going down for prostitution when it was a consensual arrangement. The RICO, if he kidnapped people, if he burned people's houses and things down unjustifiably, I could potentially see that as well. But my thing is this. You have Black people saying that even if he's innocent of the federal charges, he should go to jail anyway for stomping out Cassie. He should go to jail anyway for taking advantage of people. He should go to jail anyway because we think he has something to do with Big. We think he has something to do with Pac. We think he has something to do with a lot of bad things that went on in the music industry. Here's what I say to that. If Sean Puffy Combs is guilty of the murder of Tupac Shakur or Christopher Wallace, directly or indirectly, he should go to jail. But only if it has been proven, Art, in a court of law beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was involved. What I cannot support is black people telling the racist white American criminal justice system that you can lock up one of our own, even if they are innocent, even if you have not proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that they committed the crime, you can still engage in corruption and lock up a black person because we hold them accountable for other crimes that have either not been proven or have thoroughly disgusted us. In other words, Cassie being stomped out by Puff was wrong. It was absolutely wrong. No man should ever put their hands on a woman, but he is not being charged with that. Domestic violence is not the charge. So when I hear black people say he should go to jail, even if they can't prove the charges because he did something over here, I cannot co-sign that. Why? Because the history of the American criminal justice system, Art, is a history of black men being convicted in the court of public opinion by white people without sufficient evidence. Look at all the black men who've been lynched. Look at the brother today, Art. We just had a black man in Missouri. Marcellus Williams was executed 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago tonight, he was innocent. No evidence connects him to the crime, Art. There's no physical evidence that proves Marcellus Williams broke into that white woman's home, stabbed her 43 times, left the knife in her neck, and then escaped. He was nowhere near the crime at the time it took place, from what I understand. Even the prosecuting attorney, the DA, says he's now convinced that Marcellus Williams is innocent. He was fighting for him to get exonerated. And guess what the governor of Missouri said yesterday? Guess what the Supreme Court of Missouri said yesterday? We don't care. This is the prosecutor, Art. The prosecutor who convicted him said, I believe he's innocent. And the governor in the Supreme Court of Missouri said, we don't care what you think. He's going to die tomorrow, whether you like it or not. Check it out, Art. When they put the jury together for this black man, and I'm bringing this right back to Paul. When they put the jury together for this black man, there were 7 black jurors, 7 of them. The prosecution dismissed 6. They ended up with 1 black on the jury. Everybody else was white, Art.
Lawyer, who wants to pull another all-nighter? Who's going to review a ton of evidence? You? No. Cecilia is. Behold, Disco's new AI assistant. Here it's home. This weekend, have a
If this black man was convicted, his life was sentenced to death by an all-white jury with 1 black person who's probably too scared to speak out against what the rest of the jury wanted to do. It gets worse than that. I even read that the family of the victim, and of course our condolences go out to that woman, whether she Caucasian or not. Nobody deserves to die like that, especially not a woman. But I read that her family, Art, also is convinced of his innocence and that her family didn't want him to die. So the victim's family didn't want him to die, at least some of the members. The prosecutor don't want him to die. And then the knife, the weapon itself, Art, could not properly be tested for his DNA because the police and the prosecution who handled the weapon after the murder accidentally tainted the weapon. So they couldn't even use the knife to exonerate this black man. And it's a damn shame. He just died an hour ago. So when you hear me say, I don't want to see Puffy Combs, Dr. Umar, my brother Art, I don't want to see nobody go to jail for something they didn't do, is rooted in the criminal injustices that we as black people have been suffering from in this country for 4 centuries. I have no special loyalty to Sean Puffy Combs. I don't know him. He's never donated to my school. We never talked on the phone. It ain't got nothing personal. Don't tell white people that you don't care about justice for black people. The court is for justice. It is not for revenge. If we want to hold a tribunal for Puff, let's do it. If we want to convict Puff, let's do it. But you don't tell your enemy that you can lock up one of mine and throw away the key, even if you can't prove he's guilty, because white people have done that for 400 years. Look at Vince McMahon, Art. Look at Vince McMahon of the WWE. Vince McMahon was accused of in sex trafficking, okay, multiple times, allegedly. This woman says that Vince McMahon forced her to have sex with different men, different women. He defecated on her head. He defecated on her head, and while she was covered in human feces, he forced her to continue to engage in sexual trafficking. This went on for a period of time. He was never arrested. The federal government claims to be investigating Vince McMahon, but his homes have never been raided. Look at how Vince McMahon has been treated, and look at Sean Puffy Combs, not for the sake of Puff Art. This is not about Puff. This is a case study in how they deal with black people. I'm not thinking about Puffy. I'm thinking about my people. But the immaturity of American Africans, they can't separate subject from object. Puffy is the object. He ain't the subject. The subject is justice for black people. I will never tell the criminal justice system that you can prosecute and convict one of mine illegally without due process of law because I'm still upset over something he did over here that has nothing to do with the charges bringing him into court. I didn't read nothing about pedophilia. Nowhere in the indictment did they mention underage children. But I hear people talking about underage children. And then, Art, every time the news comes on, they keep showing us the Cassie video. Cassie got $30 million. She settled out of court. That don't excuse what he did. But she's moved on with her life, Art. So if Cassie took her $30 million back to her white husband and moved on with her life, why is C-SPAN and CNN and ABC and Fox News and NBC keep showing us the Cassie video? They keep showing us 1,000 bottles of baby oil. It's not illegal to have 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Is it a little sick? Yes. Is it ridiculous? Yes. Does it point to the fact that Sean Puffy Combs might be a sexual deviant? Hell yes. But it is not a crime. And for all the people who say he should go to jail for being a sexual deviant, you didn't say that when Hugh Hefner was in a Playboy mansion. Hugh Hefner had a living freak off through his whole career. He was never accused of interstate sex trafficking. How is Sean Puffy Combs any different than Hugh Hefner? Look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump was tried in court last year, and it was proven in a court of law that he was guilty of being a woman. They called it sex abuse, and then the judge clarified that even though the language is sex abuse, it was in fact proven that Donald Trump, that white woman. Why are black people still saying they want to vote for Donald Trump? If we care about women so much, Donald Trump was held liable in court of last year, and you still have black people running around saying they're going to vote for Donald Trump. What about all the black children in the Roman Catholic Church who've been sex trafficked in? We still belong to the Roman Catholic Church. I'm trying to understand this selective morality of black people. And how dare the U.S. government try to prosecute any black person for sex abuse when you engaged in the longest, most egregious sex trafficking campaign in human history known as the African slave trade. Are you kidding me? Look at all the hundreds of women, black women, Thomas Jefferson. Look at the hundreds of black women, George Washington Slavery was sex trafficking, and America has never paid restitution for that. But you want to go and get black people and prosecute them. I'm not against criminals being held accountable. I'm not against Sean Combs being held accountable if he is guilty. I'm simply saying to my people, let this be handled in a court of law and not in a court of public opinion. Because if we are okay with Puffy's trial being held in the court of public opinion, we can never again get angry at a group of white people who choose to lynch a black man outside of court because they have already made up their mind that he's guilty before he has been proven so in the court of law.
They say that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, they are correct. Enjoy one of our tasty bagel sandwiches, like the steak, egg, and cheese bagel.
Make your house a home